Welcome, welcome. You are joining us today at the 7-Point Highlander National Championship for 2026 here at CANCON in Canberra. My name's Molly Rowe and I'm here today with Thomas Anderson, and we will be talking you all the way through an amazing 8 rounds of Swiss today.
Yeah, Molly, I'm so excited to be here. It's such a thrill to be a part of one of the pillars of the Australian Magic community. That is both the 7-Point community itself, the people who organise this event, and this event, which has, you know, a great history, 10 plus years in this same room with this same trophy. The names of, you know, the greats of Australian Magic adorn it, and someone else is going to add their name to it this weekend. Like, what better story could you ask for a tournament?
I'm super excited to find out who gets to add their name to the historic trophy. This is an Australian community format. It is a 60-card singleton format that has a point system. That means that you can play some of the best cards ever printed in Magic, like the Black Lotus, but only a certain number of them to make sure that your deck is of even power with everyone else in the room.
Yeah, it's sort of a really interesting, like, equal but different approach to balancing, where instead of giving everyone access to all of the cards, you have to pick which of the greatest cards from Magic's history you're going to run. So if you want to play a Black Lotus, that's fine, but you are paying for it. There's an opportunity cost. You can't just show up with a vintage deck list, play all the Moxen, all the Black Lotus, Time Walk, Time Twister. You can have maybe 1 or 2 of those cards. Or you could choose to not play any cards from the reserve list at all and play 8 or so of the best cards recently printed, like the One Ring or Thassa's Oracle.
Or Deadpool.
Or Deadpool.
I think we might see a lot of all of those cards that you named later today in the Swiss, Tom. But this is an incredible format. It is a brewer's paradise, I've heard it referred to. Just because you've got opportunity to use any card ever printed in Magic, it is an eternal format, but you get to cater that to your particular playstyle within the point scale.
Yeah, I definitely say that's true, and we're going to get proof of that Brewer's Paradise nature of 7-Point right here in round 1, courtesy of Violet Volti-Lu and Maya Phillips Mystery, 2, I say pillars of the format. I don't want to overuse that this weekend, but these 2 people are very well known to everyone in the Magic scene, not just the 7-Point scene, but especially the 7-Point scene. Content creators, judges, all-around contributors, and great people, great to play against and play with, and playing some cool decks. Especially Volti's list is crazy.
I'm super excited for this.
Have you seen this deck?
Yeah, so Volti shared it with me last night. We were at one of the local LGSs here in Canberra, and she was just talking about the fact that she's brewed up something special, and she's super excited to see how it goes this week.
Yeah, I see it's listed as allies. We snuck a look at the deck list earlier, and it might be familiar to anyone who's been playing Standard recently, or indeed Avatar: The Last Airbender Sealed.
Yes, it is. Allies isn't an apt name. We are looking at a deck that has a lot of cards from the most recent print set, Avatar: The Last Airbender, which you would have seen from our coverage at RC10 in Melbourne last December.
Exactly, yeah. So we're all actually really familiar with these guys. Basically picking up where we left off. I'm looking for a Boomerang basics in this deck. Can't say that maybe when someone plays Storm later on. But yeah, you can see that even though you are allowed to play the most powerful cards in Magic history, like literally all of them, this is a format where even new cards have, can easily carve themselves out at a place. New cards get pointed all the time.
Yep.
And so it's a great blend of new and old. Obviously, it's a 60-card deck, 15-card sideboard. It's not quite EDH or CanLander levels, but you have so much room still in that 75 cards to fit things in. And in between the Avatar Last Airbender allies, Volti is also playing a lot of allies that older heads might remember from the Zendikar sets when the ally theme was first introduced.
Mm-hmm. And obviously we got both sets of Zendikar. We've been to Zendikar at least twice throughout the Magic canon, so we've got allies from both of those sets, as well as our newest Avatar: The Last Airbender cards. We can also see that Volti's augmented her list with a Mox Emerald, a Mox Pearl, and the One Ring, making up her total points list.
Yeah.
So, the ability to play some really cool standard cards, but to absolutely ramp them out and have something synergistic and tribal going as early as turn 2.
Yeah, there's 2 real different approaches, I feel like, to your points. Either you're playing a deck where you are really hinging on some of the very heavily pointed cards, because cards can be worth more than 1 of your 7 points.
Absolutely.
And in this case, Mox Emerald and Mox Pearl, both worth 3, some of the heftier cards, and then the One Ring rounds it out. So there's only 3 cards in the deck that are considered sort of power cards like that. And obviously when you draw those, that's a huge boost to that hand. Maya also on a handful of pointed cards, but that's because this is a Thoracle Pact deck, and those cards are themselves heavily pointed to avoid you combining them with some of the other broken strategies.
Absolutely. Maya's taken a slightly different approach where she's hinged really heavily on Thassa's Oracle, which is a 4-pointed card. That's a huge chunk of your 7 total points.
The most it can be is 5, right?
Correct, yeah. So at 5, we've got things of incredible power, like our Black Lotus, our Ancestral Recall, and our Mana Crypt and Time Walks.
Yeah. Yeah, Mana Crypt only recently, pointed the points change all the time as well. If you're not familiar with the format, it is community run. So there is a sort of a council, committee of players. That's a better word. Council sounds too insidious, but it's a very open process. So you can join the 7-Point Discord. You can go on the 7-Point Highlander website at 7ph.com.au. Yep. It's all very well laid out for you, and it's a kind of an open, ongoing community discussion based mainly on tournament results. But if cards consistently do well and people feel that they deserve points to kind of adjust what decks are possible.
Yeah.
You bump up this card by a point, you bump up that card by a point. Instead of decks getting to do 2 broken things, now you have to choose which one to commit to. And in this case, Maya's all in on Thoracle.
And when you're playing a singleton format, variance is real, and it means that decks can be very spiky, where they go off, on turn 2 or turn 3, and you may just win the game. But also, it means that the variance means that you've got much more interesting, different dynamic decks and different games. You can play your same 7-Point Highlander deck multiple times and have a very different game every time.
Yeah, but it's not quite as high variance as Commander or other 100-card formats. And even though a lot of the best tutors are pointed to try and enforce
Minimize
some
that.
of that variance, or at least make it a cost so you're not always tutoring for your combo on turn 1. There are, these players have still played these decks a lot. There's really practiced lines you'll see, especially from the more intricate combo decks. I'm looking forward to seeing some of the crazy stuff in the room later today. But I really do want to get, as we have time through the 8 Swiss rounds today to talk about it. When we see some of our mid-range decks, I love to talk about how the variance of not always getting your same cards affects those decks as well, and how it kind of forces you to be more versatile in your play patterns.
Absolutely, and we're seeing quite an experienced pilot of the Dimir Thoracle deck in Maya, so we'll see some of those very well-practiced lines, whereas I know that Volty did admit to me that this is maybe not a super well-practiced deck in comparison to some others in the room, where you're looking at the ability for cards that you've just picked up for the very first time or in the last couple of months to be the ones that are informing your strategy in your deck. Yeah,
when your deck is like 80% built out of the most recently printed set, that is more of a recent creation for a fact. And we can see that Maya is playing out of plenty of games in Melbourne, where I also hail from. Shout out Melburnians. Hopefully we can claim our second trophy here this weekend. That'll be the end of my Melbourne bias. But Volty's playing out of Voltaire's room as the LGS of choice, which says a lot about a player, right? It kind of implies mad scientist, locked up in the lab, always brewing, coming down from the ivory tower, for the tournament with something no one's ever seen before. And I think this Allies list definitely qualifies. We're about ready to get underway. It does appear that Volty's on the bottom of the screen in terms of the player cameras. You can see the Green Sun Zenith there, not in the Dimir Thoracle deck. We'll get that fixed up in a moment for you.
Yeah,
but an exciting start here. This looks like, I assume, Green Sun's for Dryad Arbor to ramp, if that's in this list?
That
Yes,
is exactly what we are seeing.
Fantastic, okay. Not usually many targets for Green Suns for 0, but it is a Mox deck, right? That's the cool thing about Highlander. You can't actually assume normal turn 1 play. Some decks in this room can win on turn 1 very easily.
Yeah, absolutely. We're also seeing the same element with. Sorry, I'm getting myself confused with our upside down coverage at the moment, but we'll get that fixed for you very shortly. I was looking at our life totals and I was like, Volty didn't take her pain from her fetch, but she absolutely did, and we are playing competitive REL here today at 7-Point Highlander National Championships, so definitely making sure that you're paying for your fetches.
Absolutely, and looks like it's one of the Zendikar allies. That doesn't look like an avatar card.
It definitely is not. You are correct.
It's not one of the ones. I admit I took Zendikar block off from Magic, so I am not as familiar with all the ally cards. It's undo something. We got it's Hazda Freeblade, right?
Yes.
Hazda Freeblade. So you're going to be seeing a lot of these little dorks out of Volty's deck, and if you don't recognize them, that's because they're not really in the most powerful cards of Magic category. This is for a format containing Black Lotus. This is not that, but it is a synergy deck, which is a really different approach to deck building in this format.
Yeah, and one of the amazing things about this 7-point Highlander format is that, you know, when you are fetching, you're often fetching up dual lands, which is one of the, you know, besides Legacy, one of the only formats where you can do that. But we're also seeing the advent these days of the introduction of all of these surveil cycle lands into the 7-point Highlander decks, which are just adding a different level of card choice into the deck.
Yeah, as one of the aspects of this deck building is just choosing what cards to include. Obviously, you get 75 individual cards if you want, but even then it gets so tight so quickly. There's so many different utility lands that are good that you can play. You're trying to play these original ABU duels alongside the new Surveil lands, and in Volty's case, lands like Jasmine Dragon Tea Shop that might fit your very specific strategy. As we see, unfortunately, that poor Heart of Freeblade eats a drown in the lock, it appears.
Correct, and we were also just seeing exactly what we were talking about on Mayor Philip Mystery's side of the field, where we've got an Underground Sea and our blue-black Surveil land.
Yeah, one of these players definitely the proactive player in the matchup. The other one definitely the reactive one. We've
Correct.
got Volty, you know, holding it down for aggro players everywhere. With some nice, you know, just kind of, as you can see here, Heart of Freeblade grows when allies are played. It almost resembles like the modern Humans deck, where there's a few of these allies that just get bigger when you play more allies. But I think what's really made maybe Volty try this deck out is that.
So we've got South Pole Voyager here coming
Yeah.
in from the most recent Avatar set. It will come in with a friend, I believe, or no, when another ally enters.
What a beautiful segue, because I was going to say, there's not only more ally synergies here, allies here that do powerful things like draw a card, but there's lots of cards to make ally tokens in the
Correct.
Avatar set, like Appa or I believe one of the Kataras is in here that makes them. So that's one way to trigger the original ally cards like Ondu Cleric and gain tons of life, draw tons of cards off this South Pole Voyager, and generally make this, you know, little weenie creature deck worth playing into something as powerful as the Pact Oracle combo. Which, do you want to go through it just for the people at home who maybe have been lucky enough to never see this happen?
Absolutely. I'm gonna walk us through that. So Thassa Oracle, being 4 points, is the absolute linchpin of the deck. 1/3 creature that says if you have no more cards in your library, you win the game. It's a very exciting one to do, and there are lots of ways for you to have triggered your whole library to have disappeared either into exile or to have milled yourself to that point, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, card selection, being able to put Thassas on the bottom and knowing that it's there, and then drawing it as your last card and playing it out, or some way to make sure that your opponents can't interact with that.
Conveniently, Mayor is playing face-up right now with one of the premier ways to empty your own library, Demonic Consultation. I think if there is I mean, this is a pretty stock combo deck in terms of Thassa's Oracle's a very known quantity to anyone who plays a format where it is still
Correct.
legal. And this is the combo being presented right here. Demonic Consultation, Thassa's Oracle. So the consultation, the powerful part here is not only can it tutor to find your Thassa's Oracle, right? As you can see, you sort of name a card and then start exiling your deck until you reach that card. But if you already have the card in question, you are allowed to name cards that are not in your deck at all.
Correct.
And
so yes, you'll be naming a card that you know is not in your deck. Your whole deck will enter the exile zone, and Thassa's Oracle will trigger.
And the exile, it's so cute, but like even the exiling is relevant because if you were only milling yourself, a lot of these decks have cards like Endurance. They might be able to surprise you with an emergency, shuffle your graveyard back into your library, but there is very little that interacts with Thassa's Oracle, unfortunately. Even killing the creature while the trigger's on the stack famously does nothing as long as your library is completely empty. So that's all it's going to take for game one. And I'm sad we didn't get to see more of the cards out of Volty's deck, but maybe in games 2 and 3 we will.
Yeah, I desperately want to see this Allies deck go off. I won't lie. I just want to see it. You know, it's a choice that you get to make. You mentioned earlier that one deck in this matchup is very much the proactive and the other the reactive, and Volty playing a much more aggressive line. And as you said, a lot of little weenie creatures that are small in both cost and individual impact, but are very synergistic and will have a lot of kind of tribal synergy across all of the different cards that are played.
Yeah. There's not as many straight-out aggro decks in this format, but it's easy to build a creature deck that can have a sneaky combo in the back, so your opponent has to worry about both of those things at the same time. And if you were watching our recent Standard RC coverage, I suspect that Volty might try and pull off the Appa Ang airbending combo at some point here. But besides that, you can just put a lot of allies into play and hope for the best.
Yeah, absolutely.
Crazier things have happened.
Are we seeing the standard combo where we're reducing cards from exile by 2?
The cost reducer is what I'm looking for.
Orlok.
We're not playing Doc Orlok, but there might be another. There are because you have the whole Magic card pool to draw from.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of card names in this deck list that I'll admit freely I do not know off the top of my head. So it may just be that we're playing these cards fairly, and cards like Badger Mole Cub you could certainly do worse than playing fairly. But that's the cool part about playing a deck like this. And as someone with my personal 7-point deck is Enchantress, which is also not especially common, and you very often get your opponents asking the judge to read them the Oracle text of half the cards in an open deck list event. What is Trace of Abundance? And I try to reassure them, don't worry about it. You don't need to know. It's not good. Don't worry about that one.
Weirdly enough, you should not take your opponent's advice when they tell you not to worry about certain cards in their deck.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, I think that's one of the things that I love the most about 7-Point Highlander as a format is that it is, new cards are released in every set that are actually influenceable to this format, right? Even though we're playing with some of the most high power cards that have ever existed in Magic, we are also looking at new entrants into the format constantly. Badger Mole is pretty much now a staple across any green decks, Junt decks, land decks. And we're seeing it here in this Allies deck, which I won't admit as a standard archetype for 7-Point Highlander. But, things like we've seen, I saw a lot of people at my local LGS testing out new cards from Lorwyn in the last week. So we've seen the Bitter Blossom on a creature.
Okay. I haven't seen that one yet, but I was expecting it, yeah.
Yeah, and the new the Shadow card.
Moonshadow,
Shadow, thank you.
Moonshadow and Vexing Squelcher, I believe the goblin's name is. Those are the ones that people around me were really excited for. But even those are because those are like the most generalist cards, I think, in a set that's very themed. But there are people in the room who play Goblins decks, who play actually quite a lot of Goblins decks. That deck's sneaky good. But there's Elves players in the room. Yeah. They got a bunch of new goodies. I'm really excited to see if anyone does anything with those sorts of cards. And the Bitter Blossom, I forget what name it is. But Bitter Blossom on a stick. Bitter Blossom 1/1. That card, I mean, if people can figure out some sort of blue-black flash deck, I know the speculation is half the fun.
It's particularly good with Skull Clamp. Like, if I'm losing a life and drawing 2 cards every turn, I'm not sad about it.
I'll be honest, I never quite gave up on the original Bitter Blossom, so I'm just thrilled to see that kind of effect back. I've got all these Fairy Rogue tokens have been looking for a home, so...
Yeah. Oh, look, as a modern Merfolk player, I have been out of vogue for a very long time.
But you can play that here. The last time we had coverage for a 7-point event, there was a Merfolk deck on coverage.
And there's some very good new Merfolk that have entered the chat.
Really? Okay.
Out of Lorwyn that definitely at least have testability for us to go and see what impacts they have.
Well, I might get the hot goss on the Merfolk from you between rounds, but just before we get to game 2, let's look at these players' sideboards, because the sideboarding obviously is pretty big. You can still only have one of each sideboard card, but you can usually double up. If you want graveyard effects, you can play Grafdigger's Cage and Rest in Peace and Sanctifier on Vec, right? Until you have a sort of redundancy there that you need. What do you see in Maya's deck that might come in here for the sort of creature aggro allies list?
Yeah, so we've got some things like Fatal Push, we've got Hercule's Recall, we've got Massacre, and the big one is Toxic Deluge. So the ability to wipe out multiple creatures all in one go, known as a sweeper generally, will be the big things that I would imagine that Maya is siding in here, knowing that generally Violet's best avenue to victory will be multiple creatures coming at Maya across the battlefield. Yeah. So things like Toxic Deluge, where you can lose X life and give each creature neg X until the end of turn, will be, vital.
Yeah, you don't see many like big traditional Wrath of God effects. That card tends to be slightly too high cost for this very low to the ground format. But anything like these cards where you can pay life or something to get under the mana cost a little bit, that's what people are on. And Maya has said to me that she doesn't think this is a controlled deck. She's not trying to drag the game out. It's sort of pick your moment and, as you said, like spike it with the Thoracle combo as soon as you can. Absolutely. Just because it's so reliable. But anything you do to slow your opponent down helps. Especially Violet does need to slow down Maya, I think. I think we saw in game 1 there that you're not naturally packing a lot of interaction that actually works against the Thoracle combo, but bringing in stuff like Elish Norn, Mother of Machines. Obviously, Thoracle is an ETB trigger, so that's a pretty good linchpin for the deck. In the meantime, you have stuff like Carpet of Flowers that can help you accelerate into bigger things against blue-based decks, which there are a lot of in the format. Choke is one I haven't seen in a while, but that could slow Maya down. Otherwise, things like Opposition Agent, which admittedly doesn't work on the decks like Big Tutors, Pact, and Consultation, but there are cards like Spellseeker that it does slow down. Yeah,
absolutely. And Spellseeker is one of Maya's points that she's chosen to use in building this deck. So it could be be a good avenue. I've actually seen choke a lot in people's sideboards.
Really? Okay.
At least in the Wollongong Magic scene, there was choke in almost every sideboard that I saw.
Maybe I just
last
don't look
week.
at enough green decks, and that's the problem. But yeah, no, choke. I've loved to play in Legacy and 7-point. Get those blue players, teach them a lesson, and certainly we see a lot of tapped land, like back to basics types effects, Blood Moon effects, attacking your opponent's mana, very popular in this format. That is a new land from the Lorwyn Commander set. Is it Abundant Countryside? It prints Changeling tokens, which is a really powerful ability. I'm sure the Commander players out there are popping off over this one, but they count as allies, so it's an ally token generator that also taps for any color of mana to cast creature spells. So ideal for this deck.
Absolutely, and Changelings are every creature type in all zones, which means that it is an ally when it enters the battlefield as well for any of Volty's other ally triggers that she might want off other creatures that she'll play.
This is such a synergy part, and I forgot about this card when we were talking about cards from Lorwyn because I was only thinking of the main set, but of course this is an Eternal format. So your Commander precon cards, also completely legal, and a huge source of power because obviously those are usually tuned to be a little bit stronger. So
Not to mention, I will say, a very pretty card.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
The full art version as well. So Volty's immediately gone out and gotten the nicest looking one.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
You will see that as a common theme across all of the decks that we will see on coverage over the next 8 rounds of Swiss is that not only do 7-point Highlander players love their rare cards, they love their alternate art, and they love their foils, and they love their signed cards. It's definitely a status symbol within the community.
You can really play a deck in this format for a long time. And so some people have given much love to their favorite archetypes. You can see here much love to this card. Not every staple in 7-point is pointed, and it doesn't mean a card's not powerful just because it isn't independently worth points. It's sort of a big arcane formula. Fairly one of the better unpointed cards, especially in white. And a staple of really every white deck you're going to be seeing today, I think, is going to be playing this dog.
Yep, and then we've seen South Pole Voyager followed up by the Hasta Freeblade from last game, which will trigger and draw a card, and Volty will gain a life.
Yeah, so you can see here now we're starting to stack these ETB triggers. It almost surprises me that the Elish Norn's not in the main deck, just because we're seeing increasingly how much this deck is generating value by having allies enter and leave play. It's like a great access for any otherwise fair creature deck to not just be applying pressure on life totals, because that's kind of not good enough in 7-point. There's too many powerful effects going on. But if you're also constantly drawing cards and scaling up your board while continuing to deploy creatures, that means that can put enough pressure on enough axes that you can get over the hump against these very powerful decks that are just full of the best removal ever printed.
We've seen that flicker effect just there from Felia's attack, flickering South Pole Voyager, ticking up Hasta Freeblade, just generating that synergy that Volty is looking for from her deck.
So Maya
We're seeing
now
a removal. Here we go, as we anticipated here. Toxic Deluge.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people play blue just because it's got some of the most powerful cards ever printed, but the card selection in a singleton format cannot be overstated how powerful that is. Like, being able to find your one Toxic Deluge from your sideboard or your one Massacre makes the difference here between maybe, you know, losing game 2 in a hurry and dragging things on, as Maya is going to continue to do. But this deck is not like a turbo Thoracle deck. It's definitely trying to play honest Magic for at least a few turns, and sometimes the game can go on. If you draw a hand that's all the interaction, especially if you sideboard in more, you might have to be in for a bit of a slog.
Yeah, you have to move into more of a control player modality while you're waiting to assemble your pieces, because you do have to be heavily interactive as you go to make sure that you're not, getting too far behind to be able to pull off your combo.
Yeah, so this card is a Balagad Thief. So this is sort of Thoughtseize.
It's sort of Thoughtseize.
It's really sort of, but it does effectively cause your opponent to reveal hands. It scales the number of allies you control. So if you only have one ally, which in this case, Balia essentially chooses the card that she will discard, because you only have to reveal that many cards to your opponent. But, you know, if that Toxic Deluge hadn't happened, this would be Thoughtseize and then probably attack with Felia, flicker it, Thoughtseize you again. So you can see, like, this isn't just Violet playing a deck for fun and, like, I don't mind if I don't win any games. There's some legs in this allies list, especially with, you know, okay, the new power comes from the mana base in the new set. You pick up cards here and there, but...
Yeah, you're entirely right. If Volty had been playing that onto her 3-ally board, it would have been a significantly more valuable effect.
But as it is, Maya has a lot of cards in hand, obviously not committing many resources in the early game, can weather that effect pretty easily, especially without the failure engine in play to recur it. And Baleful Strix, like, we talk about a clash of sort of new or unusual versus tried and true. One of the cards of all time here.
Yeah, Baleful Strix being a 1/1 Death Touch flyer, which when it dies, draw a card. It's also an artifact creature, which can count in some decks that are caring about artifact counts, enabling things like Chrome Mox and other things.
It's just a great glue player, right? It's never going to win the game on its own, but it does everything you want it to. You're never cutting it from your deck. And there's a lot of cards like that in the format as well, and I love to point them out. There's cards where they just do what you want them to do.
Yeah, we're just seeing the new Katara here. This is the Katara that doubles ally triggers, so triggered abilities of allies trigger twice, which unfortunately meets a counterspell by the look of it.
Yeah, and I can see, I want to say as well, there's less sweep.
Oh, into the Floodmaw. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, so that's only going to return it
back to hand. Yeah.
Maya buying time, but obviously time is all the Thoracle deck needs to win in a hurry.
And Katara is one of the more expensive allies that are sitting in this deck at not just 3 mana, but 3 very specific white, blue, green.
Yeah, the advantage, I guess, of being a creature typal deck is often in the mana base. Like we see, I think, Reflecting Pool and then several other rainbow lands, the ally encampment for original Zendikar. Volti going deep to find those Cavern of Souls as well is going to help against those counter spells. So, is this card I have seen before, but I always forget what it's called. It essentially lets you look at the top 5 cards, pick one of them, put them in a hand, and put the rest back on top in any order you choose. So it's sort of some now, some later. It's demonic something. sorry. Diabolic Vision is the card, I believe. Sorry, Thoracle players everywhere. But it's just a great cantrip. And, you know, if this was Legacy and you could just play 4 Ponder 4 Preordain, we wouldn't get to see fun cards like that. So, you know, come try 7 Point if you haven't already. You can play cards that make the commentators have to scramble for a deck list.
I have definitely talked to several players today that have said, please put me on coverage. I've chosen the alternate art to every card in my deck to make it really difficult for you. We're seeing a Thoughtseize happen here from Maya at Volti's hand.
Yeah, so this is a main deck Thoughtseize, I believe. A lot of people,
I believe so, yeah.
A lot of people don't main deck Thoughtseize at the moment, I feel like, because, and I think that shows you the power of sort of mono red decks and aggro generally, but for Maya's deck, I think, again, it shows that Maya feels as though as long as you can buy yourself a 5 or 6 turn game instead of a 3 or 4 turn game, the Thoracle deck is consistent enough to get away with it. And we can see endurance in hand. I was going to mention that at some point. The Violet does have that in her sideboard. So even if things start to go wrong, and unfortunately I think Maya finding the Toxic Deluge at that critical turn was things going wrong, you are still posing some kind of extra challenge to just assembling the combo and winning.
Yeah, absolutely. As you exactly just said, you know, endurance being a flash creature, the ability to interrupt that combo or at least interrupt some elements of it to make sure that, you know, the library still exists is one of the best ways for green players to interrupt that space. Yeah,
it's interesting that Thoughtseize doesn't take that card, but I guess it shows, again, the patience of the Thoracle deck. Like, you can get your Thoughtseize back, you can play different hand attack spells later. I'm sure that there's tech to play around the endurance line, recur your Thoracle somehow. But for now, you know, Maya does have a graveyard, so even if she casts a Consultation and exiled her library right now, you could ensure that she still had a library. And the One Ring, so one of Violet's pointed cards coming out, and this is one of the ones I'm assuming we'll see the most over the course of the day, Molly.
I would agree with that. There's a couple of, you know, things that tend to be ubiquitous, irrespective of color. And the One Ring is one of them. Palantir is increasing in popularity as well.
That one's not pointed though, right?
No, it's not pointed.
Yeah, which makes it even more ubiquitous, right? That's half the format, is trying to find the cards that aren't pointed yet, but maybe a sneaky worth a point. Maybe they're one of the few cards more ubiquitous than the One Ring on the points list is Force of Will, of course. This is an Eternal format, and forcing the ring is an interesting call from Maya, but I guess, you know, compared to forcing any one ally, you might as well get rid of this draw engine.
Absolutely, and you know, Maya's never going to be pressuring Volti's life total.
No.
Right?
No.
Which means that the ring is even more effective, where Volti will never be cautious or conscious of the fact that she maybe doesn't want to tap the ring this turn and up the
You can really
cost.
squeeze all the juice out of that ring when you can tap it 4 or 5 times. And Dread Fugue, I love that this card has a home in this format. This is, to me, this is a better Thoughtseize effect than most people give it credit for. This is Inquisition Plus to me. But Dread Fugue finds I think we're casting it in the cleaved mode here, so this is actually just for Thoughtseize.
Yep, that's correct.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
And when the games drag out like this, as they often do in a grindy singleton format, you know, you can't be consistently just tutoring for the 4 copies of your combo pieces. And so the games go longer naturally. And you have time to cast the kickered version of spells like this. Or you kind of get some of that commander card evaluation where you're thinking not just, well, what's the basic mode of this card, but what's the kind of maximalist you know, Christmas land version of this card. Can it scale infinitely? Can it be a mana sink for me on turns like this? Whereas Volti, you're desperately trying to figure out a way to regain some tempo.
Yeah, how do I get the most out of every single card in my deck? If
Yeah.
this is if I'm in draw go mode,
Yeah.
how do I make sure that every top deck is impactful?
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's critical to
And,
this
like,
whole format as it's such high power. Right?
Tapping that abundant countryside, right? Okay, that might not be vintage power level stuff, but it's better than nothing
Yeah.
if you're printing a couple of ally tokens. As we now go for an elf cleric ally, elf shaman ally. I wish I knew the ally cards better here. Beast Caller Savant, I think that is. I'm gonna guess.
That's what that looks like.
Yeah. Ally fans at home screaming at their televisions, all two of you. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, so this is one of the 2 dorks in this deck, right? You've got this and the new one, Great Divide Guide from the Avatar set that I'm more familiar with just for recency. But these seem like some of the most powerful cards in Volti's list to me, right? Kind of a shame you didn't have this on turn 2.
Yeah. So 1 mana of any color, but also with haste, which is just so valuable. You know, the ability to spend mana to drop it down and then immediately tap it for mana.
Yeah.
I love that it's got a Lotus Cobra on it.
Yeah, with a little aura around it.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah. So this and Great Divide Guide is also like a hasty mana source, but in a different way that you can like tap. I believe it says you can tap untapped allies you control. But basically, that whole idea of tapping your creatures to play your other creatures can make this deck scale like crazy. And one of the ways I can see Volti's deck kind of keeping up with a 7-point power level.
Yeah, Great Divide Guide is each land and ally can tap for any color.
Yeah, so it can't tap immediately, but if you have an ally already in play, maybe from turn 1, that can tap immediately. So, and then of course you are just playing normal mana dorks like Avacyn's Pilgrim or Birds of Paradise, Delighted Halfling, all the gang are here. You know, the usual crew.
And not to mention our best friend Badgermolka.
I thought you were going to say our best friend Dryad Arbor.
Ah, look, you know.
Dryad Arbor is actually not
fantastic.
Not actually, I've ended my friendship with Dryad Arbor. Sometimes having a land that has summoning sickness and dies to removal is not the best.
Yeah, look, pros and cons, right?
Pros and cons.
It's almost like you have to do that critical evaluation on every single card you put in your deck. And I know that Volti did it, and I know that Dryad Arbor made the cut.
Oh, a lot of people are still on Dryad Arbor. It is still a good card, I think, objectively. But that's the beauty of 7-point, is that even when there's decks like Grixis or Nadu that I think there's a lot of copies of in the room, people will have their own very strong opinions about card choices in their deck that no one else is making.
We're coming in for damage, and, you know, Volti made that attack knowing that the Death Toucher Strix was going to eat her Katara, but also knowing that Maya is on a pretty low life total, and if she can apply an appropriate amount of pressure in the next 2 turns, may be able to get in under the combo.
Yeah, you can see the players are laughing and joking before. We're in serious face mode now, and I like that attack from Volti. It's kind of
I do too.
It's a bitter pill that you have to take, right? You lose your only sizable creature, and now you're trying to beat down with mana dorks. But yeah, as you said, Maya's on 7, and you have to try and end the game desperately.
Yeah, Volti is fighting an uphill battle against time right now, where, you know, Maya is cracking all of her lands right here and looking to be about to do something, but with only 2 cards in hand. So, you know, it may be...
Okay, so that is step through, which the card text really doesn't matter. It tends to wizard cycle for Thoracle. Here's Thoracle, and there's Consultation, which is the game. And it's a brutal nature of the deck. But yeah, Maya shaking it off there. You can see that wasn't easy. Even though the finish seems straightforward, getting to that point is a marathon. And Volti really put the screws to one of the premier combo decks of the format there with a bunch of standard cards, Mox Emerald and Mox Pearl.
Yeah, I love that these things are viable, right?
Yes.
Like, I'm really keen to see what Volti's record is at the end of our Swiss, just to understand, you know, whether this is something that's super disruptive and whether we're going to see more of it as we go forward.
And even if this exact list doesn't move forward in like that 75, you go, okay, this ally, and this ally were good. I reckon I could take out some of the allies, still keep the typal power, play a few more staple cards, maybe change my points up. And these decks evolve over time, and people become known for playing that deck. And it's a part of the community fabric that makes this event so great.
Yeah, and you know, choosing whether or not you want to go all in on your synergy, or whether or not you want to, you know, make sure that you've got more interactive elements is going to be something that just requires tuning.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
you know, this deck is brand new. It's only been able to exist for the last 3 months. So
we might have
cool
just
to see
that was
where
probably
it
his
goes.
first match on coverage. That's the first time anyone's ever seen it. So from here, only up.
Exactly. Absolutely. All right. Well, we are going to cut to a break, and we will be back for round 2 very shortly. Thank you so much for joining us. We are at the 7-Point Highlander National Championships here at CANCON in Canberra, and it has been a pleasure, and we'll see you again shortly. Welcome back. You are joining us at round 2 of the Swiss for the 7-point Highlander National Championship. We are coming to you today here from CANCON. My name is Molly Rowe. I'm today here with Thomas Anderson.
Thanks, Molly. Yeah, after a bit of a wait there from round 1 to round 2, we're ready to jump into it with some of the signature decks, I would say, of the Highlander format. We've got Abzan lands here and Grixis mid-range, one of, the matchups we're maybe likely to see repeated here today.
Absolutely, and we've got them piloted by David and Joel, both from Melbourne, is my understanding.
Yeah, and both seasoned competitors, I'd say, both here. Probably, everyone's here for fun, but some people are definitely here with their eyes on that trophy, like more seriously than others. Real deep aspirations. I would not be surprised to see either of these players going deep in the day, and especially the lands players. Almost everyone who's on this deck has been playing the deck a while and is very, very polished.
Yeah, it is. It can be a complicated deck. It's one where you definitely need to know what you're searching up at any given time and what your outs are, because you're looking for very specific lands to help you enact your strategy.
Okay, so we're seeing a kickoff right away here with some new cards. Interesting, new threat for the Grixis deck, which was not short on powerful threats already. That's Moonshadow. Talked a little bit about it from Law and Eclipse. Won't go through the full card text, but essentially it's just a beat stick. It has Menace. It gets larger every time a permanent card goes to your graveyard. So that yet another way to break that bauble that we just saw played there. Also, with the top card of the library, that was an Emperor of Bones, which is kind of a cute card to see in a deck that doesn't really orient itself around creature cards, like the Abzan Lands deck, but that's the particular spice that Joel McAndrew is bringing to the table today.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen that Emperor of Bones and Deathrite Shaman on Joel's side. It's definitely, it's funny you say that about who's competitive and who's not. Joel rocked up to Jolt LGS here in Canberra last night with his suitcase, fresh off the plane, ready to play the warm-up event that was hosted there for 7-point Highlander last night.
I didn't spot the suitcase. That's a great bit of anecdote there. It just shows you, the focus. We're here for fun, yes, but business and pleasure. We're focused on 7-point, getting those last-minute reps, a bit more practice on the deck, because, even though it's an established deck, there's always new cards, and I love what we're seeing here, this element of the deck. We'll talk more about it in a second, but Deathrite Shaman, that's a pointed card. We'll go through the points in a second, both players, and Emperor of Bones both give you incidental graveyard hate, which I think is sneakily one of the best things your deck can have access to in a format. It's something that decks like Jund really benefit from, just because so many of the best combo decks, or even just best pieces in the format, are very graveyard dependent, and especially for a deck like Lands where you want to use your own graveyard, and that kind of limits which graveyard hate pieces you can play. To be able to main deck these cards that can just keep your opponent off things is fantastic. Yeah, and we'll see quite a few of those graveyard interaction cards from both decks in this, as you rightly said. So you don't want, a straight out graveyard hate card like a Rest in Peace or something like that. You want to be able to utilize your own graveyard as well. So what are the other points in the Abzan Lands list? Deathrite Shaman is worth a single point. There's at least 6 more. We should cover, I don't think we mentioned this previously. It's 7-point Highlander, but you can play an 8-point deck as a concession if your deck contains no cards from the reserved list. So basically, none of the oldest and hardest to acquire, most expensive cards in Magic. We can see both players have dual lands in play there. So both these players are on the normal 7-point
list. Yeah, that's correct. So from Abzan Lands, we're looking at a Mental Misstep, a Barrogoyf, a Mind Twist, and Orcish Bowmasters. Deathrite Shaman, as we can see, a Strip Mine, and a Wasteland. Those are the total 7 points. Yeah.
Okay, that's one of the ones I don't feel like I see as often off the points list, but that's really cool there to have access to. And speaking of cards that are cool to have access to, another newish one, Quantum Riddler, that's made its mark on this format.
Boy, has it ever. We were just talking last round about the impact of brand new cards on this Eternal format, and Quantum Riddler has been a huge one. The ability to warp it in, draw a card, or if you personally only have one card left in hand, you get to draw 2. And then to pull that back out of warp for 5 mana later in the game if needed.
Yeah, it's sort of, I feel like this is emblematic of the kind of cards that tend to do well in this format. Like, Grixis is, you can call it a mid-range deck, a tempo deck, a control deck, but all of the decks need to play cards that have a very high floor because of the inherent inconsistency of a singleton format. And that's what, with the 2 different modes, flexible different situations, that's what Quantum Riddler is. That's a grist, I think coming into play here. Yeah. So, the creature, planeswalker, weird hybrid card just has the right kind of utility effects you want in this Abzan Lands deck. Yeah, look, looking at grist, the +1 ability, the ability to create a 1/1 insect token or
or the neg-2 ability, the ability to remove a creature from your opponent's side of the board is super valuable. You know, when you're evaluating the strength of planeswalkers, people are always looking at, is the +1 valuable? Are you adding to the board or drawing cards? And is the negative ability going to defend itself? Is this planeswalker going to defend itself, or is it going to be a one-time value for you? Yeah. Yes, I believe so. Let me check. Yeah. Yeah, Green Sun Zenith definitely making the list here on Abzan Land for David Brunton. And, you know, we saw that tick down ability taking care of that Moon Shadow straight off the board, which is, you know, exactly what I would do if I was in David's shoes.
Very powerful, often free permission, and some of the best threats in recent memory, all of which happen to be blue-black. We can see there's no shortage of them even just visible to us right now. Brazen Borrower and Quantum Riddler, they're on the lower end of creatures in this deck,
Absolutely.
but they're, you know, still present a pretty fast clock. And then you have classics like Lightning Bolt.
Yep.
Taking care of Grist.
When in doubt, bolt that bird. And in this case, bolt that planeswalker.
Bolt that planeswalker instead of that bird at this point.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, get that off the field. Don't let that value, you know, that time per use, that cost per use, get too high on that planeswalker there.
Yeah, so in terms of, while we're talking about the Grixis list, I'll quickly go through the points that Joel is playing. Because again, especially if you're new to this format and maybe you, for some reason, you haven't seen this Grixis deck, which we will see a lot of through the day, knowing what pointer cards a player is playing often tells you a lot about their strategy. And for Grixis, we've got, of course, Force of Will, Murktide Regent, Barrow Goyf, Orcish Bowmasters, again, Nether Goyf, which is, I think, not quite in every list, but popular as a one-drop, and Deathrite Shaman. So you can see they're really spreading the points out, all these one-pointed cards, most of them cheap creatures. You know, this is definitely a Grixis tempo kind of strategy. And for Grixis, I can see a lot of, that's a green duel over there. This is what, Lush Grixis?
That tropical island, yeah.
Wet Jund.
Wet Jund. Look, and just talking about what's just happened in the play there, you know, we saw a Ramanap Excavator for David come down. It's one of the key pieces for this lands deck,
yes,
allowing David to start playing lands out of his graveyard and therefore recycling things. So things like Strip Mine and things like Wasteland becoming particularly relevant. The ability to remove Joel's capability to play spells entirely, taking him entirely out of the game. And Joel knew the value of that and knew the threat that posed, and immediately popped off a counterspell for it.
Yeah, very important to point that out. I was hoping, I was like, we should mention the points first, but I was eager to get to the lands part of the lands list, which I think we haven't talked up a lot yet. I do notice there's a Shifting Woodlands in play for David already. So even though you think you've gotten rid of, you know, that powerful effect, or the Crucible effect, we often call it after Crucible of Worlds, you have to be aware, and I'm sure that Joel is, that you haven't gotten rid of it for good yet.
Absolutely, and you know there are also several instances of that effect in that land stack as well. As you said, Crucible of Worlds, the Ramanap Excavator, and then also the... Oh god, my brain. Ice Till Explorer. There we go.
Yeah, so basically we're at the point now where those effects used to be really hard to come by, and now there's enough of them that you're not even playing them all. Like, you get to be picky about which Crucible effects you want, which is cool for lands players, I guess. But you also get to be really picky about what threats you choose, and this is one of the real premium ones for the Grixis deck. Murktide Regent going to present a fast-flying clock here. So yeah, don't be mistaken, the deck with all the blue duels in play is the aggro deck in this matchup. They are the beatdown against the sort of weird glacial power of lands.
Yeah, lands is very much nothing, nothing, nothing. Oh, by the way, you're dead. So
Sneaks up on you.
Very much, and you know, it's one of those things that is like, lands is a combo deck. It's underrated as a combo deck in terms of, you know, the way that people feel about the cards that are in there, but it definitely, you know, has the power to go off.
Yeah, I guess compared
and just
to
have an explosive turn.
Compared to the compared to the combo deck that we saw in round one, I feel like you're saying strongly, because like that's Oracle Consultation. That's just like, oh, these win the game. Strip Lock doesn't say win the game.
Exactly.
But once you've played against it, like even once, you immediately realize like how difficult it is to win a game when you're not allowed to have more than one land in play.
Yeah.
And even then, you're only allowed to have one land for. You can play a land and tap it once.
Once.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you know, Personally, was taken to school by lands just last week,
Oh.
and you know, it's a good reminder of completely how fallible you are. And so we've
look
seen.
at this.
Oh, there we go. So Emperor of Bones coming down, exiling Grist out of his own library,
Yeah.
just for the ability to recur that later in the game.
Yeah, so
Hopefully,
Grist-
should the Emperor of Bones survive.
If that looks weird because that's a Planeswalker, Grist's fancy text says it's a creature in every zone except the battlefield, so this is all legal.
Absolutely. It's one of Grist's very interesting, one of the things that sets him apart as a Planeswalker and means that he is viable in decks like this. Also played heavily within Jund as a Planeswalker element there.
It's a cool part of this format that there's so much flexibility in the list, but you do get used to, like, you sort of, it's overwhelming at first getting to play, any card and all these points, but each color, especially in these sorts of mid-range good stuff type decks, you get to know the kind of package of cards they like to play. Certain cards synergize well with other cards that are all independently powerful, and it's hard for people to get away from them. Even if you're brewing in a vacuum, you tend to arrive at similar results.
Yeah.
And Grist is certainly part of that, upper class of cards in these green-black lists. So we're going to see here, again, the sacrifice, a poor Deathrite Shaman, but for a noble cause, removing giant flying dragon from play. And again, the ability, we not only got to tutor up or cast a removal Planeswalker once, we got to recur it off an Emperor, which is now in play, dominating the battlefield as a 4/4.
Exactly right. Sitting there as a 4/4, and Deathrite Shaman not doing a whole lot with Joel having exiled his whole graveyard as the delve cost for that regent. So, understanding that he's only got Grist for that one turn, and therefore David should utilize it while he can, was super valuable.
Yeah, even your pointed cards are sometimes kind of just the thing you pitch to Force of Will, right?
Yeah.
It's you still just end up playing a game of Magic as fancy and sort of hallowed as they are. And now, okay, Inquisition. So Joel, wow, this is a really aggressive Grixis list. Dragon's Rage Channel is something I'm more used to seeing out of Blue-Red Prowess. And
So yeah, the Dragon Mage Channeler, and then immediately following it up with an Inquisition of Kozilek to raid David's hand, seeing Natural Order, which can't be picked up by Inquisition because it is 4 cost.
yeah. Taking Cosmic Rebirth, a card that, here's the card text if you're not as familiar with that one. Maybe not quite as much of a staple as the others, but as you can see, if it has mana value 3 or less, it's a lands deck. All of these effects are always on for your most powerful cards. That's the axis you're kind of building around as lands. Anything you can kind of abuse, the fact that you're not playing actual spells, the fact that your cards don't cost mana, that's where you want to be. And
also recur some of the key pieces of the combo:
Yeah.
Excavator, Ice Till, and Crucible of Worlds itself.
Ice Till, I think, is the one that costs too much. The others
cost
are
4.
3 cost.
Yeah, that's right.
But still, as you pointed out, most Crucible effects are 3 mana. Ice Till is just like Crucible plus. Still
Plus body, yeah.
plus land drop. I guess it's the cost of a Crucible or Ramina plus the cost of Exploration, and it is those cards. So,
So with Joel running a very aggressive Grixis list, how relevant is it that we're turn 6 and David is still on 16 life?
I think that's where we get to the thing I signposted kind of earlier today about, like, being an aggressive deck, I think means something different in 7-Point Highlander. And feel free to contradict me because I'm going off the reservation. This is the editorial zone. But there's just not enough good 1-drops, and when there are, we point them.
Yeah.
So you can't always put on the fastest clock you'd like, and so these aggro decks tend to always inevitably end up being more mid-range, and sometimes you have the aggro line, sometimes you look like Boros Energy in Modern. You go like Guide, Pride, whatever, run you over. And in other decks, you're playing like Legacy, Death, and Taxes if you're white. Or in this case, sometimes you have the DRC turn 1, I imagine, and you look really explosive.
Yeah.
And other times you're like, I'm going to leverage my discard spells. I'm going to leverage my counter magic, and I'm going to try and wear you down. And if your opponent is lands and they're slowing the game down, I think it makes sense sometimes to play a bit more at their pace. Like, I don't need to overcommit.
Yeah.
If I know what your deck is going to do to win the game, and I'm assuming that Joel is very comfortable in the lands matchup, then you only run out what you have to, and you try and pick your spots.
Yeah, no, that makes a ton of sense. We can look at the points list, and that's available for everyone at home. If you'd like to understand what is pointed and what is not, it's at 7ph.com.au. that will give you the entire list of all points. We're looking at things like Ragavan being pointed, right? So looking at explosive, low drop cards that are going to impact the game really rapidly. And if you're just dropping one on turn 1 and it's running away with the game, that might be the end of it for you.
And it's interesting to see how things adapt over time, right? Other formats have bannings or new sets come in and rotate it. After the last couple of big events, their Grixis deck has been very dominant for a long time, and the consensus in the community was that it needed a little bit of a push to make more difficult deck building choices. And so I think Ragavan and Flip Tameo, which were premier 1-drops, both got pointed, which has really changed the composition of the list. Some people have gone to Dimir, some people have adopted a more slow strategy and rely on like the Blood Moon effect, and Joel, it appears, has just gone to the next best 1-drop. Like, okay, won't play Ragavan, I'll play Darcy.
Yep, absolutely. And we're seeing here Joel thinking about what he's exiling with Deaththroat Shaman.
Yeah. It is consequential. Like, Emperor of Bones can continue to exile things. You obviously can't adapt it on its own again, but a lot of decks that play this card have sneaky ways to put counters on it otherwise, and thus, kind of continue to trigger that powerful reanimation effect. It is, I think by consensus, one of the stronger unpointed cards. Speaking of unpointed cards, Barragoyf recently became
Receiving a point,
Yep, as another part of that whole Grixis hit.
So we saw Deaththroat Shaman actually exile, even though Dryad Arbor is a creature, also a land, so exiling a land to float a mana to be able to cast that Barragoyf.
Was that there's sort of maybe the delay of, does this work? It does indeed work.
Yeah,
so
exactly correct.
Now there's a huge lifelinker.
Yeah, and there sure is. It's a 4/5 currently. So Goyfs and all Goyfs, so Pyrogoyf, Barragoyf, Nethergoyf, etc., and the OG Tarmogoyf, all are power and toughness +1 equal to the number of card types in graveyards.
And yeah, if you're a fan of, if you've been missing Tarmogoyf lately in other formats, you're in a great spot to be playing it here. It's still, I don't know, I guess...
Tarmogoyf is still a good card, absolutely.
Not everyone is still... just because they've printed more good Goyfs, you can play Nethergoyf now, right?
Yeah.
But Barragoyf is certainly an absolute powerhouse, just because of those keywords. Pyrogoyf also very popular, as you say, so...
So we're seeing some of Lands doing what Lands does.
Oh, here we go.
So we saw a Strip Mine hitting a volcanic island, recasting that from the graveyard, and then playing a Natural Order.
Yeah, so we've had, that Strip Mine sitting around for a while there, kind of biding its time, and now when you're ready, you're going to fire off that key resource. It is part of the deck's combo, if you want to call it that, which we've committed
we absolutely are, yeah.
Is this going to be Natural Order for Ice Till even to keep going and just fully... No, yeah, the normal one.
Okay, yeah. Look...
Can't go wrong.
If you get the opportunity to cast a Natural Order into a fully tapped out opponent, I'd be getting a Traxa too.
I would also be getting, I wouldn't be doing this, but I would be getting a track. So, like, if you put it, rule 1 of Magic like this is don't apologize. If you put Natural Order in your deck, go and get the strongest thing you can get. And so now we are going to make full use of the different card types. That's a Walk-in Closet, one of the underrated power cards. And it has Crucible effect on one side for 2 and a green, and it's an enchantment, so it's a little bit trickier to remove than something like Ramanap for most decks.
Yep.
And then the other side is, for some reason, Yawgmoth's Will. Famous green effect, Yawgmoth's Will.
Look, I've played that in every green deck.
Yeah, exactly. So it lets you, it's not quite Yawgmoth's Will, but it allows you to then play the non-land cards in your graveyard out of your graveyard for 1 turn. It does cost 5 mana, so a little bit more expensive than the OG, but it doesn't cost a point. So pretty powerful stuff there. Of course, we get to pick up a bunch more cards as well. I think we probably took the Mox Diamond off of that. And now Lands is in a commanding position. It was really all about, can Joel get pressure with these creatures? And
when you're in a deck that's already good at putting lands on the field, already good at ramping out, 5 mana is not the end of the world, right?
Exactly.
It's something that you can accept as a cost.
Yeah, especially when your opponent picks up cards. That's a pretty good 5 mana effect.
Yes, well, 4 mana for a Natural Order straight into a Traxa is often cause for your opponents picking up their cards. And then coming in, David also used some of his exile effects to take out elements of his own graveyard, which shrunk that Barrogoyf, allowing him to attack him with the 4/4. And Joel just knew the writing was on the wall. Wanted to go to a sideboarded game where he felt like he had more control over
Exactly,
what was
you
about
got to be
happen.
conscious of, especially against, because lands can be in a spot like that and still take a while more to win. Like, as you said, it's a control deck. The prerogative is on you. If you think you're down in game 1 against control, just go to game 2. Give yourself a chance to win 2 more games before time expires in the round, because, you know, it's an 8-round Swiss. You really don't want to go into the draw bracket this early on if you are serious about making day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, time is always relevant. As you say, lands can take a minute to get you dead. And as much as you want to make your opponent prove that they can absolutely kill you, if you know that your top decks aren't going to change the game, you want to be going to that game 2 as fast as possible. And you want to be bringing in all of your power from the sideboard to help you do that.
So looking at that sideboard.
Yeah, what are we looking for from... Thank you for picking up what I'm putting down.
I could feel the segue coming, and sorry to preempt that, but no, we've got a lot of stuff. I mean, some stuff that's not going to come in, things you include for the Grixis Mirror or other common decks, but there are a few pieces here. Lands often likes to tutor, right, because you're trying to assemble a combo. You've got Opposition Agent, one of just the power cards of the format, which is weird to say when there's, like, Black Lotus and stuff running around, but a lot of decks love tutors. Even just fetch lands can be victimized by Oppo, so we've got that to bring in. Ashiok Dream Render for similar reasons. And then we've also got Unlicensed Hearst to try and, I mean, both players are kind of playing with the graveyard, but you'd rather be in control of what gets exiled from players' graveyards and when. And there's also a weird sideboard choice, but I love it here. Price of Progress.
Okay.
Probably the card that's killed me the most in 7-point Highlander, and certainly against a deck that is themed around, utilitarian, non-basic lands. That is going to do a lot of damage. You better hope you have Crop Rotation for Glacial Chasm locked and loaded.
Yeah, I kind of love that. I think that that's fantastic. And if we're looking at the lands list, what are we expecting here?
So the lands list, obviously your opponent's not on like a very narrow strategy, right? It's just kind of general good stuff cards. So you're looking for creature removal, I imagine. You want to bring in stuff like Fatal Push here, maybe the Prismatic Ending.
Something
you could
like Dismember, yep.
I even like stuff like Sheoldred, just because they're trying to beat you down, and Sheoldred dominates a lot of combat against anything that's like not named Barrogoyf. And even if there is a Barrogoyf, it offsets the life loss. It puts a clock on your opponent where they have to remove your creature.
And Grixis is going to be much more about the card selection and card advantage than you are as a lands deck as well. So just they are going to be trying to draw more cards per turn than you.
Yeah, you've also got something like Tomic as like a counter sideboard card, right? If your opponent might have things against your lands, or they might be, more aggressively trying to find things to turn off your Glacial Chasm, like a Moon. I mean, Moon effects still work, but against the Wasteland decks, this is really important to stop your, key lands being destroyed. Maybe you bring in a Dam. I don't know if... Maybe this is a creature-heavy enough version of the Grixis list that you're happy to bring in what is effectively a sweeper. But yeah, it seems like a lot of very generalist cards, and I'm sure that David's got a fine-tuned idea of what to bring in. You don't want to overboard either, so I don't know. Is this a Carpet of Flowers and Choke matchup, or is this not enough of a blue deck, you think?
I wouldn't rate this as that.
Okay.
I think that bringing in something like Carpet of Flowers and Choke against an aggressive opponent where you're playing lands and know that you've got a couple of cycles where you may just be, figuring out where your deck is and what you're doing, I wouldn't rate that. But that doesn't mean, I'm not a lands pilot by any means.
We're giving our best effort, yeah. I think that makes total sense, though, especially when you have other cards to bring in, right? Like, often it's like, well, what's best out of the cards I have available? And I mean, David has respected the creature decks. There's a lot of removal spells in that sideboard.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm surprised that I'm not seeing more sweepers there. Like, I would expect something like a Toxic Deluge. But that is, entirely choice.
It's like, I guess your approach is if I can slow them down by removing the key threats. Like a lot of these mid-range decks, they play large individual problematic creatures, not a whole wide board. And so you think, well, I've got stuff like Glacial Chasm. I can secure myself against something like Goblins that just is overwhelmingly creature-based.
Yeah.
I prefer the flexibility in a removal spell like Assassin's Trophy. We'll see how that works out for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really good point, Tom. So shuffling up now for game 2. Thinking about those sideboard elements, and I'm sure that Joel's going to choose to be on the play.
It seems likely.
Yeah. So he's looking at his hand on the play, looking just for cheap, effective threats.
I would imagine so. Like, just because if you put Dragon's Rage Challenger in your deck, you don't put it in there to draw it on turn 7. You put it there to have it in the opener. We see Molten Collapse as well. So didn't take out all the removal. I imagine that's just like you only have so many cards to bring in.
Yeah.
And you did see your opponent having pretty effective creatures as well in game 1. So you can't like wholly narrow your eyes and focus on the lands element. But
exactly. And Molten Collapse is viable, it hits Crucible as well, right?
Yes, it's a very flexible removal spell. But I would assume that, and yeah, we do see that hand go back.
It was a single land and it was a tropical island.
I think what you were saying is
no.
correct. You don't want the reactive hand in this matchup. Especially on the play, you want to put pressure on David, even if he has the option to do something like crop rotate for Glacial Chasm. That feels bad as the Grixis player, but it feels bad as the lands player as well. It sets you back like 2 land drops, and it wastes the tutor. Otherwise, that tutor is going to go and get a card that wins the game instead of just not losing the game.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't think that Joel is interested in playing the control player here. I think he definitely wants to be on the aggressive, rolling out a turn 1 threat, if possible.
So, of those turn 1 threats, we've got what? Nethergoyf, which would be amazing. You know, it's obviously a pointed card. It's considered to be very strong, help set up the rest of your, game plan. But Darcy also pretty good for loading the graveyard. That's, the Dragon Rage channeler that we saw last time.
Yep, absolutely. And thinking like even into the turn 2s, like the Pyrogoyfs, kind of elements there.
I mean, both decks are playing the Deathrite and the, Emperor of Bones, so we could see the opener that David had last game just on the other side of the board. We do see the Nethergoyf come down turn 1.
Yeah, that's what I would be hoping for.
Looks like the best
were I
draw.
in Joel's seat right now, so.
Good start, good start. So this is, I think, one of the points that people are divided on in a Grixis list that I think has, even with the recent points changes, most people have pretty similar lists, but this one's a bit divisive.
Look, as a 1-drop, can be super powerful generally, at least coming in as a 1-2 because of fetch lands being so pervasive in this format. And I think it's really just like, it's not... As we were talking about earlier, you don't want a card that's only good on turn 1, and if you draw it on turn 6, it's bad. The fact that Nethergoyf is a recursive threat, that it has that escape text right down the bottom that says, hey, you can swing me in for value, and then I'll come back and do it again.
It's curious to me because it's a deck where you have other cards, you have other Goyfs, right, that care about your Delirium count, your number of card types in graveyard, and you have Delve cards like Murktide Regent. So both the number of cards total and the number of types in your graveyard matters, and that makes the escape cost on Nethergoyf seem really expensive to me for a deck like this. So I know why some people maybe don't love the card, but I get you don't have to cast the escape.
Yeah, you don't have to, and it can just be super valuable. It's really interesting. So David casting Thoughtseize and taking the Molten Collapse, both of those being sorceries means that Nethergoyf only goes up by 1. I wonder whether that was a conscious choice there from David.
Maybe, yeah, especially when you know your opponent's playing multiple of these Lurgoyf creatures. It's probably not the only thing, but if you were like on the fence about what to take, you're like, yeah, I'm not going to give you +1 power for free.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely something that I consider when I'm Thoughtseizing my opponents. If I already paid 2 life for this effect, I don't want to pay it again by accident, thinking about adding a sorcery and something else into a graveyard.
It is one of the great things about these Eternal formats, right, is that like you can, and it's not even really it's not even really that fake to go into the tank on these very minor decisions. Like, they do decide games, when you fetch and what you fetch for, what card types you put in their graveyard with Thoughtseize. All of these intricate little decisions do add up and kind of determine games.
The first time I ever played a 7-point Highlander tournament, I went to time in every round.
It's hard. It's really hard. Even if you're playing a deck like Prowess that you would think is really fast and explosive, you end up going, oh, what sequence of these effects am I possibly playing this turn? What does my opponent have? Sidecat Cub, pretty good thing for your opponent to have. I guess if you are the opponent, if you're David.
Yeah. Look, and it just requires a huge amount of mental energy, this format, because you're not just thinking about a limited number of what your opponents could have or what lines they're taking. You're also thinking about, your own and what you have in hand, and therefore it's just, I definitely walk home a little bit brain dead after these kinds of games.
Oh yeah, it's exhausting just to commentate them. By the time we get to the 8th round of Swiss today and we're covering those bubble matches where players are playing to win and in, just be sympathetic in the chat and remember how much of a slog this is for these players. Especially, you were talking, one of our players has flown in, and just arrived last night, like after work effectively, and then has to rock up today and play 8 rounds of Swiss, and your prize, if you do well, is to come back tomorrow and play more.
Yeah, absolutely. But the prize for that is a tabernacle.
Yeah, I guess we didn't cover the prizes, did we? There's a lot on offer here. Not only the prestigious title of 7-point Highlander National Champion and your name on that glorious trophy, but for first place prize, we do have a cool Tabernacle of Pendrell Vale. For second place, we have a Gaia's Cradle, which isn't too shabby. And there's, a lot of prize ticks on offer for the rest of the top places. So a lot to play for.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be thrilled to be taking home a Tabernacle. It's an English one too.
Amazing. So we see the game state continues to continue. David evolving or growing that Sidecat Cub that could get very big very quickly if not answered. But for now, Joel is okay to get hit. So it's actually Lance taking the life lead early on, but that probably won't last.
Yeah, as we kind of pointed out in the previous game, knowing that Joel is meant to be the aggressor here and isn't likely to take on a particularly controlling kind of element to this, looking at life totals right now, that's not what this looks like.
So it's sort of an interesting spot to be in because this Sidecat Cub, obviously the land deck has plenty of cards that let you play more than one land a turn, or a simple fetch land will, you know, explode the power and toughness from that Sidecat Cub. So on only 13 you have to respect it, but you imagine Joel still has some removal.
I'm sure he does, yes.
So
absolutely.
the question here is, if you're cantripping and stuff, are you trying to find removal aggressively and get that off the board, or do you think you can race here? Because cards like Corey Steelcutter, you know, the DRC we saw earlier, there are cards that can come down and kind of flip the game state. Even the Kaito, Bane of Nightmares, if it's ninjutsu'd in on these 1-drops, can really change the combat maths.
Absolutely. Looking at Joel's list, the majority of his removal is irrespective of power or toughness, and therefore letting the cat grow a little bit isn't as scary as it could be. You know, if you're looking at things like primarily like dismembers or things like that, where you're concerned about it growing past removal phase.
Yeah, there's a couple of cards like that in this, but as you say, most of them, the black removal, that gives you that comfort of it doesn't really matter what size the cub is. And speaking of removal, David is
Abrupt Decay.
Gesturing with an Abrupt Decay. Haven't seen that one around as much lately, but it still works.
It sure does.
Oldie but a goodie. We're going to exile Grist in response. It is a creature card, so gain a bit of life there, I think. And unfortunately, that is the end of Deathrite Shaman.
But we do have an update to the Netherglyph now with creatures in the graveyard.
Yeah, and that's unlicensed hearse.
It's unlicensed hearse,
So
yes.
there's both players now attacking the graveyard. Even with one graveyard piece removed, its place is immediately taken. I love this artifact.
Unlicensed Hearse is amazing, something that we saw out of one of our more recent sets, another big impact into the game. You know, having an aggressive threat that allows you to exile 2 at a time, cards from a single graveyard, is super valuable.
Pointed card alert. There's that Mind Twist. I was so pumped to see this played because, as I said, it's a spicy one, right? But in the right spot, it's super high impact.
We saw a fetch land hit for the first iteration of the Sidecat Cub trigger this turn, and here's its second one, so doubling that number of counters now.
And wow, I mean, okay, we talked about loading up the graveyard for Netherglyph. I'm not going to say that this was a beneficial Mind Twist for, you know, Joel to get hit by, but that discarding your whole hand to an X discard spell will, I guess, give you that silver lining of a 4/5 Goyf. On the other hand, look at what went away there. Not only the Barragoyf and K command, there's all of your kind of long game card advantage gone in an instant.
Yeah, absolutely. He'd be sad to be seeing that Barragoyf hit the graveyard, I think.
So now we have to still find an answer for the cub because you can't, you know, accelerate and overtake that clock anymore. You just lost your beaters from hand. The hearse is going to try and grow as fast as it can. But
on 10 life apiece, we've got a hearse and we've got a 4/5 Goyf facing down a 6/6 cat.
The cat is also already attacked, so I suppose if you find a second creature to crew the hearse.
The cat's also got trample.
Yeah, so you don't. It's not a great spot to be blocking it. You really much rather just draw a removal spell, cleanly answer it, and then probably win the game like immediately thereafter. But that has to happen off the top of your deck has to cooperate for that to work.
Yep, and no amount of knocking the top of your deck will help you there. And we're seeing a second fetch land for David. The first fetch land this turn for David in a March Flats, which has done its first trigger on the cat, and is about to trigger it again, going up to a 12/12 with trample.
This is a lot of power and toughness on a trampler. So I mean, suddenly Joel, I guess you're not completely dead, but you really hope that one card is a removal spell, that it is, you know, a fatal push or a, I mean, I suppose if it was an unholy heat or something, you'd be responding to this trigger.
Yeah.
But
it's a rough spot here for Joel, where you want to look at cards like this when you're building decks, where, you know, they are incidentally powerful. I don't want to say that like the Scythecat Cub isn't a good card. It totally is. But like just in the course of playing lands, which is something you were going to do anyway.
Yeah.
And we're seeing it fetch up an Ice-Still Explorer.
Wow.
There we go.
That's going to be it, I think, because Joel, that card in hand was an island. This is so much extra power for the Cub. It's just mathematically over on the spot. That's the power of lands and how the deck evolves over time, right? There's a time even a few years ago, there's no way lands can just suddenly generate that much power and toughness, except with maybe a Marit Lage. But Scythecat Cub running over the Grixis mid-range deck. Yeah,
absolutely. And we were going to see that cat get real big, and Joel saw the writing on the table and chose to pack it up.
So brutal Melbourne team kill there, but a lot of rounds left to play. Even at X and 1, you are still alive. So, you know, hold out hope, boys.
Yeah, there's a lot more Magic to come. We are only round 2 of 8 rounds of Swiss here today.
Yeah.
Look, it is a fantastic tournament. We are here with 7 Point Highlander Nationals here at CANCON in Canberra. This is an annual event. Nationals for Highlander is beloved by the community. It is an event that happens every year. We've got a trophy with 14 years worth of annual winners.
14 years in this same room with most of these same people. I assume almost all of those past winners are still here. Same when I was at the tournament. If the format's been going on even longer than that, almost as old as Magic itself. But this is not the only big tournament on the tournament calendar, right?
It's not. We've got a very exciting year of Magic here for us in Australia this year. Do you want to tell us all about the Spotlight Series, Tom?
Oh, okay. Put me on the spot for the Spotlight. No, it's fine. It's how can we forget Spotlight Brisbane later this year? It's coming to you in Brisbane. I think the Brisbane Convention Centre at 28th of August to the 30th of August. There's no tickets available just yet, but they will be. We've had the announcement of the pre-sale. It's going to be in April, so keep your eyes on the ANZ Spotlight Series or Super Series website. That's where the tickets are going to be. All other information is going to be put out through the ANZ Super Series channel and on that website, and you'll be able to get in and book your tickets when that comes up. It's going to be for modern, pre-constructed, and if you're a kind of, you know, you go back and forth between tournaments, it does come at the end of the modern qualifier season anyway. So I'm really excited about covering that one. Everyone will have a lot of reps on their deck. The metagame will be mostly known, I think, and so it'll just be kind of like good on good, best on best for a lot of prizes.
And getting modern in Australia is fantastic, and this will be one of the largest tournaments of the year with incredible prize support. There's more coming on that, but I've heard rumours of a lot of money entering that prize pool. So definitely making it worth your time to go to sunny Brisbane in August, which I have to say, it's a beautiful time of year to be in Brisbane. So can't recommend it enough.
I'm going to take the excuse to book my ticket. Yeah, exactly. And one of the big, I think it's safe to say, without specifics, biggest tournament in this country in years. So definitely be there. There'll be side events and stuff as well. If for whatever reason you really don't like modern, but you'd love to be around just that atmosphere, which is going to be fantastic, no doubt.
Yeah, look, I can't rate this highly enough. I am super excited. I can't wait for Spotlight Series.
Maybe I'll just go there to play 7 Point, you know?
I think you definitely should, and leave the modern to me, Tom.
Oh, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. I haven't played modern in a hot minute. But anyway, we're here for 7 Point, and if you don't want to wait until August, fortunately, there will be more 7 Point coming up rather more quickly than that.
Absolutely. We will be back with round 3 of the 7 Point Highlander National Championships coming shortly. We will be back with you soon. Thanks for joining with us.
Yes, it's good to see you all again.
Who's Brock?
Yet he is no ordinary man.
Welcome back. You are joining us for round 3 of the 7-Point Highlander National Championships here at CANCON in Canberra, Australia. You've got Molly Rowe in the booth, being joined by Tom Anderson, and we are here to narrate this amazing match.
Yeah, we couldn't wait to show you these decks, so we're jumping right into the match coverage. This is round 3 of our 8-round Swiss today. These players both at 2-0, so couldn't have a better start to the event for Jack Contention and Pete Furman, playing out of Wollongong Good Games and Jolt Games respectively. So one who's travelled to be here and one who is repping the local Canberra scene.
Yeah, absolutely. Wollongong Good Games being my LGS at the moment.
Yeah,
so
nice.
It's lovely to see local representation, both for Canberra and for me.
So are you familiar with Jack? Because Jack Jack's deck is crazy cool right now.
I'm super excited to see Jack's deck. Look, I don't know Jack super well personally, but I'm looking at his list right now and I'm keen to see it go.
Yeah, Jack has identified his own list as Naya tokens, which you will not find on the directory of common 7-point Highlander archetypes, but we were talking before about how this format's a Brewer's Paradise, and you can really play whatever you want, which leads to what we see here, a real clash of styles, because this is like a natural order Naya deck that has obviously the sort of classic natural order targets currently like Atraxa, but also Craterhoof Behemoth and Torsten, founder of Benalia, along with the extremely powerful pointed cards like Minsk and Boo, and of course, broadside bombardiers.
And fourth Earlingus.
Yeah, so a combination of like tokens, pump effects, sack effects, really interesting strategy. Just going to be trying to pressure the life total with powerful cards. Meanwhile, Pete Furman is on Lurrus Breach combo.
Yep.
I know a lot of people have been traumatized by Breach combo in different formats. This is the Intuition to Brainstorm, Brain Freeze version. So another deck like the Thoracle deck we saw in round 1, where the game can just be kind of chilling and then over immediately.
Yep.
But we'll see what Jack has to interact with it.
It is the equivalent of a one-card combo, is how Tom described this to me earlier, for our Intuition, Lurrus, and Brain Freeze.
It's just that when you're one-card combo, it's a tutor that then creates a game state where you win deterministically unless your opponent does something. That's pretty nasty. If your requirements are, I draw this one card and I have like 6 things in my graveyard, I've won. You have to be so scared as the opponent, but you can't let that get to you. You just play your cards out and get aggressive. So we're getting aggressive with Cloud Midgar Mercenary, it looks like. What a cool printing of that card.
Yeah, it looks like Jack's deck is fully kitted out. Gorgeous Badgermole Cub alternate art.
Oh, wow, yeah.
The incredible magazine finish for Green Sun Zenith as well. But we've seen both a very aggressive start from Jack and a very reactive, removal-heavy start from Pete. So we saw an immediate bolting of his Birds of Paradise. So Jack played out Birds of Paradise to be immediately bolted with a Fatal Push. And then to be thought seized with that Green Sun Zenith exiting Jack's hand almost immediately as soon as Pete saw it.
Not excited about having that card resolve, and fair enough. But, Pete, it takes a little bit to set up the combo. Like I said, you at the very least need to load your graveyard. If people are unfamiliar with the card Underworld Breach, that is sort of the one modest requirement it makes of you. You can replay every card from your graveyard over and over, so long as there are other cards in your graveyard to fuel this disgusting combo explosion. So mostly you don't even really care what you do, you just have to play a bit of Magic first. Meanwhile, Jack, it's interesting, you're obviously not trying to play the long game here, but the card advantage provided by fetching Skull Clamp off of Cloud is very welcome in any matchup.
Yeah, and absolutely. Every time the tokens player gets a Skull Clamp on the board, it's a good day for them, for sure. But and we're seeing that Skull Clamp immediately hit the graveyard. So we're seeing a very interactive hand from Pete Furman. We've seen a Thoughtseize and an Inquisition of Kozilek. We've seen a Fatal Push, and I did see him pick up a Dismember as part of the brainstorm that he did a moment ago. So, very much on the interaction-heavy component. He's not interested in paying for life to dismember our creature on the field just yet, but definitely looking at what that might look like. I'm imagining we're getting a Surveil land here from this Verdant Catacombs crack, so that he gets to, there we go, and so that he'll get to Surveil before he untaps for turn.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like Jack's hand is obviously full of beautiful cards, which we are playing with face up now, thanks to that hand attack spell from Pete. So credit to those players for making it also incidentally good for the cast.
Swords to Plowshares on top of that library that he's considering right now.
Oh my gosh, he's got access to so much interaction, which is especially when Jack's kind of, it looks like a little bit land stuck there, kind of a slow start, not really where you want to be, especially when your opponent's just firing off 1 mana interaction spell, 1 mana interaction spell over and over. And
Pete knows, he can see that Jack's land light at the moment, and I imagine is saving that removal spell for that Badgermole Cub that's going to enable Jack to drop a lot of his hand.
Yeah, so now a Tameo comes out. Now this card was...
Tameo Inquisitive Student, sorry. Yeah, recently pointed.
Recently pointed, yeah. No, you took the words out of my mouth. Go ahead. To me, that's an interesting card, right? Because this deck... like a lot of combo decks, 6 points are in the combo, right? It's 3 points for Breach and 3 points for... I guess it's not technically part of the combo, but we have seen the Lurrus in Pete's hand.
Yeah.
But, you have 1 point left over to pick from a huge list of potential 1-point cards, and Tameo is the one you choose. Really interesting to me. Not like a card that contributes to the combo, not a tutor. This 1-drop gets there.
Yeah, it is a very interesting choice.
I think it's just the ability to recur an instant or sorcery card from your graveyard probably justifies it for Pete, but I think it fits in well with you know, the whole kind of strategy we've seen from Pete thus far with the, you know, playing cheap interaction and then stuff like Brainstorm that can immediately flip the Tameo. It seems like you're kind of just playing this controlling game and you're happy to wait until you find that key card, either the Intuition or the Breach manually, and then you can just suddenly end the game on the spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we're seeing Jack play out his preferred style. He's definitely getting his creatures out. We know that Pete doesn't have a wipe at the moment, just a singular interaction spells. It looks like it's Bolt in hand as well as that Dismember and the Lurrus.
Yeah, so, I mean, the board now starting to grow here for Jack, which is looking good. Did we just play that Morlock?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Morlock. So that could be... I like this sort of card in these creature decks where it's kind of dual purpose. Like, if you play an actual removal spell in that slot, you're diminishing your creature count, you're hurting your ability to get out of the box quickly every game. But having a card like this where it kind of scales to what you need from it, it can be removal in most situations on demand, you know, just makes the deck more consistent, which is what you're... You know, when you're fighting against the natural variants of a singleton format, these are the cards that you need.
Yeah, absolutely.
High floor, good versatile utility.
And you are always selecting for that in these decks. As much as you're choosing very small creatures, you want them to either be synergistic or impactful.
Pete, this is an impactful play. This is paying 4 life, it looks like, for a Dismember. We've only tapped the 1 land. That's not an inconsiderable cost against a beatdown deck.
Absolutely. It's something that I'm sure that Pete thought about very strongly, but has no interest in losing his Tameo and therefore wanted to react to that fight spell trigger.
Okay, so yeah, that's the Morlock. I think that was a good play and a great response by Pete. Both players understanding how important this 1-drop is, even though it's not technically the win condition of the deck. It just does so much both as a blocker and to get you there later on in the game. And Jack just really needs a clear lane to attack right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a counter there.
Yeah, Spell Pierce.
Spell Pierce there on that Fatal Push.
Yeah, so nothing really going super right now, but you know, Jack's still in the game as long as you have creatures on board, and we see that Pete is down to just 7 life, but doesn't seem too bothered by it. As we see here, nice play, Ledger Shredder into second spell to immediately trigger that Connive. And it's, you know, we can't see Pete's hand, so it's hard to say how close we are to that combo, which is kind of giving us a window into Jack's mindset right now. Like, you feel like you're up, but also you're so aware you could die at any time.
Yeah, you know that all you're doing is racing the clock against that combo and knowing that at any point you may have an issue.
But Jack also has that explosive quality to his deck as well, right? This is a natural order deck. You have green mana, you have creatures in play. You can go and get anything from Atraxa to win the long game to Cradlehoof Behemoth to win right now. And we also, it's not natural order, but the new Lorwyn card that I think Pete had a look at to read before when checking the hand, the Generous Speaker, that also tutors up your win conditions.
Yes, I believe that you're correct. We're seeing it come out right now.
Bingo. So you'd have to discard a card, I believe.
We're pulling that card up for you on preview just now so that we ourselves can read it.
It's discard a card to go tutor for a creature.
So we're seeing a discard of a Swords to Plowshares.
And then it can untap your Gaia's Cradle. You can't really ask much. It's like custom designed for these decks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Jean-Emmanuel Depraz.
So if you would search your library for a creature card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle.
And we've got to get Bright Glass Gearhulk, which makes sense because unlike the natural order, you do have to be able to cast this card, and the lands are still iffy, even with that Cradle in play. So Bright Glass Gearhulk, we're tutoring for a tutor. You know, we're trying to rebuild our hand from scraps here, and you're on a clock, but this is still the best way to present, you know, multitude of threats over several turns. What 1-drops can we get in this Naya deck off of this Gearhulk?
We've got our Ocelot Pride. We've got
of course.
Our
Guide of Souls, I assume, as well with the Pride.
Yeah, we saw our Birds of Paradise already, but we've got a Delighted Halfling. We've got an Ignoble Hierarch, which I believe is on the field.
Yeah.
And normal Noble Hierarch. And I believe that that's it, looking at this list at the moment.
Well, at least you can also go get Artifact or Artifact, Creature, or Enchantment cards with mana cost 1 or less, which is the kind of wording where you can go get Urza's Saga. which is also
Absolutely.
in the deck. You know, another pointed card that Jack, well, I'm sure would love to see, right? Anytime you can go and get those pointed cards, they do tend to be the linchpins of your deck. Even though you don't have like a ton of artifacts in play right now to synergize, just having the extra land and the extra pressure would be fantastic.
You're paying points to play them, you may as well get them out on the field, right?
So Pete now deploys that Lurrus, and I was wondering when we'd see that, because I haven't actually seen this Breach deck in action, and to me it seems like the Lurrus is like a very purposeful include. Getting the Breach out of your yard is so important that having that extra way to do it is, you don't want to risk that card early. So Pete here is either very close to winning or feels forced to put this life-linking blocker on the field, and you get to draw an extra card off replaying the bauble, so it does generate some immediate tempo for you, but that is a committed resource.
Yeah, absolutely. And paying the points to have Lurrus as
3 points.
Yeah, 3 points to have Lurrus as your companion. Obviously, that also creates limitations on your deck and what you're allowed to include on it with the,
we'll
with
have
the
to check
companion
whether
text.
we'll have to check whether that is Pete's companion actually, because I didn't see it get summoned out of the companion zone this
I
game.
didn't
And it was in
either.
hand, so I think that might be. We've been looking at the deck list like, man, there's a lot of pointed cards here, but I believe that the Lurrus might not actually be counting against the point total, because the
That
deck,
would make sense.
The deck list doesn't always know whether it's in the sideboard or not, but it's in the main on the deck list. So I think we're actually saving the points there. Obviously, it means you can't access Lurrus on demand, but here, because it's only like a backup piece of the combo, it makes sense to me from a deck building perspective.
Yeah, it is actually in the list itself, so he drew that naturally.
Yeah,
and
that's
it's
what I
just
thought.
part
I'm
of-
like, did I miss him putting that into play? But no, he just picked it up. So
Yeah, so Lurrus is a 3-pointed card if it is your companion. Otherwise, if it's just included in your deck, it is free to play.
I think that's the same for Lutri Spell Chaser as well.
That's
So
correct.
it's really, I love that we have that finesse in the pointing, where it's like, if you just want to play this card, it's completely fair. We're not going to penalize you for including Lurrus in your deck, but having it as your companion obviously is insanely more powerful. Having that extra card, having constant access to it in a zone your opponent can't realistically touch.
Exactly.
So, you know, the points list is able to just say asterisk as companion.
Yeah,
Elegant.
in a singleton format,
Yes.
the ability to have a companion and just an accessible card in your hand, in inverted commas, at all times, is just too consistent, too valuable.
Especially in
go
these companions
unpointed.
where it's like, okay, you're always playing singleton, Lutri is free. You're basically always playing cheap cards. Lurrus may as well be free.
Yeah.
What's not free is staying alive here for Pete, as we are finally, I don't want to say belatedly, but we're seeing some of that pressure. Wow, I didn't see these Thopter Foundry in the list original. Not Thopter Foundry, sorry, the one that generates servo tokens from Legacy Ninjas in the Naya tokens list. That makes it cool that you also have Urza's Saga. So I assume that was the find off the Bright Glass Gearhulk, a 1-mana token generating engine. And I mean, it may not come into play because this game might end right here, but you can see how Jack plays the long game as well as the short game. Just a really cool deck. I've never seen anything like this. So, you know, shout out to Jack for being a true original with this one.
It's on his deck list, submitted by Jack. Deck designer is listed as Jack.
Retrofitter Foundry, that is the name of it. Yeah, something Foundry. Okay. But it creates artifact tokens or upgrades artifact tokens you may have already. So if viewers are familiar with it, it's probably from Legacy. It's great if you have a different source of, say, servos or indeed Thopter tokens, because you can kind of skip up the chain to generating 4/4 colorless constructs.
Yeah.
But since this is a deck that's playing Craterhoof Behemoth and Torsten Founder of Benalia, like, you don't really care how big your creatures are. The raw creature count often matters more.
Yeah, absolutely. As much as I love a Thopter Foundry in my Commander deck, I don't think that it's probably going to find a home at the moment in this deck for Jack.
There was someone who won the Day 2 side event for 7 Point in the Sydney tournament, playing a Retrofitter Thopter Foundry Sword of the Meek combo.
Oh, I love that.
It was like the 3rd combo in an artifact pile deck, but it was there. I saw it.
Yep.
I witnessed that person. As we see a much better, more recent printing artifact, Corey's Steel Cutter come down. So now Pete's going to indulge in some token making.
Yep. Second spell being Urza's Bauble from the graveyard.
Yeah.
Meaning that he's got that second spell trigger, creating the Monk token with Prowess that will go on that Corey Steel Cutter.
And triggering the Kanai from Ledger Shredder. Like, we're seeing
Yeah.
the synergy of the deck come together. You're also only one draw away from triggering the Tameo. Unfortunately, you can't use the Bauble to draw a card this turn, but Pete just trying to do enough to stay alive right now. Every extra draw might win you the game, although maybe not this turn with the way your mana is, but the classic Lurrus Bauble engine trying its hardest to keep Pete in this game one.
We're seeing a removal on the Retrofitter Foundry. We're seeing a response with Gaia's Cradle being tapped and a Thopter or a Servo being created.
Servo being created.
Yep.
Yep.
And, you know, you mentioned Ledger Shredder. That's a staple of these, of pretty much any blue deck that I've seen, particularly anything like in this kind of Eternal format, you're playing a lot of spells, you're playing a lot of card selection spells if you're playing blue, and you're playing a lot of cantrips. So enabling things like Ledger Shredder and Corey Steelcutter to be pretty good in every deck.
Yeah, okay, so we're saying that was a cool use. We see the Gaia's Cradle obviously generates a quite obscene amount of mana.
Quite a lot of mana right now.
And that was the use of the Retrofitter Foundry there just as a mana sink, because you can pay 3 to untap it. If you have Gaia's Cradle and nothing better to do with it, you can just make a servo, upgrade it to a Thopter, potentially upgrade that to a Construct. You know, it costs you an ungodly amount of mana, but if you weren't doing anything with that mana, or the Foundry's about to die, you might as well. And we got a couple of Guided Souls triggers out of it. So, yeah, when you play a lot of good cards, you just find these synergies naturally emerge. It's kind of just a nice, happy accident. And this is not a happy accident. This is a happy, very intentional. Here's the One Ring.
So we're seeing a One Ring, tap, adding a counter, drawing a card.
Yeah.
Immediately, you know, Jack finding an out to be able to, to be able to refill his hand, and then finding a Minsk and Boo off the top, and immediately casting that with his remaining Gaia Cradle floating mana.
So we talk about, you know, the sort of variance that comes with when you find your points and being able to find your pointed cards. Being able to play the One Ring and draw into Minsk and Boo, you can't have many more powerful turns than that in this sort of deck. Minsk and Boo, if it was in a different color combination, I feel like it'd be the most played card in the format. And that is actually going to end game one on the spot before I can even show you what Minsk and Boo does. Some of you out there may not need the reminder. It wins the game. You throw a big hamster at them and they die. I will not explain further. Let's see if Pete can do better in game two. I was surprised with how that went. Pete looked so strong at the outset.
Pete was very strong at the outset, had answers for every threat that was coming down from Jack. I can't say that I wasn't expecting this outcome, but I'm also really glad that we got to see it from the Naya tokens. You know, knowing that Breach Combo just has answers to everything, and looking at Pete's hand and seeing him continue to shut down threat after threat, I was worried we were going to have a non-starter from the tokens deck, but it really had a lot of resilience.
I think it shows my pessimism, because I think in this matchup I'm definitely closer to being on Jack's side of the table, and it just sometimes it feels like the combo player, they always have it. Storm always has turn one, Black Lotus, Tinker, kill you. But sometimes they don't, right? And that's why like the points list matters, because you can play Breach and you can play, you know, Tameo and all these other broken cards, but you then can't play, you know, Vampiric Tutor and Demonic Tutor. You can't just have them. And so Pete, you know, the deck's full of very respectable spells, but if you don't draw your pieces, you don't draw your pieces. And at some point, the Naya deck, I think that's a consistent theme. There are very few players in the room who are putting their faith in kind of pure control. There are some. But like you have to work really hard against the sheer power and consistency of threats in this format.
Absolutely. In a singleton format, variance is real, and you have to be able to play to your outs.
Because you can't hold them off forever.
Exactly. And, you know, it adds to the replayability of this format, which I think is incredible. You know, you can sit and jam against your friend, and it's not like when you're jamming standard and you feel like you've just played this game 10 times already. You know, you are playing very different games every single time. And you're right. You cannot assume that the control or the combo player just has the answer. You have to go for your outs, and you have to play to your avenues.
I don't know if you've heard this sort of thing before, because it comes to me from like from fighting games, right? From a completely different style of game. But there's sort of two psychographics of players you can take. There are players who are innovators, and there are players who are refiners. Some people really like to have really different game experiences and try out every flavor of ice cream in the shop. They see someone playing a cool deck, like, I got to test that, you know, and they're not that interested in playing something that's a known quantity. And then you have the players who love repping that standard matchup, because when they can find that 1% line, they can think 5 turns ahead. That's what feels really rewarding to them. What's great about this format is it pays both kinds of players off. You do get hugely rewarded for playing a rogue deck, and the card pool's so large, you can find things that are powerful out there no one is on. But at the same time, if you are the best Grixis player in the room, that's an achievement and something that probably gets you to top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'll see some of our most accomplished players in the room. 3-time national champion Justin Chung.
Just to name one at random, who is currently 2-0.
Who is currently 2-0.
4-time national champion incoming.
Exactly. Or maybe.
Sorry, not to put pressure on Juzza, Yeah,
I agree. I agreed with that too quickly.
No. Sorry, no disrespect to anyone in the room, but
is piloting a well-known deck that he has played repeatedly, and he knows inside and out, knows his lines, knows his outs, knows what he's playing against.
But it's cool to have that choice.
Absolutely. I won't say that I'm the innovator because I'm definitely not the creative brewer that I would love to be, but I love watching other people's brews and going, that's sick, I want to try that. And my current balance of MTG Arena wild cards is a testament to the fact that I try out lots of crazy decks that definitely don't work out.
Whereas mine is a testament to the fact that I play a lot of draft.
Yeah.
I open a lot of booster packs. Yeah.
But look, I think that anyone of any kind of demographic across how you like to play Magic has a home at 7-Point Highlander and can find something for them.
And especially, like, you know, the elephant in the room, right? The most played format of Magic by far, the one that has, like, a lot of appeal, especially newer players, is Commander, right? It's the most common way people enter the game nowadays. Jumping from Commander to Legacy is quite an ask, even if you have a lot of staple cards just coincidentally because they're both Eternal formats. 7-Point Highlander is such a great halfway house between those things. If you have a really specific niche archetype in Commander you like, you can probably translate it to 7-Point and do reasonabally well. Yeah. You don't need to buy extra copies of cards that you have that are really powerful, like Cradle. If you've sold one, hey, guess what? You can only play one copy here anyway. So
Exactly.
It's so easy for people to just... I've watched people in real time take 40 cards out of a Commander deck and go, that's good enough, and register that for FNM.
And, you know, have a really good competitive REL time at turning your Commander deck into something, you know...
It's worth a try.
Yeah.
So we've just seen these players sideboard for game 2. We'll take a brief look at those sideboards. We've obviously got a pretty polarized matchup. One is a creature deck looking to win by damage. One is an out-and-out combo deck looking to win by degenerate means. What do you think each player brings in sideboarding?
Yeah, it's a really good question, Tom. I'm thinking that from the tokens perspective, I'm bringing in a choke, I'm bringing in a carpet of flowers. I'm thinking about... Does Ghost Vacuum have the interactions that I think it does with this combo? Or?
It has the interaction of taking the keycards out of the graveyard, and Escape doesn't change the timing rules for them. So that is one thing you have to play around. Like if you expose, so to speak, your Underworld Breach in the graveyard, you have to know you have a way to dodge removal, like graveyard removal on that target.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be considering something like Veil of Summer just to make your things uncounterable and unremovable in this format, where we saw from Pete in game 1 quite a lot of targeted removal.
Veil of Summer has a really cool hidden mode against this deck as well, because the keycard Intuition targets an opponent.
Ah, there we go. Okay.
It's only by way of like, well, your opponent chooses which of the cards you get, blah, 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 and that choice, the deck's designed so the choice doesn't matter, but the fact you have to target them does matter.
It does matter, yeah. Okay,
so that
that's really
I think that definitely comes in.
Yeah, what about for our blue-black player? What's he bringing in?
I mean, I imagine it's like, where's the removal? And it's cards that we talked about already today, right? Cards that are very common. Massacre, right? You loved, against any white deck, Free Sweeper. Like, you can't have a much more game-changing effect than that, so that definitely comes in. Other than that, I don't know. It depends how much you respect the natural order side of the deck. Do you bring in Ashiok Dream Render to say your opponent cannot search their library for a Traxa, right? Or do you hope that you kind of just dodge that part of the deck and beat them?
I would be bringing that in if it was just me personally.
That's fair enough. Yeah.
Not just for that static effect. It also is a card that does other things, right?
Yeah,
so,
okay. Well, you could do that, or you could bring in something like Consign to Memory, which can counter the color spells in the deck, or counter like an ATB trigger that's very powerful.
So we saw a turn 1, sorry,
no,
Tom, to cut you off. We saw a turn 1 Skull Clamp there from Jack, and is following up with a Voice of Resurgence.
Yeah, the match is well underway, but this is the first like kind of really shot across the bows type play from either player. Pete, I'm sure, is very happy to just develop some lands and say go, but Jack now, I love that Voice of Resurgence is on the battlefield right now. I feel it's kind of a slightly underplayed card, probably just as a consequence of green aggro, green creature decks not being maybe where you want them to be right now, but Voice is still such a powerful card.
I was about to say, we're not even seeing it on the battlefield yet. I think it was still being
it's still being cast. My apologies.
But it's definitely resolved now because Jack is attempting to equip his Skull Clamp.
That must feel good as well. Like, your opponent has done nothing so far and has 3 open mana. You're assuming their hand is full of interaction, and you get to resolve a pretty powerful creature that will now punish any future interaction.
Yeah.
You start to wonder what's in Pete's hand.
That Skull Clamp on that Voice of Resurgence means that removing that Voice of Resurgence is more damaging to Pete in terms of the tempo
just let it
play.
be, you know?
Yeah.
More trouble than it's worth, although maybe Jack has a way to sacrifice it even at this point. It's looking pretty juicy.
Yeah, what harm could it do? It's just a little Voice of Resurgence. How bad could it be, Tom?
How bad? Well, yeah, it depends how many spells you want to cast on your opponent's turn. Pete over here now, has 4 mana, could do really anything. That's a lot of mana to have in a 7-point format, especially for combo deck. We can see a glimpse. Oh, there's the Massacre as well. So I think Pete maybe just feeling very comfortable and biding time here.
There's also a fatal push that Pete pulled to the front of his hand, which looks like it's about to potentially hit the field, because we did see a Misty Rainforest go out earlier, so we have enabled Morbid.
Yeah, I mean, okay, even this decision is interesting to me. Like, again, not wrong, but just like, I feel there's probably an argument to say, so what if you hit me for 3 a turn? But your opponent's also on 3 mana, so you're aware, well, what if they untap a natural order, make a token, draw 2 cards, and put a Traxxas into play? Maybe I'll just fatal push that.
Yeah. So Voice of Resurgence leaving behind its elemental token. We're seeing Pete now.
Could even Skull Clamp that to draw some more cards.
We're seeing Pete now with 3 open mana, just passing the turn right back. So Jack drew his 2 cards. So Skull Clamp is a +1/+1/-1 equipment that when that creature dies, draw 2 cards. So we saw Jack draw his 2 cards.
Yeah, it needs very little introduction. Love that printing. Looks super cool again. Jack's
cool.
deck looks nice.
It is beautiful.
Yeah, it's a slightly different printing of the card, but yeah, such a powerful engine for these decks, which is why it's pointed. Also very tutorable in a lot of them.
Yeah.
Great Urza Saga target.
Yeah.
Nothing bad to say about the card Skull.
It fits into my personal style of play, so I'm always a big fan.
So I feel like this has to, like, there's every chance it is. I feel like this has to be a big turn from Jack. Just because, like, both players are doing a lot of nothing, and that seems to favor Pete, and we also have the benefit of seeing Pete's hand is, like, quite loaded with interaction.
Yeah.
So Jack, really, you'd want to, like, drawing all these cards is very neat, but you want to get on the board sooner than later.
Okay. So even with 4 open mana, Jack chose to ship the turn back.
Okay. I mean, there are flash creatures.
There are. I believe there's an endurance in there.
I like no equip, though, because like this deck, having a creature in play is a resource you don't just want to throw away carelessly. And we already just triggered Skull Clamp. Like, you can't threaten it at instant speed, but being able to threaten the natural order is going to warp Pete's play patterns. And now we see that endurance. Great call.
Yep.
So get rid of that graveyard, which is, of course, the graveyard attack is essential against this is the most, like, every deck in this format's kind of a graveyard deck. This is like the most a graveyard deck.
I was actually wrong. Endurance is not in the main board of this deck. It must be a sideboard card that's come in from Jack.
Pretty common sideboard card. As you say, it's so common that it's sometimes a main board card. It's just so useful against everything. And it is just a 3/4 body. But
super solid, yeah. Flashing 3/4 body, also available for Evoke if you just wanted to exile a green card from your hand to interrupt a strategy that was going off, for instance. But also shrinks Goyfs. It's a really good flash in blocker, shrink your Goyf, block. Answer to a lot of things, and we are seeing something very
Springheart and Tuco.
Oh yes, I think
absolutely not, says Pete. I don't want to see that. No. Maybe he has too much trauma from Nadu decks, where this is the rare fair Springheart and Tuco. I don't think there's a combo with it, which is something I say with extreme trepidation. Wow, Red Blast came in from the side.
Yeah, Red
Great
Elemental
call.
Blast.
Okay.
Sitting there ready to counter that Drown in the Lock.
You never expect that. Everyone's cool until the Naya player busts out a counter spell.
Yes.
Feels almost taboo, but now we're going to resolve this Bestow, maybe, which could be very potent, and Pete forced to commit a second removal spell, probably still happy that he had it. Yeah,
absolutely. That Swords to Plowshares being clutch here. Pete having no interest in Jack being able to copy that elemental token every turn.
Yeah, genuinely exponentially growing board state is not something you want, but that's the benefit of the Bestower, that even after that huge stack fight, you still have a Springheart and Tuco, which is not bad.
Exactly correct.
Especially with Skull Clamp in play.
Yep.
Oh, and especially with the Guy's Cradle. So Guy's Cradle, if you're at home thinking, they're talking about these pointed cards, you know, they're all these crazy strong cards. I bet that must be worth like 3 points. Think lower.
Gaia's Cradle currently unpointed.
Yeah. So the fact that there's still not that many green creature decks in the room, I think tells you something, but it's not that the card Gaia's Cradle isn't good. Don't take the wrong message.
Yeah.
It's a format about finding the cards you think are underpointed in some no small part and putting them in your deck, which Jack has done.
It is very true. So we saw Gaia's Cradle hit, create a token, tap for 3, equip for 1 on the token, draw 2 cards. We're now seeing a second equip on the Endurance, and we're about to see an attack. Yep.
This is the great part of 7 Point, right? Like, however you imagine the Naya token aggro versus breach combo matchup would go, I bet it wasn't the Naya player having a dominant card advantage and playing out of hand at flash speed.
It wasn't, but I'm really glad that we're here. Tom.
Jack's looking great.
So what's Pete's lines here? What's Pete's outs? He's definitely able to construct a combo from here. By all means, he's still on 14 life. He's got lots to do. But with only 2 cards in his graveyard, he's actually going to have some trouble kicking that combo off.
I think that, I'm sure it's why Jack knew it when he did it, but that endurance has genuinely set Pete back quite a bit. We don't know how close he was to the combo otherwise, but now you have like, okay, well, I've got to think about that on top of everything else. I thought I had that base covered. You don't have forever to do it either. Like, you're sitting on this massacre the whole time, but your opponent isn't really playing into it as much as they might.
Yep, endurance, even with the Skull Clamp equipped, has 3 toughness, and therefore not going to hit off that that massacre, and also no white permanents.
Yeah, and there's cards in the deck like Broadside Bombardiers or Minsk and Boo that can represent a lot of like quote-unquote hasty damage. So even though you think 14, that's a decent life total, I'm looking all right, you can't necessarily rely on extra turns, even with a board wipe, because, you may not have time to cast a sorcery. You may suddenly die.
In Pete's hand, I can see a Lion's Eye Diamond.
And Savin's Reclamation, so that's 2 out of the 3 combo pieces kind of naturally.
Yep. So definitely on the cusp. Pete, you can see in the actual player camera there, thinking very hard.
Yeah, looking really pensive. And obviously, you do need to play somewhat quickly with a lot of these decks, especially in Pete's case if you're trying to come back
bolt to the face.
Wow, that's scary, scary stuff. If your opponent bolts you in the face, it's kind of a statement of intent.
That is, I have lots of damage coming your way. And
I reckon I can count to 11 from here.
Yep. And particularly end step, very aggressive. So we've got a land coming in, landfall trigger on Springheart and Nantuko, giving you a 1/1.
Natural order for Craterhoof. Come on, one time. One time, Jack. Of course, Pete does have cards in hand, and you have to be careful about committing to one big play.
Yeah.
Maybe since Jack's drawn so many cards, it's smart to just keep trickling them onto the battlefield, as he has been doing so expertly.
He's got enough to equip the Skull Clamp before he natural orders, which does require the sacrifice of a creature.
True, true.
So draw 2 cards and natural order is not sad.
It's so hard to say no to draw 2 cards. Like in almost any situation. But would Sir also like to draw 2?
I have a lot of willpower, Tom, but I don't say no to that.
Well, we'll see what Jack says. You have drawn at least you're in a position of having drawn a lot of cards already off this Skull Clamp. The fact that Pete hasn't been able to draw, a white removal spell like Prismatic Ending or something that could target that must be really eating at him because...
We've got a Minsk and Boo.
Oh, no. Now it's kind of... The game has progressed to a point where the Skull Clamp is no longer really the problem. It's the cards that we've found off it. We're going to see the hamster actually hit the board this time, but it might not last much longer than that.
Exactly right.
So Boo comes down. And now we're going to uptick this potentially. It seems like a good spot to get a greedy with the hamster. You can immediately
That's exactly
downtick for
what we
damage.
see.
Yeah, I like it. I like to see it.
I like to see it too. So that hamster has trample and haste.
It's a space hamster, I think. Not a Baldur's Gate 2 guy, but even I'm familiar-ish with the lore. Minsk always has his animal companion, which is a fearsome hamster. Sometimes he throws it at you.
I'm always, I find it hilarious, just the visual of someone throwing a hamster at you and having that be lethal. But I definitely is worth fearing. There is a reason that Minsk and Boo is pointed.
I'm so sorry for cursing Pete. I just casually named out of the air, what if there was Minsk or Broadside Bombardiers? In fact, there's both, which shows you...
There is both, yeah.
You just drew so many cards of Skull Clamp, you may as well have your whole deck in your hand. Pete has so much to answer here.
And you can still see Jack's hand there on the left of the screen with multiple cards in it. We are seeing an Unearth.
Oh, that could be Unearth for... We're cycling this, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, that can be really exciting. You can do... This deck has all sorts of changes. Oh, Unearth my Lurrus, Lurrus my Breach, Breach my Diamond, Diamond my Intuition. But Pete... Yeah, that was the desperation cycle, it looks like. And Pete is like, look, I was so close.
Yeah.
I even have a Massacre, but it's too late even for that. Wow.
To those at home who have been watching this game, it may look like Peter's done nothing, but that is not the case. He's been assembling this combo and would have won the game from nowhere.
You can't let those combo players have a spare second. They're like the silent assassins. Slowly that hand is accumulating power and then Spirit Bomb out of nowhere.
Exactly. So, Pete laying down his hand there and just showing how close he was, and Jack probably wiping a bead of sweat off of his forehead, but getting to take down that match 2-0.
I love the communal spirit that shows, right? Like, that is the 7-point community. These two really cool decks playing a really competitive match, you know, exchanging powerful spells, and at the end it's just a, oh, look at all that, I was this close, but hey, nice match, man.
Yeah,
Good luck next.
And you know, in that position, you always look at the top card of your library and you always wish that you had.
You are a top card looker. You're not afraid of what, you know, to know what might have been.
Do what I say and not what I do, because I always look and I always know that I shouldn't have.
Oh, I always look after the mulligan and go, see, I should have kept that 0 lander. There were 2 lands on top. Would have won the game on turn 2. Easy. Never didn't have it.
Never didn't have it. Absolutely. All right. Well, look, that brings the end to round 3 of our Swiss rounds, of which there will be a total of 8 today at the 7-Point Highlander National Championship. It is not the only big event on our calendar for this year. We are looking down the barrel of a Spotlight Series in Brisbane on the 28th to the 30th of August. So later this year in sunny Brisbane. August is a lovely time to be in Brisbane, I have to say. Brisbane being my home state. But it is well worth coming. It will be a modern format with huge prizes. Tickets will become available, we believe, in April off the Spotlight Series website.
Yeah, it's kind of like the yin and yang of Magic events. Like, this is the real heart of the community grassroots event, this 7-point tournament. And then later on in the year, we're going to have, like, as close to a world champs as we're likely to see in Australia for a long while. Like, all the glitz and glamour, pro players coming in, your chance to play very high stakes Magic. You know, just the thrill of being there is going to be massive. But we're going to hop on it a lot, Dame, because you do want to get in and register when tickets are available. I know some people who are called out for this event by the sort of demand on tickets. You're going to only imagine what it's going to be like for something like the Spotlight Series.
Places will be limited. We have 200 players here today. We hit our cap. Not just the cap for the main event here, but the cap for all of the Magic-related side events here at CanCon this week.
Which is awesome.
It's just incredible. It's a testament to the community here in Australia. We love our Magic and we want to do more of it. And if Spotlight Series is your game, you should make sure that you head up there, show your support for local Magic, and make sure that we get more and more of these events as we go forward.
Yeah, but for more and more Magic today, I think we'll be back with the 5 rounds of Swiss after a lunch break. These players have already had a long morning, and so unfortunately, those of you with the stream, we have to wait a little bit longer, but lots more 7-point coming up ahead on the broadcast.
Yeah, so we'll be off to have our own lunch, and we'll be back with you for round 4 as soon as we can.
major run. Maraschino cherries, major run. No one had a run like Limes. No one.
enjoying my last days. Sporting some new kicks and rocking a fresh fade. Becoming a made man, approaching the mic stand. Got the crowd tripping, shorty screaming, here go my jam. Rocking it all night with flights in the morning. I'm soaring through the air, got my people calling me Jordan. And touching every soul in the city when I be touring. Known to persuade the haters, and now I got them supporting the movement. Always executing my blueprint. These plans come together when I represent music. Never losing my stride, put my life in these lines. Your boy is one of a kind. I leave my stamp on these times like this the legacy. Here to defend it with verbal weaponry. Known to bring the fire, devour all those who step to me. Yeah, so bang your head if you feel this. Shouts to PR and sub for always keeping it real, kid.
What's the win? What's the win? What's the win? What is going on? What's the win? What's the win? What's the win? Tell me what's the win on today? What's the win? What's the win? What's the win? What is going on? What's the win? What's the win? What's the win? Tell me what's going on today? Morning commute with glorious loops on repeat again. Recording the truth since I was a youth in them vegan when I was on the move cause I was in school. I keep my pen and rep the crew. You know how we do in the VDM. My bad, V, but I say the best for last. Made in Maryland and I'm a rep until the day I pass. Riding to that weak shit, dog. I think I pass. Don't even ask. I ain't speaking on the state of trash. This Serenity's daddy rapping back in action till they go and murk me in the paddy wagon. That's what you get for being black and rapping with a nappy head, sporting baggy fashion on your skinny slacks are sagging. The vision isn't what it seems, resistance is in my genes. They wanna put me in cuffs. Too long deferring our dreams, ignoring the people's screams. Damn right, we had enough. What's up? What's the win? What's the win? What's the win? What is going on? What's the win? What's the win? What's the win? Tell me what's going on today? What's the win? What's the win? What's the win? What is going on? What's the win? What's the win? What's the win? Tell me what's going on today? Tell me what's going on today? Tell me what's going on today?
nights I'm caught in city shenanigans. Spent 1,000, did a show and made it back again. I'm real passionate about the craft I pursue. I can't lose when faced with a
Welcome back. You are joining us for round 4 of the 7-Point Highlander National Championships here at CANCON in Canberra, Australia. My name's Molly Rowe. Today joining me is Tom Anderson.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much for introducing me. If you haven't been here since before the lunch break so long ago now, we are 3 rounds deep into our national championship for 7-Point Highlander, and I'm having a blast.
Me too. It has been a brilliant day of incredible community magic. We've seen a plethora of very different decks and definitely been showing off what we said earlier about this being a brewer's paradise of a format. So we are looking at our 2 3-0 players, Paris Pandy and Isaac Lee. They are both, well, Isaac is rocking a very interesting brew of a deck, which we can't wait to walk you through. And Paris is rocking Grixis for us today.
Yeah, so I guess one deck, this is our first repeat deck, if you want to say Grixis is a repeat deck, but without having looked deeply at the list, I'd be surprised if Paris's list was, you know, exactly similar to the one we saw earlier today. That was more of an aggressive Grixis deck, whereas Pandy, other than playing the same 3 colors, probably making some different choices here.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll always see a couple of different things that different pilots like to include in there, both Grixis and Jund. You'll find the same thing where the body of the deck is similar, but there are tweaks and changes that each individual pilot will make for themselves.
And a great place to start, as, I mean, Isaac hopefully will slow down just enough for us to talk about both decks as we see the hints at the beginnings of this list. You can see Zerda there is revealed because it's the companion. So all of these cards in Isaac's deck have activated abilities in order to meet the companion requirement. We have have, judges confirm this is a legal Zerda deck. And that kind of gives you a hint as to what Isaac's doing. It's a lot of artifact combo nonsense. Paris, though, starting with the points, you can immediately see, okay, so the last list was very aggressive, pointing a 1-drop like Nethergoyf. This deck going bigger, the points here, Force of Will, Barrogoyf of 3-drop, Psychic Frog, 2 points, premier threat in these decks, and Deadpool trading card. Again, one of the cards of all time and a big threat in these Grixis lists. As well as, I guess, the other 1-drop that's pointed, Tamio Inquisitive Student, which we've seen out of a couple of decks so far today.
Yeah, absolutely. So from Isaac, we've seen a Mishra's Bauble and a Voltaic Key hit the ground. Zerda being a companion is going to be a really interesting element for this deck. This is a relatively new archetype to the format, but it's slotting into an existing shell of fast mana artifact things, right? So what would Isaac's payoffs for this kind of strategy look like, Tom?
Well, it's cool. I'll take the role. I'll pretend I've never seen this deck before today because I haven't, although there are apparently multiple versions of it running around the room, so maybe we'll see more of it. When I see Zerda the Dawnwaker, I think Basalt Monolith and also Grim Monolith, since we're here in a format where you can play basically every card in Magic. These are the easiest infinites to do. They pop off with a ton of cards, most of which are in the deck. And the end result is basically that you produce infinite colorless mana, because you can tap and untap the Monolith. If you have a way to reduce the cost of the ability, if you have a different way to untap it, there's like 1,000 ways. As we like to say, it goes infinite with a ham sandwich, basically any card in the deck. And then once you've made the infinite mana, that's like the real question, because unlimited colorless mana can't always get there, but this deck is designed to win from that spot. So you have cards like Urza, Lord High Artificer, you have Golos, Tireless Pilgrim, just a bunch of cards where if you can just dump an arbitrarily large amount of mana in it, the end result is you end up playing your whole library, and then I assume there's some sort of way that the deck wins from there.
I'm sure that Isaac remembered to include his win cons. But so we saw Isaac attempt to cast an Agatha's Soul Cauldron, we saw that get spell pierced, and we're now in the following turn where Isaac is casting a Grim Monolith, just as you predicted there, Tom, and we're now seeing a
Lion's Eye Diamond, that's the Chaos Emerald printing there from the Sonic Secret Lair, I believe, but does the same job if you need it to, and a Mystic Forge, incredibly dangerous card to see in these lists. So not like a combo, but the next best thing, a great engine to rip through his deck and find the pieces.
Yeah, and Isaac did promise me...
Oh, sorry, actually, my apologies, that's Lotus Petal, is it? Okay, my bad. That is sacrifice an artifact, add one mana of any color. So Lion's Eye Diamond is in the deck for Isaac, and it is a key piece, but Chaos Emerald... It rused me. It looks like an LED. It's a Lotus Petal.
Yes.
There's LED. I was a turn early. Oh,
and a
wow!
Planetarium of Wanshitong. Okay.
That's okay. So a new piece for this deck.
This was, we promised you fast mana, and boy, did we get it. Here we are right now with Isaac activating the Scry ability on the Planetarium of Wanshitong.
Yes.
Shipping both to the bottom. And
flipping
out both Khan.
So do we have how much of a Khan board do we have here? Because I think there's different philosophies on Khan the Great Creator in 7 Point. It's like a real question, how much of your 15 sideboard slots do you devote to sort of Khan targets versus having more of a normal sideboard?
Looking at Isaac's sideboard right now, we are looking at an Abrade, a Blue Elemental Blast, a Byforce, a Dak Faden, an Ensnaring Bridge, a Hydro Blast, a Mind Break Track, a Microsynth Lattice, Portable Hole, Pyroblast, Red Elemental Blast, Sword Splash, Tormund's Crypt, Vexing Bauble, Zerda.
Of course, because the Zerda Companion does take up one sideboard slot, so he's still down to 14, and I like that it's a mix there. So we've got the Essentials, Microsynth Lattice, obviously, we can win the game.
I was about to say, Microsynth Lattice will be the target, yeah.
I mean, it looks like Isaac has enough mana already, nearly. Like, looking at all these cards, to play Vexing Bauble as well, so you can see, like, there's a Prison element to this deck, there's an Explosive Combo element to this deck. Mystic Forge just doing tons of work right now.
Isaac did promise me off-screen before this match that he had included the alternate arts to as many of his cards as he thought possible, just to make sure that it was as hard for us as possible from the commentary booth to identify things like that Lotus Petal.
Yeah, but one thing that's interesting about this deck, right, you're looking at this and sort of thinking ahead. If you've played Eternal formats before, you might think, oh, key, where's the Time Vault, right? Surely that's in the deck, most obvious win condition, but that's where the points list comes in. Time Vault is a mighty 4 points.
Absolutely.
More than half the points in your list. Isaac decided that is too rich a price for his blood, and he's going to find a different way to win.
Yeah. Look, I think that Vexing Bauble is going to be really interesting in terms of how it's going to shape the rest of this game, acting, as you said, as a taxation kind of lock piece.
It's also an interesting card for Isaac's deck to play, considering how often it can play cards. But I suppose a lot of these effects, like Urza, say that you can put the card onto the battlefield rather than cast it without paying its mana cost. Or you can just crack your own Vexing Bauble, as we see, I think, Isaac do there when you're ready to cheat.
When you're ready to go.
Ready to make legal plays that do not involve paying the cost of cards. I want to make absolutely clear, Isaac Lee, pillar of the community, not a cheater. Not even implying that as a joke.
No, look, Isaac doing very fair, unfair things right now. And you can see from Paris there's a thumbs up, but this game is...
That's the thumbs up from the person whose like whole body is underwater and they put their thumb up like above the flood.
Above the flood, yeah.
I'm still here. I'm hanging in there.
Well, I think at this point, if you're Paris, you're watching to understand exactly what this deck does. You're trying to understand what Isaac's win conditions that he has included, if not Time Vault. What has he included and how is he going to win? And therefore, having that understanding ready to go for game 2 or 3.
Especially because, as you said, this is quite a new archetype. Like, obviously, there's been artifact synergy decks and big mana decks before, but not quite this exactly. And Zerta makes you build the list in a funny way.
Yep.
So Paris definitely in the information gathering stage here of the matchup as Urza Lord High Artificer comes down like a hammer onto this packed board state and makes a construct token. Love the Don Quixote windmill.
Yep.
Beautiful token there from Isaac.
So we are seeing lots happening. Isaac has lots of information both about what's on top of his deck and things to do in play right now.
Yeah. And the One Ring, so we're seeing a lot of points on the table. What are Isaac's? We've got the One Ring. I assume there's a Tinker in the deck somewhere.
There is definitely a Tinker in the deck.
Seems like a good choice.
Isaac said to me earlier that when he was 2-0, he was enjoying having opening hands with Tinker already there and fast mana because it was just making his life easy.
Yeah, speaking of fast mana, I can see there's a Tolarian Academy in play that is actually pointed. So not Gaia's Cradle, but Tolarian Academy, the most powerful of that cycle, arguably is. And Mishra's Workshop is also in the deck. That's another really potent fast mana card for an artifact deck like this, also on the points list.
But we're seeing the power of the One Ring right now.
Yep.
Not only making sure that Isaac was safe for the turn that he played
and
it, but just
it
being
is.
a card engine. Here we go, Micah Synthladis.
Yeah.
So we've seen Khan tick down, Micah Synthladis coming out of the board, and Isaac clearly explaining how this is going to kill Paris.
Pointing at well, it doesn't so much kill it as, like, you are offered the chance to concede this very unfun game of Magic. Khan, the great creator, says that one-sidedly your opponents can't activate the abilities of artifacts they control, and Mike Synthladis says everything is an artifact, so you can no longer tap your lands. You can no longer grow your Psychic Frog or jump it. So with the One Ring in play that you're tapping and untapping multiple times a turn, the Planetarium similarly, the ability, like, not only does Isaac have an overwhelming resource advantage, he just played the card that says your opponent can't play Magic.
Yep.
So that's going to be a concession, I imagine.
Whilst Micah Synthladis does not read you win the game, it reads that you don't get to keep playing the game and therefore you get to make choices about how this goes from here.
As a player and commentator, I can count on one hand the number of turns I've seen games go on after this combo hits the table, but Paris is going to sweat it out and just make Isaac explain how does your deck win, for reference.
Yep.
How do you actually kill me?
Yep, and the answer from here is that there are creatures in Isaac's deck as well. The ability to just swing with a Zerta for multiple turns in a row is an out.
It's important to us. Like, this is just good Magic. Paris is like, all right, well, I may as well get the information. How are you going to get me? Don't waste our time. But in Isaac's like, well, every card in my deck has some sort of activated ability that just go, like, I can do an arbitrary number of times until you are dead.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Exactly right. Okay, cool. And Paris says, yes, I understand. And let's go to game 2. And I would like to figure out from my sideboard how I'm going to stop you doing that to me again.
The great news for Paris is obviously you have different ways to attack Isaac's deck, but we have some nice straightforward and heavy-duty anti-artifact cards here. I'm staring right at Null Rod in the middle of the deck. That's going to do quite a bit against the deck of artifacts with activated abilities.
Yes.
Energy Flux, also a Fate, one of the most sideboarded cards in 7-point, and I love the combination of those two together. Not like just redundant abilities, because you can play multiple versions of the Null Rod effect, but not first you paralyze the artifacts, and then you make them all cost 2 to keep in play, so they can't even stall and hope to draw out of the situation. You really shut down Isaac's ability to have a board state, and as a synergy deck, that is crippling.
Yep, exactly right. And, the Null Rod effect is definitely one that I know that Isaac is scared of, or I'm sure he has his own contingency plans for. He is running things like a Braid and several other kind of artifact.
Portable Hole, like an artifact way
Yeah.
of removing it that doesn't require you to activate.
Exactly, no, that's a really good point. There's, yes, Isaac knows that Null Rod is staple in many sideboards, and would be something that would completely disable his ability to stop other people playing Magic.
Yeah.
And therefore, something that I'm sure that he planned for in his sideboard as well.
It's one thing to say I've got answers for that in my sideboard, and another thing to find them. So like obviously Isaac's a good deck builder, and it's nice that some of those are tutorable by Khan or by other cards in your deck. But then Paris has ways to stop you searching your library. So if you're trying to just draw to like a Braid or Khan, basically, there's odds that you just miss those draws and die to Null Rod. And Isaac is willing to accept that risk to play a very powerful deck that is otherwise quite hard to interact with.
Yeah, exactly right. Is that... I mean, I know that that's a risk that many different deck builders take, but it's one where I think that the risk is so high that we don't see within the meta game a huge number of these heavy, like, artifact mana all-in decks.
I think it's quite like the sort of overall philosophical question. I think one hint is that how often do you see Dredge on 7 point, right? It's an insanely powerful deck in nearly every format, but other than like the damage to the consistency of these decks, they kind of rely on almost always winning game 1 because you are so hard to answer when you get to do your thing, and then you hope to get either game 2 or 3 basically on your opponent not finding the right pieces. When you have a missed chance because you can't play the optimal Dredge list or the optimal, Workshop's fast mana deck, then that risk seems like you have to contend with your own deck fizzling and your opponent fizzling you. And it helps they only get to play one Null Rod.
Yes.
But they only need one Null Rod.
Exactly. And, what Tom was referring to there is as well that we don't see, as much as Dredge is a dominant deck in many different formats of Magic, it's not particularly large percentage of the metagame here in 7 Point Highlander, and it's for that exact reason. Every deck is using the graveyard, even if you are not a Reanimator or a specific graveyard relevant deck. Most cards within 7 Point Highlander, things like Baragoyf, are using and utilizing different elements of the graveyard. You are playing lots of spells, you are playing lots of cantrips, and therefore you are definitely wanting cards that have multiple utility or reusability, and you are using your graveyard as a resource all the way through 7 Point Highlander, and therefore, like, if you go all in on that strategy, almost every single deck in this entire format has main deck graveyard hate in one way or another, and then also definitely within the sideboard, right? So I was playing a Jund list that had the Keen-Eyed Curator in it just last week, and that as a main deck with incidental graveyard hate as you grow your Keen-Eyed Curator is an incredibly powerful card. We see it with Deathrite Shaman. Deathrite Shaman has a point, but still turns up in almost every green or black deck.
Exactly. It's like that's the Jund is. I almost think that's like Jund's hidden strength is they get to play so many incidental graveyard hate cards that are all amazing. Otherwise, they get to play that list. Those lists will always have Deathrite Shaman, Emperor of Bones, Keen-Eyed Curator.
Yep.
Any of those cards in play, if you're a graveyard combo deck, in most of the cases, is going to stop you comboing until you remove them. And the Jund deck hasn't even begun to like actually try and beat you. Those are just good cards that they're playing.
Yeah.
I think Isaac benefits that there's not quite as many cards that just happen to crush artifact decks. You need, like, a Braid isn't even in most decks as removal just because like the quality of removal is so high, and a Braid costs 1 more mana than Lightning Bolt.
Exactly right.
1 more mana than Unholy Heat. So, Isaac's benefiting a bit there, but you do have to contend. There is a significant amount of artifact hate in general. So, being prepared for a Null Rod effect, I think, is just smart looking ahead, kind of knowing your opponents are going to have this.
Artifacts have been very strong in Magic since Magic began, and
forever,
therefore most players in 7 Point Highlander know and have some sort of answer to them in their graveyard. So we're seeing a mulligan here from Isaac, and I believe Paris has chosen to keep.
It's why this Zerda artifact approach is so different and interesting, because I think perhaps as an adaptation to that, a lot of the currently popular artifact decks, people tend to refer to them as like bots.
Yep.
They kind of blend artifact synergies with colorless Eldrazi.
Yeah.
So you can abuse a lot of the same, I am generating 100 colorless mana, what can I do with it? But some of the spells you're casting are not artifacts at all and are just like 12 Annihilator beaters.
If I've got 20 mana, I want to be casting things like Emrakul, Aeon's Taunt, right?
Yeah, you're like, cool Null Rod, here's Emrakul.
Exactly right.
But Isaac is believing in the power of this one Fox and a lot of funny little machines.
Yep. But here we go. Let's see if we've got something keepable. I saw at least 2 lands, so that's a solid start from Isaac. I can't see exactly what else he's got.
Yeah, I find it really
There's
interesting,
a Cauldron.
Isaac's sideboard choices, because, of course, there's cards like Portable Hole in there, which you might think, oh, I should bring this in as an answer like we talked about if you're scared of Null Rod. so I don't necessarily have to play a 4-mana Khan to hit it. But if you do that, you have to decompanion your Zerda. Because it's not, like, that card does not have an activated ability, which is allowable when it's in your sideboard, and Khan lets you work around that very cleverly. But, like, the deck building choices that you have to make to assemble something like this are so intricate, even for a 7-point deck. Like, shout out to Wan Chinli, who has been credited as the architect of this deck list.
As you can see in our bottom right-hand side, this deck has been named Wan Chin Zerda by Isaac in honor of his wife, who helped him construct this deck.
Credit where credit is due.
Absolutely.
Behind every great Magic player is a great deck builder, and it helps if you're married.
Absolutely. So we've seen Isaac keep that hand now, and we are ready to go
Fantastic.
into game 2.
So Paris, pondered on the play, so decent start. This is a slower, like, this is the more taking my time. I won't call it control, but picking your spots Grixis list. These threats are so powerful, you don't need to rush.
I think that's entirely true. Paris taking the much more controlling route of Grixis than we even saw earlier in the day, which was much more of an aggressive deck. Is going to be interesting to see whether Paris has enough gas in the tank to be able to control what Isaac's doing.
Yeah, it's like you want some combination of permission and pressure, and finding exactly where to put that dial is the test of deck building a deck like Grixis. Whereas Isaac at least is all speed ahead in one direction. Psychic Frog, amazing card, obviously kind of serves both purposes of loading your hand and presenting this threat to your opponent that doesn't usually hit too hard, but as the opponent you have to respect, if I let it hit me too often, they will just dump their hand and suddenly kill me.
Absolutely.
I love to see this out of Isaac. Oswald Fiddlebender just proactively offers it to read. I'm sure you don't have this card memorized, but in a Tinker deck, this is a pretty good unpointed backup plan.
Yeah. No, I see that. And I was about to comment that Psychic Frog is so powerful, even though it doesn't look at face value, that it is in self-pointed. And then you see something like Oswald Fiddlebender, which not everyone is already aware of, which does a similar effect to the traditional very powerful, very pointed Tinker.
Yeah, I mean, there are obviously a lot of reasons why Tinker is better, but Oswald can do a great job here. And I just love the contrast between, like, Gaia's Cradle, 0 points, Tellurian Academy, 1 point, this little frog, 2 entire points. But it's not just the most powerful cards get the most points. That's maybe 80% of it. Some of it is also about strategically allocating the points such that some decks are allowed to thrive while not combining too many of the cards. Like,
yeah, it's what is the synergistic, like, what is the catalyst for these decks? How do you keep the deck being a deck, but just make it less consistent or a little bit harder to do?
Yeah, like if your deck, if there's a combo deck that's overpowered and it's using Demonic Tutor, you don't want to just put 2 more points on Demonic Tutor because that kills so many decks that might want to play a pretty universal card. If they can point something more specific, like Psychic Frog, you know, is sometimes just the Sin Eater for a very good deck. And you know what? People are still registering it.
Yeah, absolutely right.
So that's Energy Flux in play, right? One of the key pieces for Paris. It resolves Isaac, not a deck with a ton of interaction for those sorts of cards. And now you're like, where is... Well, I suppose Portable Hole can't hit that, right? It only hits converted mana cost 2 or less. So very difficult spot, but at least if Isaac has an answer, Oswald can probably find it.
Yeah, that Energy Flux is going to be critical to Paris taking down game 2 and getting to take us to our first game 3 of the day on coverage.
So Paris with an expert mulligan, as you'd expect from a player at the top tables, finding that key piece and a threat. This is where you want to be as Grixis.
Yeah. So this Energy Flux being exactly the card that Tom predicted coming in from the sideboard, making sure that...
I'm not going to take too much credit for that prediction. I think most people could have made that choice. But
I agree, but also credit where it's due.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There's nothing more satisfying as a commentator than calling a card and having it turn up immediately.
It makes me feel like I'm there in the coverage area, except without having done the hard work to get to 3-0 and also build this deck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I'm looking at Zerda. It is the companion here. There is a non-zero cost to get it into hand, but having that 8th card, I mean, we saw people paying points before to have Lurrus as their companion or Lutri as their companion. How often do you think, or have you spoken to Isaac about how often the Zerda actually affects gameplay?
I haven't gotten to have that conversation with him yet. It'll be really interesting to see, you know, Zerda within the deck. Definitely not as impactful as it is from the companion slot. And as we talked about in one of the previous matches, right, a companion just being accessible all the way through the match really decreases the variance of the deck. And in a singleton 60-card format, that is, incredibly key to being able to pull off your required combo.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, tutors are often pointed, especially the very mana-efficient ones. So having one of your cards basically pre-tutored for you in a deck full of AB combos is really good. Like, we're looking at this beautiful foiled Grim Monolith in play, and Paris has a lot of permission and a lot of access to answers, but you do have to respect, if that Zerda hits the battlefield, I probably die.
Yep. It's, all of a sudden, mana is free. But all of the companions come with the downside. So we're seeing Moonshadow here come down, the new card from Lorwyn that everyone was super excited about and predicted.
Great synergy with Psychic Frog here.
Yes, very much so. But, all of the companions do come with a downside or a cost, but in Isaac's deck's case, or in One Chin's deck's case, it's as Isaac said to me earlier today, it's most of these cards that I would already want to play in this deck have that activated ability anyway.
It's something I ask still every time I see a companion list. One of my friends loves playing a Urion deck, or Yorion, and I wonder how often do you actually put that card in play? Because even if you think the cost is small, you would probably play a slightly different list if you didn't have that companion. And if it's only doing like psychic damage to your opponent to have to think about it there, is it worthwhile? At least Zerda's not costing you points to be in the companion zone. But I mean, I'm assuming it makes infinite mana with like 3 or 4 cards in your deck. I'm assuming you grab it at least some of the time, and it's nice that 3 mana.
And it only costs 3, yeah.
3 mana is normally a pretty hefty cost in this format, but you could just tap Grim Monolith.
Yeah.
So
you do still have to have colors.
Realer than to draw it quote unquote from the companion zone.
Yes. So we've seen an Emperor of Bones hit the table. We've seen that exile the artifact from Isaac's graveyard.
Yeah.
Isaac's paid his upkeep for his Grim Monolith. And we are considering what to do in Isaac's main phase.
That upkeep cost, keeping Paris in the game to some large degree right now, because Isaac otherwise I think would be like counting mana and considering just pushing for a win. But now things are much more constrained. Yep. And it's really cool to see the interaction between the 3 threats Paris has deployed. Like, it's that kind of thing where you didn't put these in the deck and go, what a cool combo. But good cards just tend to have good interactions with other good cards. And we may end up seeing some sort of engine where Psychic Frog discards a creature card to graveyard. This grows your Moonshadow because a permanent was put in your graveyard from somewhere. And then you exile it with your Emperor of Bones, put a counter on the Emperor of Bones, and then get it in play. We're seeing Basalt Monolith now, the other infinite with Zerda, hit the table. So that's
we saw Isaac float the 3 mana off the Grim Monolith and then activate the Oswald ability. Yes, into Basalt Monolith, which we're now seeing tap for mana.
Kind of cool. At least Basalt Monolith untaps on its own, which when you're paying for energy flux, matters.
Okay, so tapped it for the 3, used the 3 existing floating, and has played
some Fallout card.
Yeah, it's very hard to read.
Artifact creature construct.
It's an XX.
Oh, it was a walking ballista?
Either that.
It may be a walking ballista.
Yes, that's what it looks like to me, and that's what it looks like in terms of how Isaac is using it. XX spell, so casting that for 3.
I like that. We're just kind of seeing Isaac play a completely fair game compared to game 1, which was disgusting to see. That was the pop off. This is the grind now. Like, your opponent has kind of, whoa, slow down there, buddy. Pay for your cards at least. In fact, pay for them every turn. And in response, Isaac's like, okay then, creatures and removal. Let's grind.
Yeah.
Don't know if that's going to get there against Grixis, but you got to try something.
Look, you and I, very different players, Tom. You may have thought Isaac's excess disgusting, but I was like, yeah, let's go.
I'm sorry, that's disgusting complimentary. I think Isaac most combo players I expect to be honored when I say that was a disgusting turn. That was sick, bro. That was outside the bounds of what we would consider Magic as Richard Garfield intended.
Entirely fair.
This is again, everyone's here to have fun. This is a competitive format. There is nothing wrong at all with playing a complete disgusting prison deck. And in fact, I am a big mana denial fan, and I respect anyone who attacks on that axis.
Yep.
It's just, some people are trying to win by attacking with 2/2s, and some people are producing infinite mana on turn 3 and then casting an entire deck of artifacts and then saying, you figure it out, you're probably dead.
Yep. Math is for blockers.
Math is for blockers, and figuring out lines is for people who have to choose which cards to cast, like a peasant.
Yeah, well, that's fair. So we've got Paris cracking their fetch, and we saw them considering strongly what they were doing with their Psychic Frog, whether or not they were making any contributions to that. So with the fetch hitting the bin, Moonshadow ticking up, and Paris also figuring out what was going on with Oswald and whether they could expect more from that again next turn, which they absolutely can, if they do not remove it.
I mean, the One Ring, you said, what 4-mana artifacts have I seen in there so far? The One Ring, Mystic Forge, lots of problematic things can occur here.
Yeah, exactly right.
At least you at least like feel a little bit safe with your Flux, but now you're also having to play around a Ballista.
Ballista on 1.
Ballista on 1.
Not the densest of threats, but definitely still a blocker.
Also, if we get the... I'm not sure what you can do with it, but Isaac does have Agatha's Soul Cauldron in hand. Like, this deck is just full of dangerous cards. And a lot, again, everything in the deck has an activated ability. So a plethora of targets for that Soul Cauldron. I don't like the idea of every creature Isaac plays having Walking Ballista text. I don't like the idea of every creature Isaac plays having Oswald text. You can upgrade an artifact very fast with that.
That is entirely true. So Isaac moving to block Moonshadow, finding out it has Menace, and just
finding out in
damage.
real time what this card does. Thank you, Law and Eclipsed.
Yep. Look, you know, it is very fair to say that in this format, everything has a lot of text.
So Paris doing the thing, discards Baragoyf. At least the Emperor's not around anymore. Otherwise, you get to, like, discard this, reanimate it, attack with it, sacrifice it, trigger Moonshadow a second time.
But taking Isaac from 17 to 10, not a shabby attack right there from Paris.
I think one of the ways, if this Moonshadow card does make it in the format, obviously I think a lot of people are in the sort of trial stage, even if they're pretty confident it's good.
Yeah.
One thing that we are seeing, different decks are very different in how good they are at growing it quickly. Some people I'm seeing are fully on the plan of, I'll just crack my fetches one at a time and it'll get there. I like this a lot better. Like, your deck has incidental ways to mill, discard, sack fetches, yes. Pitch to Psychic Frog. The burst potential gets so much greater.
We've got a Tasiga.
Wow.
The Golden Fang.
This also puts permanence cards into the graveyard.
It sure does. Tasiga being a big hitter from Khans of Tarkir.
The original.
The OG Khans of Tarkir, yes. A big part of Standard all the way through that format.
Yeah.
And just a pretty incredible card. The ability to play it for 1 black, plus 5 cards out of your graveyard into exile is a huge thing.
Yeah.
Particularly for this format.
For one reason or another, it seems like we've all, over the years, seen a lot more of Vanilla Buddy Gurmag Angler. But this is just asking, what if Gurmag Angler was almost as big and had this really cool mana sink, which, you know, we've been talking about how games in Highlander often drag on a little bit, and it pays to have cards that can scale when required. This card can sometimes win a game on its own if it's all you have.
And we're coming to you from the booth with clairvoyant Tom Anderson. We have the One Ring hitting the battlefield, activated through Oswald, sacking the Basalt Monolith for that One Ring, which is immediately tapped to draw a card.
Yeah, the key is to see that your opponent, like the other player, has onboard lethal, and then consider the 1 4-cost artifact that can fix this spot for a turn at least.
Yep.
I wonder if Isaac has Oswald can't go back down the chain of mana. It is like a strict pod effect.
Yeah,
I wonder if
pod
there's
effect.
a way to reset that One Ring other than Oswald to... No? Okay, Isaac's picking up the cards.
Yep. Isaac knows that, unfortunately, once his protection expires from the One Ring next turn, he is well dead if he cannot assemble a kill combo in that turn. He could not.
An awesome combination of just pressure from the Moonshadow and sideboard cards like Energy Flux, and then just that incidental hate from the main board that you mentioned, Douthie Voidwalker. I don't know if that was the deciding factor or not. That was the last piece to come down. It's like, I can't keep artifacts in play or recur them from my graveyard. What are we doing here? Let's go game 3.
Yeah, this sucks.
This sucks. I would like to play a new game of cards.
Yeah.
Isaac absolutely having a hoot. For someone who just got kind of choked out by one of the nastiest sideboard cards against their archetype, Isaac's loving it.
Yeah. Look, Isaac is renowned as an incredible sport.
Just a good guy.
And it looks like both he and Paris are having a great time. That's the thing about 7-Point Highlander. We might be at the National Championships right now. The winner might be taking home a Tabernacle of Pendrell Vale and getting their name engraved on the championship trophy. But this is still a community format. This is a beloved event that has been running for over 20 years now.
Crazy.
And with this official kind of element of this championship happening here in this same room at CanCon for the last 14 years. With 14 years of champions engraved on that trophy, getting to be the next one is something that everyone's fighting for, but fighting for in good spirit. fighting for having a brilliant time, getting to come, play their favorite game with their favorite cards, and do cool stuff and powerful stuff with Magic cards.
I mean, the reason getting your name on that trophy matters so much to these players is because it's the respect of their peers, being known among these players, not only as a good player, but like everyone remembering that was the year that Isaac got there with that cool deck one chin built. You know, like you add yourself into the official legend of 7-Point Highlander. And if you're a bit of a skeptic about how much the idea of like community format means, like it blows me away how warm everyone in this community is. Like it's not the big, it's not the only factor. Like, but okay, this is a format with expensive cards, right? If you want to play a lot of these decks, you do need access to Black Lotus, to Time Walk, to Tabernacle. My first Highlander tournament, someone asked me if I wanted to borrow a Tabernacle, which confounded me because I'd never met this person. They were just in the game store and had a spare deck. And I was like, why would you trust me with this very expensive Magic card that's hard to get? I ended up just not feeling comfortable taking it, but like that is how much people just love to play this format and trust the others in the community, because the community looks after its own and protects this great thing we all have.
It's fantastic. You know, I have known Isaac and many of the other players that we'll see across the commentary table for over a decade now. And, you know, being introduced as a young woman to Magic, which particularly was in those days, not as friendly to newcomers, and or at least from the outside it appearing that way, and then finding this incredible community of people who were so welcoming and so helpful to not just learning how to play Magic, but finding the cards that you need when they are more rare or hard to get, and you know, just helping everybody enjoy and love Magic. It's just been fantastic.
And it's why people like Isaac have such a fantastic rep among the community. Like, also shockingly, a big part of how I got into Magic. So that's the community aspect here, and you know, like so many of these players have those stories, and it's why we love to put the game stores they're fighting out of up on the screen, because there are people in those game stores or around those game stores right now cheering for their friends, their fellow, you know, competitors.
Absolutely.
Help them tune their decks. It's like we were talking about the different kinds of players before. The most powerful thing you can have is a team of players who combine their strengths. Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, you know, it's this is the kind of event that we have all historically traveled for. Isaac is one of the original OGs of this community. I know he used to throw fuel money at people coming from Canberra down to Melbourne for an event, or Melbourne up to Canberra for an event, just to really help this format continue to grow.
Yeah. If someone for some reason needed the shirt off Isaac's back to play National Highlander, he would be sitting here bare-chested.
Yes. Thankfully, he's not.
Sorry, Isaac.
And we get to just watch them play Magic as is.
Isaac's hand is incredible. I don't know if you caught that on the camera
there. I did not. Please
Tinker,
tell me.
LED, a couple of lands, which of course, you know, but like not quite, I'm not going to say, oh, win the game turn one, but like all of the power of the deck he has access to here. So with game 3 it all on the line here, going up 4-0 is a fantastic start in our 8-round Swiss bracket. And Isaac has given himself every chance, but of course we haven't seen Paris's hand. Maybe the perfect answers are there.
Yeah, it might be a misstep or something else. Although that won't actually stop any of the things that you said. We've got a probe. We're going to see the probe immediately.
Now we are going to see the hand, and that's not all of what you love to see.
So we have a Tundra, a Planetarium of Wanshitong, a Teferi Time Reveler in a very miscut version, which is fantastic to see. So cool.
That's an out there card.
Tinker, Lion's Eye Diamond, and Urza. So all of the pieces that Isaac wants.
We talked about blingy
right
decks, the foil Tinker, the foil Urza, the miscut Teferi.
Which is also foil.
Also foil. All right, Isaac, calm down, buddy.
Yeah, you like the shiny things. There's a lot of magpies in the 7-Point Highlander community, for sure.
Yeah, so stepping back to the function of the cards a little bit, Tinker, I think, out of all the scary cards in this hand...
There's that third land off the top.
Isaac looking fantastic right here. What is the Tinker target? Is there a Bolus's Citadel in the deck?
Well, he's going to have to LED first so that he's got something to sacrifice to the Tinker. There is a Bolus in the deck.
Okay, so Isaac has like a world of choices here. Most Tinker decks have like 1 or 2 targets. You could Tinker for the whole deck basically here.
Yeah, and also I think that Isaac's very conscious that he could just be walking straight into a counterspell of some kind. So,
Yes.
so yeah, Bolus's Citadel would be one of the other big win cons for Isaac out of this deck.
I guess it depends how aggressive he wants to get, because I don't think there's a way to, like, some decks really focus on abusing the Citadel and have a way to sort of recoup the life lost. I don't think that's Isaac's deck at a glance. I think it's sort of a fairer Citadel, so perhaps if you don't feel the pressure, you can go slower. And Pyroblast, they're very, very important from Paris, able to counter the Teferi on the stack before the sort of instant speed effect lockdown comes into play.
Yeah, so Isaac was trying to do that to make sure that there were no future counters coming for that Tinker. Unfortunately, and like Paris, fortunately for them, had an answer for that immediately.
Yeah. Now, obviously, I'm assuming Paris plays both Red Blast and Pyroblast as functionally identical cards.
Correct.
But
yeah.
that's one of the strong, like, it's so efficient, right? That's one of the cards you're scared of as Isaac. If they counter the Teferi, at least that's one counter that doesn't hit the Tinker.
That's true. I don't know that Paris would be shooting it off. Well, I guess you would absolutely, I think, in Paris' seat, have to shoot off that counter at the Teferi, because
you're kind of forced.
It would be functionally unable to do so after it landed.
But what's really interesting here is because Paris is taking a slower approach to this game, not sure if that's just the hand that they have or if it's a choice to withhold threats now and protect themselves from an explosive start. Well, even the construct token is miscut.
Yeah.
But
So,
Isaac now, I love this, running out every other card than Tinker first and going, would you like to counter this? Would you like to Red Blast this Ursa?
And looking at Isaac's board, at least when he did cast the Urza, it wasn't as much of a threat.
Isaac clapping, like, this is like when you see a movie, two characters like engage in a sword duel, they have that first exchange, realize they're both masters, and then there's a pause like, all right, rival, worthy peer, as like Isaac consciously does not play Tinker into 3 open mana, and Paris goes, yeah, I was holding Oppo.
Yep, and you know, this is the Princess Bride moment.
Yes.
I am not left-handed, and I am also not left-handed.
Yeah.
So we have a real fight on our hands here from both players, which I think is going to be really exciting. I'm thrilled by this game. Isaac rolling out that Urza first and doing everything except the Tinker to see what's in Paris's hand, what are they doing, what can they bring to the table to stop Isaac doing his degenerate things. But, you know, Urza's not that much of a threat just sitting on board without the mana to back it up. Right?
Yeah.
And at that point, Isaac didn't have the Grim Monolith, so, you know, here we go.
Oh, Earth Energy Flux again. Paris has the right cards at the right time. This is a powerful, only 2 cards in play, but they really constrain what Isaac can do. I think this, like, if there's the advantage bar that you have on some Magic broadcast, it's looking in the middle right now, I think.
Exactly right. Yeah, it's... I don't know which way this is going to go. It's going to go either way quite explosively, I imagine, but it's very exciting to see what's going to happen here.
Because Isaac, like, a lot of these artifacts can tap to pay their own cost, but Grim Monolith, as we saw last game, doesn't untap for free, so you consider...
So without the untapper, yeah, you consider maybe letting it go. Floating your mana
Would
first.
you just use the mana to spin the wheel for Urza and try and hit a non-artifact card or something that does more in this immediate spot? Normally, you could say, well, I'll crack my Inventor's Fair for something, but it's like, no, the Oppo Agent is turning off the Tinker. Planetarium's an artifact where if you got that into play, it's probably worth paying to a turn to keep, and that could turn you around, but...
So he tapped his Construct and Lion's Eye Diamond to pay for the Basalt Monolith.
Sure.
Or the Grim Monolith, sorry.
Man.
Yeah.
Planetarium into
6
play.
of one, half a dozen of the other.
Exactly.
Planetarium into play.
So the Planetarium of 1 Shitong, one of the cards people might not be as familiar with just for its novelty, its newness.
Yeah, we're seeing Tezzeret, Cruel Captain, and Stock Up.
Those
on
are
top
really
of
nice
Armories.
cards to have in this spot.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like Isaac is going to keep both.
So, yeah, if we're scrying here, you do get... He's choosing which one to cast and which one... I mean, I agree, you're probably keeping both, but you're like, what makes sense now?
But
I don't mind this.
Stock Up on top keeps the Tezzeret in contention. Yeah, in hand, yeah.
Sure.
So you're drawing those cards and then...
I
doing
assume
it
taking the
discard.
Tezzeret, maybe not, if you find something better, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just thinking maybe... I don't know if Isaac is thinking the same way I am. I'm thinking, how can I get at least one of these 2 hate pieces off the table so that I have a bit more room to figure out a combo? Because it's going to be difficult to win through both of them, but maybe you just go, no, I can play through it. You're not providing much of a clock.
I think that you're entirely right. I don't know that Isaac is looking at the field as it currently is, inhibiting his Tinker, inhibiting his ability to play and retain artifacts every turn and going, I think I'm still in a winning position here. I think he's going to be focusing on removing at least one of those hate bear pieces.
Yeah. Although energy flux only makes you pay in your upkeep. So if you're able, this is the difference between game one where there's like a Moon Shadow and a Frog beating you down, and this game where you're really not under threat, is you could say, well, my deck has very explosive mana. I could just draw cards to hand, and at some point I'm going to start playing them out, and I might win in one turn. And your energy flux may as well not be on the table then.
And that's true. Like we saw Isaac drop down a Voltaic Key, untap his Grim Monolith.
Oh, this hurts though. Hate piece number 3.
and a
Thoughtseize. So Douthie Voidwalker, of course, one of the... It just does so much. And it's such a staple as a result. I don't think it's quite on the, like, this card's unfair and you shouldn't have it kind of thing. But other than block, there's not much it doesn't do.
Yeah, look, Douthie Voidbringer, and I'm sure that Paris was very relieved to find almost all of the cards that they played last game, making another appearance this game in their hand. You know, we said, as you caught that glimpse of Isaac's hand right at the start, of Isaac has a stacked hand. This is going to be a game. But we're seeing a lot of that coming. So Isaac taking the Tinker, even though it's locked down by opposition mage at the moment, it's definitely something that Paris is aware. If there's a removal spell from Isaac, all of a sudden that Tinker turns back on and Paris possibly just loses the game on the spot.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Taking the Tinker now is good. Like, absolutely what you said. There's, I guess, the added bonus of with the Voidwalker in play, you don't have to worry about the Tinker at all, and you could even, I don't know what scenario, as we fix this up here, it's exiled, quote-unquote, under the Voidwalker. It has, I believe, a Void counter on it, and you are allowed to cast that Tinker.
Yeah.
I don't know what Tinker Paris would be casting, but it's technically an option. But most importantly, there's no way for Isaac to get that back.
Yes, correct. Because even if that Dorothy Voidbringer does leave the battlefield, the Tinker will stay in exile now.
Yeah, it's not like Oblivion, it's not temporary, it's exiled forever and also has this little rider on it.
Yeah, exactly right.
Just such a nice piece of incidental graveyard hate, one of the themes of the day, and wow, that's a cool Swords to Plowshares.
That is a very cool Swords to Plowshares.
So Isaac finds that answer we were talking about, takes Opposition Agent, which I think is telling, and Paris being like, I'm so smart for Thoughtseizing your Tinker. I am the smartest player in the world and maybe also still dead.
Yeah, nothing feels better than being vindicated, except being vindicated and still getting to win.
I would love it if my opponent still did not exile my Opposition Agent, though, if I got to choose.
Yeah.
So here's the Planetarium. Not only get to free cast the top of your deck, but even fix the top of your deck to make sure the card you exile is good. So we'll cast the Abrade, which goes into exile, and then will be the last card to do so as the Douthie is removed. So Isaac, this deck's looking fantastic right now.
So doing exactly what he needed to do to be able to get through, which is remove those hate pieces, and be in a position now with so much mana on the field to be able to just pay for that energy flux when needed.
Yeah, and energy flux is really good against the main type of artifact deck you see in the format, those bot stacks we're talking about, because there's not as many mana they still have plenty of mana generation, but there's not as many artifacts that can pay for themselves, and they're reliant on having a large number of artifacts with those construct tokens.
Going wide.
If Isaac can tap Grim Monolith, pay for it, pay for Planetarium, you don't need much more than that.
That's exactly right. And
so, is that Lorien revealed, it looks like? So Paris, actually, wow, is that hard casting it? Rare mode.
It does look like to be hard cast.
Actually playing the spell, not just turning it into an island for sort of 1 mana. But Paris is in a spot where seeing more cards, we need to find some stuff here.
Yeah, Paris is very aware that with the majority of their hate pieces having been removed already, and Isaac scrying 2 per turn.
Oh, that's deadly.
Yeah. What did we just see, Tom?
Khan, the great creator. I almost said the wrong Khan. That is a really cool Khan the Great, the stained glass version, Isaac being as fancy as possible.
Oh, it's beautiful.
But, we're concerned about what it does. He's not just a pretty face. He fetches Micah Synthelatus from the sideboard.
Sure does.
Paris has drawn 3 cards. There is permission in the deck. It's not over, but Isaac has wrestled his way to a sort of advantageous spot, ready to, if this was an arm wrestling match, crush down and force Paris, out of this best of 3.
Yeah, Paris smiling somewhat ruefully here. Obviously, 1 mana untapped. There's lots of permission pieces that they could have that could help them out of this, or not necessarily out of this spot, but prevent something terrible from happening. But Isaac in a very commanding spot, as you were saying earlier. If we were in a commentary space that had the advantage indicator, we'd be firmly in Isaac's camp right now.
Yeah. It's such a testament, like, considering this deck, right? This is kind of the first time I've seen this Zerta deck in action. We haven't seen the Zerta part, but everything about the deck is looking really nice so far. And I'm sure Paris would say, well, this is not the matchup I built my Grixis deck to compete with, right? Probably built for the Mirror and other more popular decks, but Isaac seems to have, One Chin seems to have found perhaps a niche in the field that not many people can fight against. You've powered through so many sideboard cards that in theory should beat you, and it's barely slowed him down.
Yep. I think swinging him for damage with Urza there.
Let's go, Urza! Get your hands dirty, big man.
He might be an old guy, but he hits okay.
Damn, that Planeswalker's got hands. That's like drive me closer, I want to hit them with my sword type stuff. Like, are you going to do the thing, Urza? It's like, nah, Kraken for combat damage. I've got Khan in the back.
Yeah.
Let him take care of it.
All right, we are seeing Paris playing their Scalding Tarn, picking up and checking their graveyard.
There's cards that you could still have here, right? Stuff like Deadpool that can not only like present a clock, but take some of Isaac's pieces out of play. But the window to Paris to like deal damage to Isaac is decreasing, and Isaac is above his starting life total.
Yeah, so definitely going to be hard for Paris to come back from here. Not impossible, but certainly difficult. We're seeing a Corey Steelcutter. Isaac tapped out at the moment, so
he could technically produce mana with Urza, I suppose, but you're not that afraid of his instant interaction, I don't think.
Yes, and then a Barragoyf.
Yeah.
Second spell per turn, creating a monk token with prowess.
Okay. Oh, cute token.
Yeah. Monk token with prowess. We've got Kraken in for damage.
Why not? Although
it's still just a 2/2 right now.
Can we attack Khan, perhaps? Or we're going to tap for Urza mana and Planetarium. It only costs 1 to activate. Isaac was holding up that.
Yes.
Random cards, though. I don't think Isaac doesn't have like the Mystic Forge going to even more fix this choice. Can't use the Aether. Oh, you can tap the Aether Spellbomb for mana itself if you were scared of this attack, I suppose.
That's true.
Really depends where it's being sent. I'm assuming Khan, but perhaps not.
Still got 2 open mana from Paris, so the ability to pump that prowess to creature. Oh no, 2 face. Isaac going to 19.
Okay. Did Isaac elect not to cast the card there?
I think he did.
Interesting. Really interesting. Okay. For me, I'm like small brain, just thinking, oh, free magic card. Why not? I would put this into play. But Isaac has more reps on the deck than I do, needless to say.
Knowing something that we don't here, and Kraken and Mishra's Bauble. I believe that's what that was.
Yeah. Maybe Planetarium or Wanchatong maybe has some restriction. I can't say I know the full text of that card by heart. I thought it was whenever you scry, you get to do the thing. Maybe he was just scrying. Anyway, we'll scry again now.
That Pyroblast, I think it was.
So there's the answer to Energy Flux if you want it, and yeah, Isaac does want it.
Red Elemental.
REB. And Paris does not have... even if I had a counterspell, you probably let that go at this point. It's sort of unfortunately done as much for you as it's going to, it seems.
I would agree with that. Isaac's already producing enough mana that the mana for his Grim Monolith, Voltaic Key, and Planetarium is somewhat irrelevant.
Yeah, the fact that he's got 3 artifacts in play has been casually paying for that Energy Flux like it's nothing the last 5 turns tells you that it's not worth fighting over the card.
Exactly right. Fight over something that's going to kill you.
Yeah, that's kind of where you now have to consider the knife at your throat, not just things that are sort of vaguely scary. And Isaac, any number of cards, unfortunately for Paris at this point, might be curtains. It sort of seems inevitable, but Paris does have a board presence. Barragoyf is a mighty force in any kind of creature combat, so it's lattice maybe or bust for Isaac, but he's in no hurry to end the game.
Yes. We're looking at a pretty big Goyf as well right now.
Yeah.
Artifact, sorcery, land.
Instant. Planeswalker. Enchantment from the Flux.
We're at
Most card types.
at least a 6/7 right now.
Yeah, huge. And it has lifelink. And it can generate card advantage, you know,
Yes.
so if Paris wants to attack.
We're actually looking at a relatively small board creature-wise, so that lifelink and card advantage on attack from Baragoyf will be very relevant for Paris.
But I appreciate that Paris is respecting that Isaac can produce threats in a hurry. So, and not wanting to throw the Goyf away.
Okay, so we're seeing Oswald crack away that Grim Monolith.
I'm interested what you get here. Monolith costs 2 and, oh, Thranspider?
Yep, Transpatter.
Isaac sort of earmarking that card, trying to, okay, no, we're going with the same line as last
Okay,
game.
yeah. He incidentally, Isaac brought the Thran Spider to the front last time he searched through and ended up with Basalt Monolith as well.
Right. I think it's something I do as well, to be honest, when I play a different synergy pile, but it's sort of like, I think I know what I want. But again, when your deck is 60 cards and maybe some you sideboarded in and they're all unique, you can sometimes like forget a line. Not that you have a card, but just go, oh, actually that wasn't the line I had in my brain, but that's better.
But that's better, yeah, exactly. It's Transpider, definitely an interesting option for him here, but
Yeah.
With the Urza Mana Sink and the Planetarium on the field, it's likely that Isaac's just playing to a very similar out that we saw in game
That's
one.
I mean, not just an awesome looking card, but for more Revolt, as though Isaac needed more ways to play his deck and a goal loss, every single spin the wheel type card, every mana sink possible, which is, I guess, like the core of this deck. This is the game plan. And if you can't crack this board state either by pressuring Isaac's life total or by getting some of these cards away, like abrading them or something, you are going to fall out of the game very quickly.
Isaac fetching up his Tolarian Academy here for
Brutal.
a ridiculous amount of mana each turn.
Yeah, if not right now, very soon, one imagines. It's tapping for 3 at the moment.
3.
No artifact lands, interestingly.
Yeah.
I guess you don't need to be any more dead to Null Rod than you already are. And now they are doing
That's
the
fair.
Baragoyf maths, it looks like.
Yes, it looks like a 7/8
Humongous.
based on the guy on the dice there. Tom, how did Isaac produce the color, like the all 5 colors of mana for that goal loss?
That's a great question. I think it might have been an Urza spin, if it
Okay.
was an activation at all. Like, they have very similar abilities.
Oh,
If
okay.
if it was goal loss, I mean, you've got mana fill. You've got blue, white, red, basically for free from your land base. Planetarium doesn't fix you, so yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
Maybe I misunderstood. Isaac did point at the Golos, but that doesn't mean it doesn't technically mean anything.
Maybe he was resolving the tutor ability off it to get the academy, but yeah, you're right. Like, artifact decks don't usually have trouble filtering for Wooburg, but the cards in play don't just give you that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think you're right. It was just the tutor effect. We're seeing an Emperor of Bones here from Paris.
This feels like a card that can be impactful, but right now I'm not. Like, Isaac just hasn't had creatures go to the graveyard. I don't know that Paris, because that Oppo agent got exiled by the swords,
Yeah.
actually ends up to really matter because you can't, in response to you searching, adapt to the Emperor to present counterplay now. And Douthy's a decent second place prize, but when it's only in play for 1 turn, it not quite as good.
Yeah, not as quite as impactful as it was. It's the first time round.
Maybe Paris can somehow play it, like, you can do this sort of trick where you would play it and bounce it to hand, or the white decks, like, adapt and then attack with failure and flicker my creature so that it's no longer, you know, in play with a finality counter and due to expire.
Okay, so Dorothy, Voidbringer going straight at Khan.
Shadow
and-
gives it basically unblockable here.
Yeah, and Baragoyf going at Isaac, I believe.
That's a really nice way to, I mean, for all the, like, again, the card that does everything, right? I was so tunnel vision on the Highlander the Void type effect, but Paris is like, this card will get Khan off the table, which removes a massive threat. Really big win for Paris, fighting from the sort of underdog position here as Grixis, but has so much mana available. Like, you can't ever count decks out in a format like this. They have so many tools.
Yeah, and it is good to remember, creatures, whilst they have extra flavor text, also do still attack. So
Baragoyf now milling over a bunch of cards, including the crucial Null Rod there, and Paris sort of, again, smiling ruefully, as she said. There's been the expression for a little while there, but definitely hanging in there mentally.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you know, attacking with a lifelinky 7/8, now 8/9, is very relevant for Paris. And putting them in a good spot, at least from a life total perspective right now, even if it does feel like some of Isaac's momentum might be getting away. Particularly now untapping with the Tellurian Academy.
Yeah, this is the rough spot, right? You have so many, like, you don't just have the Academy, you have the Urza in the Academy, but it doesn't, you can't get anything in your deck, you just get, like, a lot of cards, so...
Yeah, that's true. Like, you know, he's not searching up. We don't have a Tinker here.
Yet.
Shush you.
Paris, though, I mean, the Null Rod would be nice to have in this spot. It might slow... I mean, you can still Tellurian Academy Urza, but at least most of the cards you hit do nothing. Oh, we're going straight for the combo. Here's Zerda. We're going to check... Paris is down to 1 card in hand as well, it seems. So Isaac willing at this point to roll the dice and go, how good is that 1 card in hand? Is it good enough to beat this?
Yeah.
Zerda Monolith.
Still 2 mana floating.
Has an Abstergo as well. That gets back a lot of the key pieces in the deck. I love the way this is built. Paris with the double thumbs up there. Nothing. That resolves against my better judgment. Isaac, I tap and untap this a million times. I do this a million times. All of my cards in my deck are in play. Something, 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 I win. I'm paraphrasing here.
Yeah, I was going to say the something, something, something is definitely something that Isaac said there.
We might need to explain the something, something, something. I'm not sure how much Paris wants to see of this.
So Zerda reduces the activation cost of
Yeah,
all
sorry,
of
we
the
should...
things.
Oh, Candelabra as well.
And a Lotus Petal.
Yeah, so the key thing...
And a Mox Opal.
Both Grim Monolith and Basalt Monolith tap and can be untapped. Normally, it does not cost less to untap than it does to tap, because that would be a foolish Magic card to design. You would simply produce infinite colorless mana.
Correct.
When you play Zerda, that's what it does.
Yeah, exactly right. Oh, and
Here's a Power Stone.
Isaac finding is his Boulder Citadel here. That is an altered copy with his cat Paxel on it.
Paxel Citadel.
Yeah, exactly.
Wonderful.
And also finding, so Mox Opal, Lotus Petal, Candelabra.
Yeah, so normally if you're
Grand Spider.
if you're merely if you're merely going off with Bolas of Citadel, hitting these lands on top, that could be one of the things that slows you down. You can just exile those and keep going. You can untap your lands as much as you need to for any utility abilities you might want. Short of a Crucible effect, this is one of those I can do whatever I want board states. Like Ron Swanson board here from Isaac. He has all the mana, he has all the cards. Now he has Auriok Salvages, which Legacy players might know from the Bomberman deck. Obviously, all those pieces are in here as well if you needed another way to be infinite mana.
So what does Salvages do, Tom?
It returns an artifact with converted mana cost to 1 or less from your graveyard to your hand, and surely no 0-cost artifact could ever be that impactful. I mean, it costs nothing. What ability could it possibly have? Produce 3 mana for no cost?
How big could it
Ludicrous.
be?
How big could it be? Infinitely? Nah.
Surely not. Okay, Inventor's Fair, and we see a handshake from Paris.
Yeah, so Isaac has a way. There we are. Isaac's like, oh yeah, this card kills you eventually.
Yeah.
Walking Ballista, we don't need to go through the motions. Inventor's Fair tutors it up, infinite mana, please die.
There we go.
Hooray!
All right. Thank you for executing the end of that combo for us, Isaac. We very much appreciate seeing how it goes.
I would have loved to see Isaac just sort of play with his food for a while more. He can tap and untap the cards. It's fun to do. Who doesn't love playing as much Magic as possible?
Look, we did finally get a Game 3 in our coverage zone today, and what a Game 3 it was. That was incredible. I love seeing these brand new decks. We've been saying Brewer's Paradise all day in this format, and that was just the tip of the iceberg in terms of what you can do. Yeah,
and we said a lot of words about Isaac's deck just because of how the game goes when he's winning, but like that was a close game. Like,
yes.
If Isaac hadn't kind of gone runner with Swords of Braid there, the board state does not evolve in that direction. And Paris, you know, if there had been, even if there'd been a threat drawn earlier, we saw what happened in Game 2. So you can be on that Grixis list and still face down some weird rogue deck like this and compete.
Paris successfully put out all of their hate pieces to this combo and, you know, was putting forth a really good board, ready to compete. And unfortunately, Isaac's deck just, you know, went off on that turn in the way that it needed to, because one more turn and Isaac was in trouble from a life total perspective.
Yeah, and look, we'll see. If Isaac keeps going well, we have a day 2 top cut coming up. We're going to try and feature as many players as we can on coverage. But if this deck keeps succeeding, we are going to see more Zerda artifact combo later this tournament.
Look, hopefully that's the case. I thoroughly enjoyed getting to see so many different cards come out. Look, thank you so much for joining us for round 4 of the 7 Point Highlander National Championship coverage. We have not only this event this year, but we also have a Spotlight Series coming up at the end of August. August 28th to 30, Tom?
Yes, I think if we said that enough times, I'm now pretty confident we've got it right, but it doesn't hurt to say it again. Tickets go on sale in April. Make sure you check out the ANZ Super Series website. You can search that up. You know how to use the internet. And you will not miss out on ticketing, which is very important because this event is going to fill up. This is a rare opportunity for Australian Magic players, especially if you aren't the kind of person who can travel overseas often to play Magic, which is a luxury not all of us can afford. This is going to be big time.
This is the biggest opportunity to play competitive Modern in Australia this year. So get your tickets as soon as they go live. We will be excited to see you there. And if you do make it to Brisbane, stop by the booth and say hi. All right, thank you so much for joining us. We will be back shortly with round 5 for you. Stay tuned. Welcome, welcome. You are joining us for round 5 of the 7-Point Highlander National Championships here at CANCON in Canberra. Today, you have me, Molly Rowe, and Tom Anderson joining you from the booth.
Yeah, our disembodied voices coming to you live from this room full of slightly blurry Magic players, and here we are, back in the booth. No, it's a pleasure to be with you here today, Molly. We've seen awesome Magic so far, and we are now... I mean, it's not like it was not exciting before, but now we're into the second half of the Swiss. The field is starting to separate itself. I mean, this isn't really a format people show up to drop from, but there are players who are so firmly in contention that they can kind of feel those prize cards, and then there are players who are, you know, here to have fun still. This is definitely the prize-winning end of the tournament. We've got two absolute stalwarts and heavyweights of Australian competitive Magic, Justin Juzza Chung and Tom Bott. What a matchup.
Yeah, look, these are two well-known competitive players here in not just 7-Point Highlander, but in all formats of Magic. Justin Chung, former World's Australian team captain, and also 3-time 7-Point Highlander national champion.
The only 3-time winner, I believe, which is just really impressive. We
were joking earlier that the majority of 7-Point Highlander winners have historically been from the Australian Capital Territory or Justin Chung.
Yeah, the two real sides is ACT players and Justin. But Thomas Bott has won a lot of tournaments that aren't this one and is a very serious contender, one of the real pioneers of a deck that I don't think was named after him, but is just kind of a cosmic coincidence. Bots, which is for robots. We were talking about, we just saw one artifact deck, this is the other one.
Look, I would like to believe that he chose this on purpose.
Me too, right?
It called him.
Nominative determinism is real and also can get you a string of Magic top results.
So we have seen a Scalding Tarn here from Justin and pass the turn into a Gitaxian Probe from Tom, looking at Juzza's hand.
Is that a main deck Shred Memory?
I believe so. That's what it looks like
to
me.
Yeah. Wow. All right, then. This is the kind of thing that's so exciting about seeing these players, because if it was just some other random person, I didn't know who was playing the deck, I'd be like, surely that's a mistake. Maybe they have to card him from their sideboard. When it's just, I'm like, what does he know that I don't?
Yeah.
Shred Memory? All right.
You look at that and you go, that's a choice. And then you go, oh, wait, it's Justin Chung. That must be a good choice.
There's incidental graveyard hate, and then there's very intentional graveyard hate, and this is the latter.
Absolutely. Look, I played Justin on this deck just last week. I took one game off him, and that might just be my crowning achievement for the year.
I was about to say, yeah, hang that on the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, so Tom Bott, wow. Okay, so if you're not calling this deck bots, it's shops, and that's shops right there. Mishra's Workshop. You might think, why is there a 3-drop in play? Isn't it turn 1? Which is a very reasonable question to ask. This is an unreasonable card. Taps for 3 colorless mana. As long as you're casting an artifact, I reckon I can work with that restriction.
I think I can work with it too. You know who else can work with it? Isaac.
And also Tom Bott. Yeah, we didn't see that this was in Isaac's deck. This is one of the cards we somehow didn't see as Isaac just kind of vomited permanence onto the table at the end of our last matchup. But Tom Bott isn't quite playing that style of deck. We're not just using the mana to make more mana, although there are some cards in common. Of course, you're playing the Candelabra of Tornos. There are some cards that are just too good to not have. But this is more of a mixed deck. This is one that's playing Eldrazi cards like Glaring Fleshraker and Kozilek's Command, and is also playing the Urza's package of lands. There's a different colorless source. So it's much more about big mana in general, more so than, you know, artifacts only all the time.
Yeah, exactly. And we're seeing that right now. We're seeing that Shred Memory hit the battlefield.
Yeah. Okay.
So they both got a Power Stone from the card that
the Thran Spider.
Dropped. Yes.
Yes, it's a weird card. You both get some power, because it's Brothers War, I guess. It's sort of real magic lore happening here. The Thran Spider, you know, helping to excavate the Argive find, I guess, and find some sort of Thran relics. So, or is one of the Thran relics that you find. Here's some Power Stones to represent that. And then also there's the ability that Isaac put it in the deck for, that both players have put it in the deck for. You may draw a bunch of artifacts if you have a very large excess of colorless mana, which of course the deck is great at producing.
Yeah, absolutely. So even when brothers are at war, they're still obliged to share, and both of those players get those Power Stones.
Also, I heard that Justin was on Grixis, but now the Shred Memory makes some more sense. Is he on the Thoracle, Tainted Pact Thoracle deck? Suddenly you might understand why someone could be that interested in exiling cards from graveyards.
Yes.
Or transmuting them for combo pieces.
Also correct.
This is effectively a tutor for a Thoracle.
And that's likely what we saw last turn, because the transmute cost is the same as the hard cost.
Yes.
And it's hard for us to tell the difference here in the booth without the audio from the players themselves.
Again, everyone at home is probably screaming at us, but you know, it's funny what you notice and don't. We were too busy being excited over the deck list of each player to realize how close Justin already is to potentially winning the game. I mean, you have Pact and another Pact of Negation in hand, so
Correct.
one of your 2 combo pieces and heavy protection. Thomas Bot, not the most interactive deck when it comes to, you know, combos on the stack, has to just find a way to apply a lot of pressure quickly.
Yeah, that Pact of Negation being a big element here for Justin to protect his main combo.
Yeah, I'm wondering what... I mean, there are main deck cards like Trinisphere that can affect Justin's ability to combo off. It comes down to what Thomas Bot has and whether he thinks it's like, do I just need to step on the gas pedal or can I try and fight this?
Yeah, what's in hand and what lines has he got available to him?
There is also this is also another Khan Scion of Urza deck. So again, some of your sideboard pieces may be available to you early on. That's an Urza land, but doesn't have the complementary pieces just yet. So for now, it's just happening for 1 colorless. I think that's the power plant, as you see. I love the art, like the different directions artists take those cards, because there's a bunch of different artworks for them. And someone went, yeah, Urza's power plant is probably like 1 wasp taped to 2 batteries and just buzzing a little bit. That'll power a whole, you know, robot army.
A whole Tron.
Yeah. Maybe there's like 1 billion of those and we're just really zoomed in.
Yeah. Look, Tron and the Urza's land, something that people would be familiar with from Modern.
Yes.
But occurring here still as well in 7-point
Okay,
Highlander.
so Justin draws the alternative win condition, right?
Okay.
Like the Thoracle redundancy. That Jace Wielder of Mysteries has a very similar win if your library is empty clause. Costs a bit more though and easier to interact with. Casts the Pact. Thomas says, okay, I'm not a Force of Will deck. How bad is it? And I think it's just like the card is known to be near the bottom of the library due to effects previously resolved.
So Justin just picks up the majority of his library, turns and flips.
Yeah, this strongly implies there's a Thoracle, because obviously if you're exiling your deck with 2 mana remaining, finds the card that was placed on the bottom, and Thoracle. And what do you got?
Is there any interaction here from Tombot?
I don't want to say no. I can't see what would happen here. Okay, dismember Thoracle. Can we put cards back into the library? Because one of the brutal things about how this is worded is that if your devotion is 0 and you have 0 cards in library, that still meets the conditions.
Right, okay.
And Justin is
explaining this exact
it
thing.
seemed, this is what every person said. I think every person who played against Thoracle, the first time you do, you're like, well, I'll kill that in response and get you. And then you're like, I'm sorry, this is not a Magic card designed by reasonable humans. I win anyway, actually.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't be on the deck if it was just as simple as dismembering the Thoracle. And Thomas Bot, I think, just has to race here. The combo is so hard to interact with.
If this combo could fall down to a lightning bolt,
yeah,
it would be significantly less good.
Different timeline stuff at that point. Like, and I'd be happier, but this is the Thoracle we got.
Yep, this is the way that it is worded is that whether or not the Thassa's Oracle is in play, this still resolves.
Yeah, so I don't know, like, if you have a card like Endurance in this largely colorless list that can...
I can't imagine Tom being able to cast Endurance.
No, or like any sort of similar effect. But Torpor Orb is in the sideboard, so that's a great pull. Whether or not you want to bring that in or leave it there for Khan Defined is, I think, like dealer's choice. But, you know, you have some answers. Other than that, you have Grafdigger's Cage, which doesn't really help.
Tormund's Crypt.
Tormund's Crypt also doesn't really, like,
No.
doesn't really, that's the thing. Again, the combo is really hard to interact with. I think you just have to race.
Yeah. It's a combo that, for a colorless deck, very difficult.
You know, I've just realized, actually, I was talking about a Khan board there. This is really a Khan board. Khan the Great Creator is actually in Thomas's sideboard. The main deck Khan is Khan Scion of Urza.
Okay.
The one that just sort of draws the top card of your library slowly or makes tokens.
Yeah.
Which is not nearly as often seen in this format. But again, this is a tremendously successful player and deck designer. I'm sure this is an extremely well-reasoned decision based on a lot of reps. Does mean that that's probably coming out of the sideboard, I'd imagine.
So based on the the wording of Torpor Orb and the wording of Thassa's Oracle that we just discussed. Torpor Orb stopping the enters the battlefield Thassa trigger from happening means that it is interactable all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's like the way to stop the combo, because you can't, if the trigger goes on the stack, the only way you can beat it is by putting more cards in the library than their Devotion to Blue, which means you either need to put multiple cards back in the library. Usually, that's their only blue permanent, right? So it's either put 3 cards back in the library so they don't win and hope they can't like gush or something in response, or if the Thassa's Oracle can be dismembered, then you just need any cards in the library. But that's a pretty demanding combination of effects to have and resolve past Pact of Negation or whatever.
Yeah.
So much easier to have earlier in the game put an artifact into play that says Thassa's Oracle is a blank piece of cardboard.
I totally agree. So look, I imagine even with bringing in the Khan that the Torpor Orb comes into, right? There's different ways for Tom to search up specific artifacts that he wants out of his deck, and Torpor Orb would be the top of that list, I imagine.
Yeah. Again, I think different people play this differently, and this is part of the beauty of the format. That it's not like there's a clear, obvious answer there. Yes, bringing in both maybe gives you a higher density of draws that can beat the Thoracle, but then what are you boarding out, right? You're a very synergistic deck. Every piece you take out, you cost yourself something, which might be worth it, but you have to think. You do have to consider it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't know how much else. I mean, you have some removal for things, but again, Justin's deck largely plays out of hand, pretty much just interacts with you and then eventually wins the game on the spot in a way that artifacts in general aren't great at interacting with, and this is probably not the matchup Tom wanted to see.
Yeah, there's not a lot of hand disruption happening in this bots deck.
Yeah, like even a combo deck like Storm that might be probably one of the most premier combo decks in the format, it's very resilient, but it's vulnerable to graveyard hate. It's vulnerable to artifact hate. It's vulnerable to cards like Deafening Silence in a way that this deck just is not.
Yep.
And so there are way fewer cards you can even theoretically have to interact with Thoracle.
Absolutely. And I mean, these Thassa's Oracle decks are paying a lot in terms of points for their ability to have this effect, right? This is the beauty of a pointed system, is that a card as strong as Thassa's Oracle, it comes with 4 points attached to it. And 4 is a lot when you've only got a total of 7. So Justin's points are embedded firmly in that Thassa's Oracle, 1 Spellseeker, 1 Force of Will, and 1 Tainted Pact.
It's why the deck is so fair otherwise. It's kind of just playing draw spells and removal and counters, because you can't really include anything else that powerful when Thassa's Oracle costs all your points.
Exactly right. In terms of, what Justin Chong might be bringing in from his graveyard, we've got a Hercule's Recall.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it definitely works quite well in this specific case. Possibly a Toxic Deluge, depending on...
This is a creature deck, I'd say. You usually win by combat damage with bots.
Yeah, so something like that. We've got Massacre again. Won't get it for free, like we've seen in other matchups.
That one's probably a versus a white deck special here, especially because Thomas's creatures are often very large.
I would agree with that, yeah. I don't necessarily think that Neck 2 to all creatures will be Justin's best out. I don't think that he'd be including that in his sideboard plan for this.
So maybe neither player having really built their sideboard around this
each other's
matchup.
decks, yeah.
I have to, this is one of those things, Grafdigger's Cage is an option that Justin could bring in, but it's one of those cards that's worded very specifically, and it doesn't always beat the cards you want it to beat. It really depends on the individual wording of the effect. Does it let you cast the top spell of your deck? Does it put that spell into play? Because if you're not putting creatures into play, then maybe the Grafdigger's Cage does not do what you want it to do.
Yes, exactly. I think that, again, such an edge case. Justin just wants to do what Justin wants to do, right? Justin's
not the one.
A plan.
Not the one. In terms of what is Justin scared of in this matchup, I think it's just Tom's best draws. Because the reason that this deck perennially does really well in terms of an archetype that all the players on it put up a lot of wins is that the deck just has starts that are unfair in terms of what you put on the battlefield and how fast you do it. And that all it takes is one stumble from your opponent in a singleton format, and it's over. You've just crushed them with a bunch of Eldrazi and giant constructs. So Justin may be bringing in a smattering of removal. Hercule's Recall, of course, a card that punches way above its weight in those sorts of situations. And otherwise, trust what you brought.
Yep, I would totally agree with that. Looking at Justin's hand from based on what we saw, we are looking at, it looked like 2 lands and a ponder and some other bits and pieces. So definitely a keep from Justin, enabling him to find all of his different pieces.
Yeah. I guess consign to memory probably also good to bring in. It's just like, you know, not a game-changing card. Just like, oh, I can slightly upgrade my interaction for this specific matchup, and it's another great thing, like how differently different decks use their sideboards.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to know until we finish this tournament tomorrow. So, you know, we're doing 8 rounds of Swiss today and then cutting to top 8 tomorrow. But we've seen 2 very strong pilots of this Thoracle deck today.
Yes.
Generally, the decks that win or do very well within a tournament, particularly in the metagame of a tournament, end up pointed by the committee.
Yeah, especially the combo decks.
Even though it's already on 4 points, are we thinking that Thassa's Oracle may see another point and go up to the Black Lotus level of power?
Often the decision there is sort of like how the committee, it's like, well, thinking a step ahead, if we put another point on Thoracle, what would that cost the deck and would that materially change it? People normally don't like to pile that many points on one card, but the problem with Thassa's Oracle is how hard it is to do anything about. So it's almost like all we can do is make this card cost more and more of your points because it just, like, no other card beats it. Other than, check that out, Torpor Orb.
Well done, Tom. You found your sideboard card.
And an Urza Saga as well, which is, I think if there's a card at the heart of this deck, it is Urza Saga.
Absolutely,
One of the most powerful 1-point cards in the format, and this is like the most Urza Saga deck that you can play.
We've also got a Relic of Progenitor sitting there.
Pretty cool. Spell
Pierce.
Pierce. Oh, no, I was preemptive. The Torpor Orb did not make it to the battlefield, and Tom just has to watch that fade into the graveyard. That's like the pressure that's put on you. You're like, I need to get this down as fast as possible. But then it's like, oh, you don't have 2 extra mana? What if I Spell Pierce this?
Yeah. I mean, there's got to be some level of recursion.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
In Tom's deck.
Yes, no. Tom can definitely get this back a number of ways, but now that's like one more hurdle, and Justin has a larger window to resolve the combo when it's all down to like how fast can you go for it. There's Demonic in hand, so if Justin is lucky enough to just top deck Thoracle, game over next turn.
Yep.
Turn 3 win. Like, if this deck does get a point, that's why. It's like the simplicity of the combo, it's inherently resilient, so you don't need to play a bunch of extra protection for it. Just kind of generalist counter magic, which is way stronger than needing to like have cards to protect your graveyard and other really niche things. And the fact that you can either be the turbo combo deck and just go nuts on turn 3 if you're against a deck you think can't stop you, or grind and play this slow game because your combo takes up so few deck slots. Dread Feud coming here just to check that the way is clear.
Candelabra and
Mystic Forge.
As well as a Beseiju.
I liked, so Tom has a lot of mana. You're like, I'm going to take away effectively your draw engine, unless you play the top card of your library, Future Sight for colorless spells. And so now Tom is going, like, Justin's like, okay, I'll let you have 1 draw a turn to find things that matter to me, which is not many.
Yep.
And we see there's also a Beseiju in Justin's hand. So again, like, if you do somehow get that that was Beseiju in the other hand. I briefly got confused, but in that case, not a terribly useful card. Useful in a lot of matchups, less so this one.
Not so much this one, yeah, I would agree with that.
Right. Construct coming down, mismatched construct tokens, tut. But this is what you need to do.
And a Soul Ring.
Urza Saga trying its real hardest to win this one for Tom Bot, putting a clock on Justin. Justin, big chillin'.
Justin's still missing a piece, right? But
yeah. But it's like, it's so
still
cool.
feeling pretty good.
It's so cool. The luxury of having your combo pieces be tutors is so crazy. This card is so foiled, I can't even tell what it is. Other than it's the Necron vehicle. Sorry, it's from the Warhammer Commander set. It makes a Necron Warrior. It makes 2 artifacts. Flying vehicle that brings its own crew with it. There's that cool Necron Warrior. Shout outs to Games Workshop, and that is just going to make the constructs bigger.
Yep.
This is the like artifact fair beatdown side of the deck.
And we're seeing that come in, hit Justin's life total, and Relic continue to chip away at a graveyard.
Yeah, I don't know how much Justin uses the graveyard, but it never hurts.
At this point, yeah, you don't want to not do it and find out you should have.
Exactly.
Use that trigger every time you got your opportunity to.
So both players kind of like potentially just 1 draw away, right? With that Candelabra in play, Tom could have access to a ton of explosive mana, and the deck's very good at using that.
And I mean, Justin's on 11. Those are pretty big constructs. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 artifacts on the field, plus an
Yeah.
artifact land, it looks like. So 7s.
This is where I'm not a good enough player to anticipate Justin's actions. I don't know if you ever do something like fire off the consultation to try and find Toxic Deluge before you lose too much life and it sort of no longer answers the board.
In this case, the Toxic Deluge is probably too much life to be giving away for that. I think you maybe just want to be... I mean, Hercule's Recall would be great right now.
Yeah, these are 7/7 constructs, so you could Deluge for 7. It's just like...
It's just going to hurt.
It's gonna. You would rather consult for recall for sure. But it's like, the question there is more, rather than my incorrect like example card, do you use up a card where you're like, I'm on 1 of 2 combo pieces? Do you go down to 0 of 2 combo pieces to slow down the clock against you, or do you trust your top decks?
Look, there's playing to your outs, and then there's not making the plays that don't lose you the game. So trusting top decks is not where I'd be here. I'd definitely be trying to remove, the pieces that are very rapidly depriving me of my life total.
Justin has Nerves of Absolute Steel, brainstorms for a land, and says go. And that hand is not one that is like replete with answers either. I mean, you can consult to try and find something, but at instant speed at 1 mana, I don't think there's that much. You have Jace, you have 2 combo pieces, and I think you win next turn, but next turn's so far away all of a sudden.
Next turn's too late, so I imagine we're going to see a consult for a Hercule's Recall.
But you... Consult's 2 and so's Recall.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said consult was 1.
Oh, sorry, no, Consult... Oh, yes, Consult... Sorry. There's 2 cards. There's Consultation and Consult the Star Charts.
Yeah.
How annoying.
Sorry about that. Demonic Council.
But you were correct. I was thinking of a bad line that doesn't work as opposed to the correct line that we'll probably see.
Yeah, the Demonic Consultation, name a card.
I love that art. Shout out to Rob Alexander.
Yeah, beautiful art. Searching up your Hercule's Recall just to make sure you don't die. Either that or we may just see a Ponder and... Oh, gosh.
I mean, how much damage is this right now? Have we seen it? We saw
14.
another artifact into play, so these are these 8/8s now?
Yes. I believe so. I believe that that's an artifact land hiding in the middle. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
it's
6.
not. There's just 8 artifacts in play. It's Abandoned Temple.
Okay. So yes, 8/8. So we're going to see that Demonic Consultation.
Yeah, forced. Yeah, which is correct. Like this is it. This is how you fight this deck. Is like I will make you misallocate these resources.
There's the Thassa's Oracle.
So that's exiled now. Which I mean, it's a risk you take. I'm sure Justin knows what to do in this spot.
Yeah.
Still not great.
They're still outs, for
At least you didn't exile the recall, which is, of course, like, that's the intended risk for this card, is like, what if the demon is not very nice to you?
Yep.
And then you exile your library and die?
Yeah.
But you were going to die anyway, so may as well try it.
Exactly right.
Bounce your board?
Yes. Return all artifacts to their owner's hands, and both constructs are tokens, and therefore will disappear into the ether.
Yeah, I wonder how much can Tom recover from this? What's good is that Justin is doing this at the healthy life total of 11. I like not, even if this wasn't lethal immediately, I don't think you let this hit you because you want that buffer of life. Some of these cards are going to immediately come back.
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't take it, right? It would have been lethal.
Yes.
So even though some of this is going to re-hit the battlefield right now, in terms of that...
Soul Ring, Skimmer, surely Candle... No?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we've got the Might.
I guess we're in this awkward spot where even though the deck normally has lands that tap for a ton of mana, none of them are alive immediately. So all these land untapping sources like the Candelabra, like the Temple, aren't actually getting you ahead.
Yep.
We'll just redeploy as many creatures as possible and hope. But
that seems to be the way to go. I mean...
the game is not over.
As you identified, Tom is the beatdown deck in this scenario. He wants to be the one who is dealing damage. Justin is going from 11 to 10 to crack his fetch land. So definitely knows that he's got to be doing some things. He does have his alternate win condition in hand in Jace Wielder of Mysteries right now. He does have 3 blue to be able to cast it, but he does have to figure out how to get rid of the rest of his library.
Well... Muddle the Mixture can be transmuted for the other... So there's 2 similar effects, right? Demonic Consultation and Tainted Pact. Those are the premier ways to do it. Tainted Pact is a 2-mana spell. And
there
we
we
are
go.
transmuting. So there they both are. And we're once again, it's like chess, right? Like last turn, we put Thomas in check and he made the move to get out of it. And now Justin has reapplied check. But if you can like fizzle this one or somehow stop the Jace from resolving, like if there's a way to get that off the stack somehow, Kozilek's command perhaps, that's no win cons for Juzza.
Yep. Justin definitely will need to be using his Ponder or his Consult the Star Charts. He needs to find his 6th land to be able to both Jace and Pact in the same turn.
I love how close, like this is not a game where you expect it to hang in the balance just because of how like binary the win condition of Justin's deck is, but this is the rare case where both decks are walking the tightrope. Thrilling stuff. Tom trying to once again up that clock. Extra pressure, that's Khan Scion of Urza there, making a construct, and in we crack.
And now Tom says, hey Justin, can you find your 6th land?
I'm going to give you a turn, buddy, to check you right back. I mean, Consult gives you pretty good odds, right?
It gives you quite good odds, yes.
We will try it.
Going to 3.
Oh.
Pact of Negation, Inquisition of Kozilek,
Pact.
another Pact.
Oh, no. Oh, that's... Oh, wait. 4 life. That is the MDFC. That's teachings. I forget the first word in that, but that can be a land.
Mystical Teaching?
Mystic-
Oh, right. The Waterlogged Teachings.
I was like, is it really... It's not wet teaching. Waterlogged teachings. I'm not sure why it's waterlogged. I guess it's a blue card.
And he is on 4 life, which means that he can pay the 3 life for that to come in untapped.
The most fine of margins.
Yep, seeing the other side of that card, it will enter untapped for 3 of your precious life and then tap for blue or black.
And manifesting somehow an impossible gut shot into Tombot's hand, but
Yep.
so close.
Oh,
So this is looking dire, puts the card unknown to Tom into his hand.
Yep.
Tom forced to sit in suspense, but knowing the odds of 1 land in, 5 cards, probably not loving his
understanding that it
chances.
was, yeah, likely to be something land related.
And you get an extra draw.
And we'll see if Justin just naturally drew a land off the top as well in a second.
And it got scary there for a moment.
Sure did. I mean, it's still kind of scary. We're still a little bit in suspense.
Absolutely. It's so close. Neither player like jumping up from the table like, I've got this. You really...
And Tom is tapped out, right? So there's no answers coming.
Yeah,
I don't think Tom runs any kind of packs.
This is not... No. This is
or
not
dazes.
This is not that kind of deck, right? Like, you just try and have your opponent dead, and if they do this line, then you were too slow.
Yep.
So we exile a bunch of cards, and we're going to show you that none of these are the card that I named.
So Justin, knowing that he put his cards on his on the bottom of his library in an order that was random, actually, and then picking it up.
I'm pretty sure Justin wins in that spot, because I don't think you need to pick up the last card. It's not like the consultation, or the pact kills you if it resolves. This is the sort of lack of experience. Like, I am not a pact player. I wish we had Maya here from round 1. I would love to hear, like, Thoracle player commentating Thoracle player matchup, but, like, that is the textbook of the combo, is I have pact, I have Thoracle or Jace, I win.
Yeah. So just confirming there, exactly, because...
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. Welcome back. Thank you for joining us back in the booth. My name is Molly Rowe. I'm with Tom Anderson today, and you are joining us from the end of round 5.
Yep.
Yep, of the Highlander 7-point National Championships here at CANCON in Canberra, Australia.
It's been a long day already. I think it's just the nature of these matchups. Obviously, we're playing for stakes, so people aren't just sort of like, I'll concede up to it. And then we're sitting here, you know, going to time in a lot of these rounds. Not everyone obviously is playing to time, but we're cutting back to the table, I think, here.
I think I was right, and Justin did miss the land. And we are going to game 3.
Right, yeah.
I thought I saw Justin on his scorecard. Yeah, you see he crossed out and then went 20, like back to 20 next game. On his scorecard, and I was like,
I wasn't 100% sure it was over either. I was sort of waiting for confirmation from either player, but yeah, that was a... Sometimes it's difficult to tell. We don't have sound from the players in this case. We don't have sound from the judges at the table. So just looking at the table there, the game state, neither player the kind to show ecstatic emotion. But you're right, like that's how close it was in fact slightly too close.
Justin being very stoic, always.
Yep.
So, yeah, not giving anything away with poker faces,
Wow.
either of these two. But no, that was what I thought. So Justin did miss his land and therefore wasn't able to complete his
How
combo.
unfortunate.
It's the nature of consult the star charts,
Yeah.
unfortunately, is, you know, they go back in a random order.
Yeah, which is what we saw like play out at the end of both of those games. Like ideally we get there. But, you know, as opposed to scrying a card to the bottom or like other setups you can do, there is some element that's the exact bottom card.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, so we're going into game 3 right now.
I'm sure Tom would rather win a bit more decisively than that, but you squeak out a win and it still counts on the scoreboard.
I think Tom is very happy to win. A win is a win, and it doesn't matter if you are on 1 life or 20 life, you take that win. So, yes, as much as that was a close call, a dice with death for Tom.
It's going to be a slightly longer day for all of us in the booth and these players as we see them shuffle up. And this time Justin's on the play, which makes a huge difference, of course. Like we saw how close that game was. If Justin had an extra turn, we wouldn't even be talking here.
Yeah, absolutely. But Tom put on an appropriate level of pressure and managed to do what needed to be done, even through that Hercules recall.
Yeah. I mean, looking at hand there, I was almost about to say, look, it looks like Tom's hand's crazy explosive there, but I think that might have been one of those hands where you have a guy's cradle and nothing else to get you started, and so you are forced to agonizingly mulligan a bunch of really nutty cards to the bottom or middle of your deck.
Yeah, it can be really difficult to look at all of those and go, unfortunately, in this case, 1 and 1 does not make 2, and we're going to have to go back to the drawing board.
So I wonder if the sideboarding changes for either player here, like in game 3. It's not all the time, but it does make a difference being play or draw. Tom, I think, as we kind of discussed, it's not that there's no cards that are relevant here, but I don't think your game plan changes drastically.
It's significantly harder for Tom to be the beatdown in this scenario when he's on the play, right? It's just like missing a whole extra turn to be able to kill him. And as you said, if Justin had 1 more turn, it wasn't even a contest.
Yeah, but then it's like there's not necessarily, if you were maybe thinking, oh, I'll leave interaction in the sideboard when I'm on the play and I'll just try and race. It's not like there's much that you can bring in that you are holding in reserve. Maybe something like Warping Whale's the closest you have to stack interaction, but I don't love, I guess it counters, I mean, it may have been in the deck already. It does counter a lot of the cards in Justin's deck, but then Justin plays Pact of Negation, Force of Negation, Force of Will. How much do you want to try and pick that fight with a blue-black control deck?
Yeah, it's not a fight that I would want to pick with someone with pacts in their deck and access to counter magic, but definitely one that you could. Like, and is it relevant here? I think that Tom's still just looking for his best draw, looking to be as fast as humanly possible.
What you really want is counter-target instant so that you can beat the counterspell that counters your Torpor Orb. But, you know, we can't be beggars. The deck can only do so much for you, and it has a lot of cool cards in it, just not that one.
Yeah, I don't think that Tom's interested in spending a point on a mental misstep.
Probably not. No, the points, we didn't really cover that, did we? Tom's points. He's got 3 on Soul Ring. If you're a Commander player, you might be shocked to find that that card is so highly priced, but that's just power that you're, you know, too used to really realize how insane it is when you're going hard in the paint in 7 points. That's half of your points right there. Then Urza Saga, Tolarian Academy, and Mishra's Workshop. So just the fast mana. But, you know, no question as to whether that's worth it. The deck can do amazing things as we see another Workshop Thran Spider start for Tombot.
Yeah, and from Juzza taking himself down to 16 to play Night's Whisper, doing some of Tom's work for him.
That does like some matchups, you feel fine with that. This really matters. Wow, there's a little bit of the interaction you can have. The prison element of the artifact deck leaping out in the form of Chalice the Void on 2, I think there. Yep, and we're definitely forcing that. I would like to resolve any of my combo pieces.
Exactly.
Thank you.
We're seeing a Force of Negation, exiling Pact of Negation to make sure that that does not hit the battlefield.
Speaking of having answers and sort of relevant cards in hand, Consign to Memory did come in. It's in Justin's hands right now.
Yep.
Looking good there. There's the Spell Pierce that was so pivotal in game 1, lest that Torpor Orb have resolved and completely changed the texture of the match. And we're now seeing once again that the cantrip that I forgot the name of last time, Diabolic Vision.
Yes, Diabolic Vision.
Look at the top 5, 1 in hand, rest on top, any order. Great spell. And there's Singular Stupor as well, so Justin's hand replete with stack interaction here. And mana and consult, great spot to be.
There was some interesting art in Justin's hand. It looked like gifts ungiven, but that can't be right.
No, it must be something similar. Spellseeker is in there. That also has a blue lady on it. Justin takes the island, it looks like. The rest go back on top, which, fair enough. Might be a card you need right now if you're missing your land drop.
Yeah. Love me a card with a blue lady on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you can see the Spell Pierce in Justin's hand, which is I imagine, one of the drivers for taking that island.
Yeah, Pierce, Push, Consign, pretty sweet set of interaction to be holding in this particular match.
Only the Consign and the Pierce to...
yeah, sorry, no Black Mana available at the moment.
Available to be cast
clear.
this turn, yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Power Stone that Justin was handed, bit of a white elephant gift there, doesn't do very much for you. Can only be used to cast artifact spells and pay for abilities, neither of which comes up terribly often.
Yeah. Yes, unfortunately, Justin's deck doesn't get to utilize that as well as he would like, but, that's why Thranspider is something that is playable in this deck. You don't want to give your opponent fast mana if you think they're actually going to use it.
This just in, theoretically even card, not actually as double-sided as it appears. The Aether Spark, what a cool card. Did not see that in the deck list. No, thank you, says Justin.
Oh.
I don't want to read all that. Boo, Justin, come on, man.
We were so close to
How
seeing
bad could it have been?
We were so close to be seeing an Aether Spark hit the battlefield.
How often do you get to read legendary artifact planeswalker equipment? That just sounds like word salad.
Yeah, it does, but it is a legit Magic card.
Yeah, you do not want that attached to Thranspider or really anything. So Spell Pierce doing for a deck that can produce colorless mana almost at will, Justin being able to just Deadeye nail a Spell Pierce on important cards both games is quite impressive.
It's huge. It's huge.
That's top player gameplay.
Look, sometimes better lucky than good. In this case, in Justin's case, I'm pretty sure it's both.
Pretty sure it's both. So the Spellseeker, obviously here, it's not a combo piece, but it represents one. And it can really represent either, because you can Spellseeker for the Pact or for a card that transmutes for the Thoracle.
Yep.
So Justin, let's say maybe 2 good turns away from winning the game. How fast can Tom put on a clock?
Attacking with the Thranspider right now is not it.
But Justin having already, like you pointed
That's
out,
true,
how much damage Justin did to himself, which was a great thing to point out, because you think, well, 1 attack, oh, he's on 10.
Yeah.
Oh, ugh.
Yeah, 1 attack for 2. That's not that much. Also, by the way, I'm on 10. Yeah. Ouch, that hurts.
What else does Tom have? Like, again, this is already what? If you're casting an artifact, 5, 6, 7 mana?
Mm-hmm.
8? If you... No, sorry, just 7 mana.
Look, when I played Justin last week, we both practically started the game on 15 life between fetch lands and mental missteps and thought seizes. It is what it is. Oh,
this is a card that makes
Gorgon.
me excited. Maybe no one else. It's the Stone Coil Serpent from Eldraine. Has protection from multicolored. It's just like this efficient beta at any mana cost because it just costs X.
And we're seeing a One-Chi-Tong Librarian in response,
Right.
drawing 2 cards.
Reach and trample and protection from a surprising number of removal spells that might otherwise get it. Like a Braid, sure, but otherwise your Molten Collapse, no. All these other cards, no. Bounce off it, tramples over things, gets the job done.
You know what, Tom? I will say it here, recorded for posterity. I did not miss Stone Coil Serpent.
You weren't a fan of losing to 3 of that card in a row in Standard, just up the curve, Stone Coil, Stone Coil, Stone Coil?
I was really not.
Well, I liked it. Sometimes you need an artifact that technically costs 0 in zones so that you can then play it for like 7. And Justin is also not a fan and finds a monocolored removal spell to deal with that.
We are seeing a Fatal Push. Take that Stone Coil Serpent out, and we're seeing One-Chi-Tong crack in for 2.
Well, we've heard what you thought of Stone Coil Serpent. What do you think of much more common 7-point card, One-Chi-Tong Librarian? Some people, when this came out, were like hankering to give it a point as soon as possible. It obviously hasn't gotten that yet, but it is quite effective.
I think that One-Chi-Tong is a really interesting card because, like, obviously, flash, draw cards on entry, it's amazing. Put counters on that equal to the number of cards you drew or what X you paid. But the fact is that it's interactable, right? So
you can remove it.
One-Chi-Tong enters the battlefield and then the trigger happens for both the draw and the counter placement. So you can interact in that moment to remove the 1/1 bird, right? And I think
Yeah.
that that's really critical. It's an element of, I think, why Wan Chitong didn't see as much play in Standard as people were expecting. And like, as much as it's a huge bomb in Limited, and it's finding a place here in Vintage, it's not as good as it looks, maybe, on paper.
Yeah, it's like a double-edged sword where
It's a controversial opinion, I'm sure, but...
No, I think the card's up for debate, which is, you know, why it's not pointed, why it's not in every list.
I don't
Some
think
people are
it's-
super high on it, but
I don't think it deserves a point currently.
I would say that's probably the closer to correct argument. Like, it would seem a more outrageous take to say no, point that immediately. But
Yeah.
when you play it in response to your opponent cracking a fetch and they're tapped out and can't do anything, you get to play it for 2 and immediately draw a card off their search.
Yeah.
There's just so much searching in this format between
Yes.
fetch lands and tutors, and that's why I think it goes hard.
I think it's very strong, but like, look at the things that are pointed.
That is true.
They are format warping cards.
Yes.
Right. They are cards that make the deck what the deck is. And would this deck for Justin Chung exist whether or not it had Wan Chitong in it? Yes, it
Yeah,
would.
it probably
So-
would have to play a slightly worse card, but it would definitely still be here. Walking Ballista, another really good 2-drop, but Justin holding the answers. Consign to memory, yeah, that looks like it lines up pretty well.
Yeah.
Can't touch that. I guess you can play, the Replicate is a cost or an ability? I think it's a cost, so
Yes, it
I'm-
is part of the casting cost.
can
no.
you still do that? I mean...
There's a judge watching this table. We're
Yeah.
going to assume that that was legal.
I don't think, I mean, the Power Stone wasn't going to be tapped either way. Yeah. It's a cost. A judge is going to handle that one. I am not a judge. We will let play continue. 1 Shatong, Bop, 3 in the air with Vigilance already. Just providing an alternate win condition, right? Like, this is a deck that comes the closest to, I got 2 cards milled or exiled accidentally, and now I can't win. So sometimes maybe it's nice just to like, well, this card might get there.
You know, chipping away in the air, it's not the worst thing that's ever happened to Justin.
Giving Tom something to think about.
It's very slow, though. So
Yeah. And that Thran Spider has reach, right? It is a spider.
it
So
does indeed have reach. Yes.
Consult the star charts. Again, this key spell in all 3 games. Last game did not quite do what Justin wanted, but this game, you have a little bit more leeway for it to work for you. That's a... Those are some good cards.
There's a Tainted Pack there. There is...
Muddle the mixture.
And a Stock Up.
Yeah, Muddle is one of the other transmute. If you see a card in this deck, you're like, what is that? It's probably a transmute spell for a combo piece. Muddle's one of the
absolutely.
better ones, though, because it also just negates something effectively.
Yeah,
But
it's also just a playable card in and of itself.
I love original Ravnica, but yeah, that's our Thoracle.
I love the art for that Muddle the Mixture.
Yeah, you're like, oh no, my cool science experiment is making a little baking soda volcano or something.
Yeah. Legit old school Arcanist.
Yeah. Is it man blows up laboratory again?
Yeah. Surprises no one.
Justin
Okay.
about to blow up this match if he has his way. Tender Pact in hand, Spell Seeker, all the tools.
About to say, we've got that Spell Seeker in hand as well still. We're seeing a lot of Grixis today. We're seeing a lot of Thassa's Oracle. You know, it's a good deck. It's doing very well. It's piloted by very capable people. Are we thinking that it's holding enough of the meta that it'll be under consideration by the Point Council?
I don't want to, because I think like my lens is focused on commentary, and we have had 2 players do well with Oracle on coverage. I would want to also see what the room's on and how well it does it at scale. Maybe we've just seen 2 really good players on the deck, which
That's fair.
can be enough to get it pointed. I think if you're arguing from the side of this deck might need to be pointed, you could look to say, well, the previous best combo deck was probably Storm. We gave that deck arguably 3 points at once, and now maybe players have moved on from it as a result, and looking at this Thoracle deck as the next best combo deck in the format. Now, you could either say, we'll give the format time to react to that shift, or you could be like, we know this combo, it's going to be too annoying and meta-warping. We're going to make this deck slightly worse. But I suppose then, in that case, okay, you have to give up Spellseeker. How much worse does the deck get? If you can still play Thoracle Pact.
But it costs you 5 points to do it. And therefore, yeah, there's no Spellseeker, or there's no Force of Will, or there's no there's no deck without Tainted Pact. Or there is, but it's harder.
Yeah,
So,
it's sort of like,
possible.
if it was like Storm, where Lotus and Tinker is now all your points. If all your points was Pact and Thoracle, obviously that's a demonic consultation. We're getting really close now to Justin ending the game. There is that
Ooh.
lone piece of stack interaction. Kozilek's command is such a great... It's so crazy when a deck that has nothing of a type of card gets one piece that you now have to play around. There we the hard cast muddle.
Oh, the mixture.
Tombot must be feeling kind of robbed.
Oh, that's harsh.
If you're Justin, you're ecstatic.
I mean,
I love
that's
using...
what he kept it for, right? Like versatile pieces that do more than one thing. It's relevant.
It's hard to say that the actual text box of a card is its hidden mode, but I can't overstate how much this is in the deck to be transmuted for a combo piece. You're like, oh, cool, this does actually do something when I play it for blue-blue.
Yep. So what was Tom trying to do with this Kozilek's command?
I don't know for sure. I would have assumed countering a spell and maybe printing some Eldrazi spawn or exiling one Shitong. Tom's still on 12 life. I assume he doesn't... if I was him, I'd be like, I'm going to die to the combo before I die to this bird. But it depends like what you have left in your hand, right? Like what can you spend the mana on? Because that's been the thing. So far, we haven't really seen Tom be able to get a Mystic Forge or a Walking Ballista into play. Justin's been very strict about not really letting him have any gas. And so all this fuel is lying around doing nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely true. Justin's been very judicious in doling out his removal as needed and kind of ignoring things that don't matter so much, like the Thrown Spider, even though it's blocking his one Shitong every turn.
Yeah, I mean, Justin, that's a fine board state to persist in. Justin now, like, the hand is so close. You can consult or pact. You also have Brainstorm and now a Probe, so you can get a lot of information, a lot of looks at cards.
Also a Chrome Box sitting there.
Yeah.
Useless for him right now.
I mean, one mana is not nothing, but yeah, I like all the cards in my hand a bit more than I like a Chrome Mox.
I agree.
We're going to fire off Tainted Pact. That is the safer of the two.
That's
Wow.
Historical on top.
It's always the top card, right? When you tutor for the card you're about to draw, but in this case, I don't think Justin minds. 3 mana, can I win the game? Yes, I
Sure can.
Justin Zhang, everyone, you're going to be shocked to hear this. He's 5-0. The Juggernaut rolls on. Already a 3-time champ. Can he make it 4? He's still a long way off, but he's also a lot closer than he was at the start of the day.
Yes, absolutely. So we've got 3 more rounds of Swiss coming up for you very shortly. It's a very exciting time to be tuning in right now to the 7-Point Highlander National Championships. We will be back with round 6 very shortly.
But I'll take another turn. Yeah, every turn I could buy it. I think it was pretty obvious I had the K command the whole time, so like you were never going to go for it into it.
Welcome back to the booth with us. My name is Molly Rowe. I'm here with
Thomas Anderson, and you've just watched, if you were watching with us before, a marathon round 5. We had a couple of quick games to start the game, some 2-0s, and we said, can we have some longer matches? The Monkey's Paw curled, and we got 2, admittedly, very exciting and close games involving these huge artifact decks, and also Justin Chung's tremendous Thoracle play. Ended up taking that out and is among our leaders here after 5 rounds. There's still 3 more rounds to play. We will be back with those shortly as the day stretches on and we get into the really grueling rounds where players' fates are ultimately decided. But I think we have a short break still, so we will see you in a few more minutes once those pairings are up and for more 7-Point Swiss action.
Absolutely. Thanks, Tom. Welcome, welcome. You are now joining us for round 6 of 8 at the 7-Point National Championships. It is an incredible day. We have had a brilliant display of Magic already today. You are joining us in the booth. My name's Molly Rowe. I'm here today with Tom Anderson, and we're about to cut to table 6. What are we going to be looking at, Tom?
I think we're looking at our top table here. Obviously, it's the coverage table we've been looking at all day. But in a sort of spiritual sense, this is the 5-0 bracket. And look what's on the table already. A card we have seen before, revealed in the Companion Zone, it looks like, is Zerda the Dawnwaker. If this is the card of the tournament, like, you can't get too attached to narratives before they happen, but this would be so cool. Maxwell Ashurst, we saw Isaac before playing one version of the Zerda list. This is not a case of, as sometimes happens in the format, players conspiring, figuring out a deck list beforehand, and rocking up with the same deck. I think these are just different deck builders independently arriving at the same really cool result.
This is blue-white Zerda.
Yeah, I've heard about this. The rumor's been going around the room that this deck kicks ass. So great to see Maxwell in the 5-0 bracket with it. I assume this is a brew. Dylan Kakawa playing Grixis mid-range, kind of the opposite of the brew. So we talked before about the innovator archetype of player versus the refiner, and I don't want to typecast these players, but in terms of deck choice, this is a great example of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we've been talking Brewer's Paradise all day, and it's so cool that not only is this the second Zerda deck that we've seen, but both of them are still doing well, and they're both quite unique from each other.
Yeah, I love the spread of decks we've been seeing. Because don't get it wrong, like, this is a known metagame. There are, like, real pillars of the format. We saw, you know, bots last round. The Thoracle deck's very well known. So is this Grixis list. But, like, there is so many different brews in the room. There's more decks we can possibly put on camera. Goblins running around, elves, all sorts of weird combos, Time Vault decks. And this Zerda deck, I mean, this is very different even to the one that we saw before.
Very, very different.
Balance in this deck.
So whilst Isaac's deck that we saw previously was looking to do very unfair fast mana things, this is much more of a actual coloured deck.
The statement of intent here, Chromox exiling Soul Partition. Yes, I play this card.
Yep.
Very cool.
So Chromox giving access to that fast mana that we were just talking about. We've got a Git Probe that's looking at...
That is Brainstorm, and I can't remember if this is the Snow Tutor. It tutors for a card based on something to glory, based on your Snowlands. I believe it gets a Search for Glory. Gets a historic card. It's a useful tutor in this deck. We're going to read it. Dylan Kakara is going to read it with us. Search your library for a Snow Permanent, a Legendary, or a Saga card, and put it into your hand. Gain 1 life for each snow mana spent to play this. So a snow sorcery in only the lightest sense. It's just kind of a cool underplayed tutor, which, okay, maybe there's better tutors, but they cost points. So here we are playing Search for Glory.
Fetches up a legendary thing.
Sorry, I was slightly wrong. It searches up a Saga. It searches up most of the things that are historic, but not quite all of them. Jump the guns on that. Dylan, having seen this information, and who knows in what way moved by it, yeah, this deck list has some crazy stuff in it. Ang's Iceberg. So is that a snow enchantment, the Iceberg? I'm just sort of...
It's not.
Feeling out this... Why?
I know.
The synergy. Oh, well. But you've got Transmute Artifact. This is the Enigma Duel deck. So I pray we get to see that line. Also stuff like, for instance, Moonsnare Prototype, which I'm sure everyone knows what that does.
Of course.
Absolutely, right? Yeah. Tugging at my collar. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards that we've not seen in any other decks so far today. So
you may remember this from draft, just not the name, but the channel effect is really real.
Yeah, tap an untapped artifact or creature you control, add colorless, or channel 5, discard Moonsnare Prototype. Owner of target non-land permanent puts it at the top or bottom of their library.
It's kind of like, this is a weird comparison to make, like to say this card is Quantum Riddler. But earlier we were complimenting card Quantum Riddler for its versatility between its different casting modes. Like, if in this situation it's good, and in this situation it's good. Kind of the same thing here, right? Sometimes you are trying to be explosive and fast and kill your opponent immediately, and that makes mana. And in other situations, like, boy, I wish I had some sort of very difficult to disrupt removal.
We are looking at a 1-ring.
We are looking at a 1-ring for the
turn 2 1-ring.
Yeah, so for all we talk about innovation, this card is not as exciting.
Yeah.
Unless you're playing it, then it's pretty cool.
It feels really great to cast, I won't lie.
Yeah, it feels so good to cast that sometimes I like to do it every single turn for the rest of the game.
Yeah, so we've seen that Search for Glory be cast and look up that 1-ring. So
that is a legendary card.
It is indeed.
Nah.
The legendary card.
Yeah, it says in the title, real hint there. But yeah, Search for Glory, pretty good. This is also a card I've actually seen in other decks. Like, I think this is maybe a card people are growing in awareness of as just like this can tutor for a lot of the things that I want, and it's at a cost where I like to play it.
That Search for Glory you're talking about there?
Yes, sorry, yes.
I was like, yes, we have seen the One Ring in other decks today, Tom.
What are you getting at, Tom? Okay. Both of them.
Look, the One Ring is one of those really ubiquitous cards. It costs 4 mana, it draws you cards, but it's colorless. It goes in any deck.
It may be 2 points at some point in the future, just because it's like for a 1-point card, the fact that it does so much on its own, and then it gets better with so many other things.
And it turns up in so many decks, right?
Exactly. Like, I play a lot of decks where, for whatever reason, a lot of the points list doesn't really appeal to me, and you're like, I'll just play the One Ring. Why not? It's almost never bad.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Grim Monolith, a card that we do see in common. That's going to be in every one of these Zerta decks. Like, suffice to say, like the Grim Monolith, Basalt Monolith, just put those down as table stakes. But speaking of pointed cards, the opposite of ubiquitous, Balance.
Yes.
This is a card I've had people outright laugh at. Like, Balance in 2026, what are you doing?
It's still holding a point, though.
And I think this deck is going to show us why. You'll notice it says, even out a lot of different resources. The word artifact, nowhere on that card. Mm-hmm. So you tend to do something like, I'll play a mana rock and a mana rock and a mana rock and a mana rock and I'll cast Balance. And you'll discard your hand and sacrifice all your lands. And
Yep.
I will continue playing the game.
And that feels real good.
Feels pretty good.
Yeah. That is what we call a very mean way to play Magic.
2 mana board wipe, also not bad.
Yeah, that's a thing too. It does count creatures. So we're seeing a Ledger Shredder, Mistress Bauble, Trigger the Shredder, Surveil, Away a Dismember, which I think Dylan has rightly valued as not good for this matchup.
Yeah. It seems a bit slow compared to what your opponent has already been able to do. I also want to shout out, not the most impactful card on the board, but one of them, Fomori Vault, again.
Yeah.
Another card that's kind of sneakily in there in the metagame, especially if you are playing these artifact decks. It's such a cheap card to include and adds so much value.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, look, Dismember's always been an all-star. Dismember will not disappear from Eternal formats. But then we've got things like Fomori Vault, as you said, which you don't see in every deck.
No.
So the ability to look at X cards of the library, where X is the number of artifacts you control, just that hand selection, that card selection that you don't always find in colorless decks. Although Max is not rocking a colorless deck, this is actually quite a heavily colored deck.
It's one of those things where it's like, we say it's artifact deck, colors deck. A lot of them do end up playing a lot of colored spells, even if it's just to have access to removal, like we saw Isaac doing with his Zerta deck. But I think spiritually the important cards are colorless. I think everyone knows what we mean. But yeah, it's such a clash of styles here to see like, oh, I'll play my fair Ledger Shredder and loot away my normal removal spell, and your opponent over there is like, oh, my removal is Balance, and my mana is Grim Monolith.
Yep.
We are playing different card games, which is maybe the thing I love the most about Magic. Like, if 2 wizards were to really duel, it would have to be like this. You're just you're from completely different schools, and one of you is going to come out on top. Who knows?
Which one of you is from the Tolarian Academy, Tom?
Well, I think actually the deck list might tell us that Voltaic, the other one.
Yes.
Manifold Key.
Well, no, this one has Tolarian Academy in Max's deck.
Yeah. So Max is from the Tolarian Academy, and Dylan's from wherever we get Grixis.
Oh, yeah.
The Grixis Academy? I don't know.
I don't think that was the thing.
What we saw back on Shards of Alara, not a lot of room to build a school there.
Yeah, that's fair.
So this is, wow, look at the loaded hand for Dylan. We get a bit of a glimpse there. Replete with great threats. The question is, how fast can you run them all out on the board, and will they get there in time? There's a Pyrogoyf, an Emperor of Bones, a Nethergoyf. That can do a lot of damage quickly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unholy Heat. So we have a removal as well, as good or not as that is in the matchup. But that's where Ledger Shredder comes in.
It sure is. We can see from Dylan's list, so unknown information to Max, but Dylan is running a null rod in the board, and I imagine we're going to see that come in as fast as possible.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. We've sort of been observing, okay, we've seen a couple of Grixis lists today, but they are different in their construction. For the continuing that theme, where are Dylan's points allocated?
So we're looking at Dylan's list, looking at that Nethergoyf that we can see in hand, a Force of Will, a Murktide Regent, a Barrogoyf, Deadpool trading card, Orcish Bowmaster, all of the things that I would generally expect from a Grixis deck. Or even a Jund deck, most of these cards also.
The black, if people were to get like decisive about it. I think most players would say black is sort of the strongest color at the moment, and that's the common factor in these mid-range lists. Like, the black cards are the one at the core, and it comes down to, do you want to play all the broken blue stuff? Do you want to play sort of a green shell where you can do things with lands and maybe get some more graveyard hate in there with like a Ren and 6? Or do you even just want to be blue-black, eschew the third color, and be safer against... We haven't really seen it today, but Blood Moon effects are such a huge part of the metagame.
Yeah, for sure. Blue Moon being one of the strongest or the most widely represented control decks. Oh, we have a Mana Vault.
Yeah, so that's 2 points hitting the table there for Maxwell. Those points are, of course, across the deck. That Mana Vault, the One Ring that we already see him play as well. Tezzeret Cruel Captain, which has just become an instant classic in these artifact piles. 2 points on the Tolarian Academy. And, of course, Balance that we shouted out. So what a cool spread of cards. But right now, Maxwell spot looking pretty good. There's the Enigma Jewel. Not a pointed card, and not a card anyone would remotely consider. Not a card a lot of players remember the text on. It does a lot when you have activated ability artifacts. And so it seems like a great fit in these Zerta decks if you are interested in colored spells. So
Enigma Jewel, 1-cost artifact.
Yeah.
Enters the battlefield tapped. Add 2 colorless, spend this mana only to activate abilities.
And then the craft ability, which is, of course, a classic from Lost Caverns, but basically, if you have a bunch of other artifacts in play or in your graveyard with activated abilities, and you happen to have an enormous amount of mana, I believe you can flip it, and it has all of the abilities of the cards exiled to craft it, which may or may not win the game.
Very Agatha Soul Cauldron kind of esque effect there.
In most cases, I think it's in the deck just to be a big version of that Moonsnap prototype where you're like, well, I'm playing Soul Ring. This is sort of Soul Ring if I squint at it. But sometimes it's Locus of Enlightenment.
So each activated ability of exiled cards used to craft it, you may activate those abilities only once each turn. Whenever you activate that ability that isn't a mana ability, copy it. So, yeah, you're entirely right, Tom. You know, very, very strong capability there.
It's kind of interesting because it's almost like you don't want to exile the cards that you are trying to win the game with, but you exile some other abilities and then you like leave your monolith in play and you go, I'll activate the untap ability, copy it, resolve the first copy and untap it, tap it for mana, resolve the second copy and untap it, and that is, you know, way number 25 to produce infinite colorless mana for this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And it said if it's not a mana ability, copy it. And, you know, you've got Bolus the Citadel. Each opponent loses 10 life. Do that twice, and you've generally won the game.
I imagine the design is that card going, but make sure we'll say not a mana, don't copy the mana ability. My work is done. There's no way they'll break this.
Yeah.
Someone untaps a Basalt Monolith twice in front of them, they spit out their cornflakes. Like... We couldn't have seen this coming.
Yep.
Speaking of couldn't have seen this coming, Dylan Kakawa reading another funky, not really 7-point meta card, the Might Stone and Weak Stone. Were you fond of this in Standard, Molly?
Look, you're asking me the hard questions here, Tom. Might Stone and Weak Stone, enter the battlefield, choose one, draw 2 cards, target creature gets Nick 5, or tap, add 2 mana. We've talked all day about the necessity for things in this format to have multiple use cases, and this is the ultimate example of that.
It's such a weird design. It's like, what if an artifact was one of 2 relatively okay sorceries?
Yep.
There's also the last line of text, which I'm going to have to really let down all our viewers at home. Melds with Urza Lord Protector. That card is not in the deck, unfortunately. You know, like, if it was me, I'd just cut something and play it. Because who does not want to, in the coverage area of a high-stakes tournament, put 2 Magic cards together like you're playing with action figures and make one really large Urza? Just to intimidate your opponent. Stare them down.
Yeah.
But it's good enough on its own to play, so...
I think it might just be good enough by itself, as you said. So we are looking at Max not with a win condition on board currently and facing down 4 damage from his own One Ring next turn on 10 life with a large Ledger Shredder in the air and another Goyf on the battlefield. We can't exactly see how big that Goyf is, but we've got Artifact, Instant, Sorcery, Land... Creature, 5,
yep.
At least 5.
Yeah. I think that's all. There's no Planeswalker, there's no Kindred.
Or Enchantment.
Yeah. If you're at home and you maybe like, you're asking why we're not talking about the board state, sometimes you've got to give these things a bit of time to mature. We are getting to a point here where Maxwell's just been building out this enormous fortress of cards. Nothing that directly wins the game, but like the sort of invisible line is drawing closer and closer to critical mass. We are getting to the point now where maybe if you don't really do something decisive in the next turn or 2, Dylan could get you, but we're doing something decisive by crafting the Enigma Jewel, possible. We were picking up a lot of cards. It's happening. Ish. Putting cards back down again.
Max is figuring out what his outs look like because, as I was saying, you know, from Dylan, there is a lot of pressure. We've got a 4 power Ledger Shredder going on, and we've got a 5/6 Goif.
We've got a ring with 4 counters on it, so we might be crafting just to get that off the battlefield before it kills us.
Yes, that's definitely an option. We've got a Pentad Prism coming in, 2 counters, 2 Sunburst?
Sunburst, yeah.
And tapping for lots of mana here.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You can tap the Enigma Jewel to pay for its own craftability.
Yep.
Handy dandy. Makes it slightly less absurdly expensive. Not taking the
ring.
Which shows that, you know, this is not my deck and I've never even seen anyone pilot it, so we're all learning here.
Yeah.
Pointing at some abilities.
So how does that work with the fact that you can't copy mana abilities, but
you can still activate them, but you can't. It just won't double them.
It won't double them.
But you can only. It does say you can only activate them once each turn. So I don't know actually if this is a combo. I wouldn't have assumed this is I win the game on the spot. But you have the monolith in play, so it is infinite mana with that. Because you can copy the untap ability.
Okay.
So it's like it doesn't double the mana ability, but you can play the mana ability twice instead of once because you double untap. Now you have infinite colorless and you do something. This is Mightstone and Weakstone.
Okay.
Yep. I'm not sure if we're at the winning the game stage yet or just doing a lot of cool stuff. We're resolving Ledger Shredder triggers. We're going to draw 2 cards and see what we get. Like, obviously, Maxwell's in a fantastic spot. Do you have a way to return artifacts to hand and then replay them? We're going to untap our ring and draw even more cards. Like, that's often the way with these decks. Sort of like, I'm just confident I can get there. There's such a low chance I miss.
Yeah, the ability to untap your own ring and keep ticking it up without having to pay that life cost is very valuable.
So it does look like, as I was theorizing quickly, the Enigma Jewel there, exiling just some artifacts because you don't really care about what it can do. You care about what it lets you do with the second part of the text.
Yeah, right, okay. So
because we're going to draw
drawing his whole
million
deck,
cards off the ring. Because you get to untap the ring twice, and then both draws double draw.
And then Maxwell finding his Walking Ballista and Dylan picking it up.
That's one of the things where I'm like, that sounds pretty good. And then you watch someone tap the ring tap the ring and draw 24 cards or whatever that was. You go, oh, that's so broken, actually. That actually is enough.
Yeah, it seems like a fair element where you've got to keep losing significant life each turn to keep playing it. But if you never go to the next turn and you've just untapped it 4 or 5 times, you've drawn the majority of
and
your
you see
deck.
Maxwell explaining that with the satisfied smile of the successful brewer here at 5.5 wins, looking fantastic on this blue-white Zertalist. So from what you saw there, I know this is a tough question. I'm not quite asking you. You don't have to answer, perhaps, if you want to be political. But do you prefer one chin build that Isaac was playing of this Zertalist, or what we've seen from this blue-white version?
Look, I really want to see more of this blue-white version.
That's pretty fair.
But I'm a little bit of a purist, and I really enjoyed watching Isaac's deck go off. So look, I want to see. I do want to see more of it. I want to get down there and kind of get my hands on it to understand a little bit more about how that Enigma Jewel made all of that happen. But it obviously, you know.
It's because it could potentially do so much. Like, oh, what are the 4 cards under it? It can be a bauble. It can do this, and it's like, no, it's a second path to Zerta. Like the Basalt Monolith, double the untap ability is infinite colorless. That's like the deck's bread and butter. What do I do with the infinite colorless? Well, I cast the Mightstone Weakstone. I have a key in play. I draw a million cards off the ring because it's like double untap the ring, which means you can tap it in between each one.
Yep.
Then each of those ring triggers is also doubled. So put a burden counter, draw that many. Put a burden counter, draw that many. Do that 2 more times. So draw equal to like 4 times the number of counters on the ring. If any of these cards is Walking Ballista, I win immediately.
Okay.
With my infinite colorless.
My first reading of Enigma Jewel was when you do the activated ability
Of
the
the
thing
jewel?
underneath it.
That does sound
copy
like
it.
that feels like what it should do.
Yeah, yeah. So it was more copy that twice rather than
Yeah.
any other activated ability. So
Yeah.
that makes more sense.
We were all learning
Okay.
in real time. They're just like, wow, those look like nothing. There's a bauble under it, but it's like, no, you just need 4 any artifacts. You actually probably don't want to put the good ones under there.
Yeah, thank you, watchers at home, for coming along with me on that learning journey.
We're all
but
learning.
We are all here together now.
And so is Dylan, right? Like, you
yeah.
feel different. Like, as an opponent, you're also probably going like, okay, so that's what you can do. Now I know what to target. What am I sideboarding in?
Yeah, Dylan looking at their sideboard and going, Null Rod, thank you, yes. What else are we looking at? We're thinking about, I mean, Colligan's Command does destroy a target artifact.
I like, without
very
looking at the list, I'm like,
expensive.
that sounds, I mean, if it was ever worth it to destroy an artifact.
Yeah, yep, for sure.
Price of Progress, maybe?
Maybe.
Opposition Agent, perhaps? We didn't see a
Quite
lot of tutors, but I think you assume there are those. We saw Search for Glory.
Yeah, there's no Tinker in there.
No, that's too many points. You
Yeah,
got to play
yeah.
all these other cards.
That's true, absolutely.
You don't have Whir of Invention either. You have Tezzeret. Tezzeret can search. So there's a few.
There's a couple of search options, yep. There wasn't, I mean,
Graveyard Hate, perhaps?
Maxwell is playing blue, but is it blue enough to care about things like Red Elemental Blast and Pyroblast?
I don't
think so.
Even though the Enigma Jewel is blue and that turned out to be like the final piece that won the game there, Zerda would have done most of the same thing. It
Yeah.
wouldn't have doubled the ring draws, but it gets you most of the way there. I don't know if that's worth it unless you have cards that you think are really bad and you're like, I need a spell that does something.
Yeah, they don't solve those things. I completely agree. So, yeah, I mean, it's really Null Rod and Opposition Agent.
Is Energy Flux, I think.
Oh, yeah, sorry, there is Energy Flux. I missed that.
That
Thank
looks
you.
good. And then I wish there was like a Rest in Peace, because I think it's actually much more of a graveyard deck than Isaac's was, because
There is an Unlicensed Hearse.
you can craft from in play, but you would much rather craft a bunch of cards in your graveyard you aren't using for that jewel. And there are other recursion options that I'm seeing in the list here, so that would cut off some access to cards.
So there is an Ashiok Dream Render and there is an Unlicensed Hearse.
Wow,
here
look at
that
this
might
start
be
from
considered.
Maxwell. I have a pre-game action reveal, Gemstone Caverns. Someone wants to go fast. Surge of Salvation as well, really nice sideboard piece. We didn't really, I'll go through, I guess we'll see that in real time. Easy answer to say that Dylan has brought in the Surge,
Yep.
which is an interesting thing. It's half a color hoser, half not. In fact, it's going straight under the Chrome box, so it's white mana source, actually.
We've got Lotus Petal into Chrome Box.
And
Is
Gemstone Cavern, so this is 4 mana turn 1, potentially.
explosive start here, yes, absolutely.
But
4 mana straight into Urza. Yep.
is this a matchup where Maxwell would bring in Ensnaring Bridge, do you think?
No.
Like, they do kill you with creatures, technically,
They
but it's not an
do.
aggro deck.
Oh, and I was wrong, and we did see that Pyroblast come in from the board, and
Fair
it took
enough.
down that Urza immediately.
Dylan looking like the biggest brain Magic player of all time. Of course I have the Pyroblast for the turn 1, the turn 2 Urza Lord High Artificer.
There is a reason, ladies and gentlemen, and anyone coming along for this journey with us from home, that we are in the commentary booth and the players are at the table, slinging cards.
I guess if you have like normal removal spell, as soon as you're seeing a blue deck or a deck where the cards you want to remove are blue, you're like, this is free. Swap
Yep.
this for push or something.
So we've just seen Zerda be
Oh, this
pushed
hand
back
looks
to
great.
hand. Pushed back to hand. Oh, we're on a 1-lander from Dylan.
Oh, then it looks like, I was like, whoa, Molten Collapse, Bowmasters, Hand Attack, Force of Negation. This looks incredible. Oh, I can't play any of them.
Yeah.
I can't even play the Inquisition because it's a blue-red source.
And the Force of Negation, there's no other blue card in hand.
I guess you kept that because you have really good interaction, and sometimes you're like,
Pyroblast,
I
yep.
have a lot of lands in my deck, and my odds of drawing, like if my out is a land, I like my odds. But this is like the max, like you think, how bad could it get for me in the first 2 turns? And then your opponent goes Gemstone Caverns, ramp, Urza, and I have more. I'm not done.
Yeah. Being on the play, keeping a riskier
Oh
hand.
god, that's Khan the Great Creator. That is the this is a Magic card for sure. The old quote-unquote Khan that just doesn't have the Planeswalk frame and has just the text
Oh.
box.
We are seeing a Red Elemental Blast come to hand, by the look of it.
Yeah. So now, as to a Khan board, there is what you would expect. Mike Synth Lattice is an option, not quite there on the mana yet, but a threat nonetheless. Also, slightly slower, but just as brutal, especially if your opponent's on one land, liquid metal coating. So you bring that in, you tap it, you make your opponent's land an artifact, you target it with the Calm +1 and it dies because it has no converted mana cost, it becomes a 0/0 creature, and you've effectively strip-locked poor Dylan.
Yeah, it's a very rough spot here for Dylan.
Are we doing this?
There's the Beanstalk. Oh, liquid metal coating, okay.
This is
You called
rough.
it. You called it, Tom.
Again, I feel no joy in calling this. I'm like, man,
Yeah.
it seems my opponent missed their second land drop. I guess I got to do it to him.
Yeah, the Ben Stark school of thought is when you are on the play, keeping a riskier hand generally hurts you significantly more than if you're on the draw where, you know, you're looking for something very proactive and you can take a slightly riskier hand.
Ben Stark, unsurprisingly, looking like a really smart Magic player in this spot, but I don't blame Dylan. If you see a black land off the top there, this hand's gas, gas, gas. And normally,
There it is, but
it's a tap land.
It's, yeah, it surveils and it's a little slow.
It's always a tap land. Like, whenever you're drawing, you're like, I just need a land. You're like, thanks, Surveil land. Thanks for showing up.
You're fantastic in my deck and I want you there, but also not right now.
Like, I love you. This is my fault. I kept the one lander. It's not you. It's me.
Yeah.
Anyway, you're not long for this world, so goodbye. Last turn, we could not destroy a land because, of course, you can only activate the card once and you tutored for it. I'm trying to think of counterfactuals where Maxwell doesn't just do this. That's also Transmute Artifact, I think, in hand. So would you like to get whatever you want and also Stone Rain? Yes, I would.
Yes, I would.
Yes, I would. It's brutal. It's cutthroat out here at the National Championships. This is
Seeing a stock up as well.
not the tournament to be kind.
Yep, look, it hurts to say, but I'm sure it feels good to do.
And this is such a, like, think of how Maxwell won game one, right? The most, like, we have this slow build-up into this suddenly infinite colorless, tons of pressure. You know it's coming, but you can't stop everything. And I've got a way to draw a bunch of cards and win the game. This time, just my opener. Basically put the whole hand on the table like it's poker and goes, I am going to present an Urza, and then when you Pyroblast that, I'm just going to strip block you.
Yep.
Crazy that this is all the same deck. Look at this, Molten Collapse. There's the untapped land we needed.
Yep.
Not completely over just yet.
Not yet. Untap land, Molten Collapse, that Khan, and then no. Probe.
Probe, all right.
Colligan's Command, which did come in from the board, Nethergoyf, Force of Negation, Bowmaster's Kozilek.
Okay, so I'm slowing my roll here. With the Khan gone, suddenly things not quite so bad. Dylan had the interaction, had the blast for the Urza, had the collapse for the Khan. What's left are not really threats.
And this is where taking the liquid metal coatings actually hurt Maxwell quite significantly, right? Like, he did take that, he made that choice to try and create that land lock on Dylan, but now without his Khan, liquid metal coating not so valuable for him.
Yeah.
And not something that, you know, he's probably wishing that he got something else.
I mean, we say that, and then next turn we'll do something like play Tellurian Academy, make it an artifact, play a key, tap Academy, untap Academy, something, something, something. But yes, you're right in that that's a much less. If you went for,
we'll get to talk about that when we see it. But
True.
The draw may be dead. It may be draw go.
It's a lot less worrying for Dylan now than if you'd gone and got Ensnaring Bridge.
Exactly.
Brainstorm. But that's the cool thing about, like, Maxwell's not a like single combo deck. This is a synergy pile, and Maxwell's like, all right, WinCon number 3. What's next off the top deck? What have you got for me?
Yeah.
Not crying over killed planeswalkers. That's Expedition map and.
Sorry, it's not a brainstorm. It's a
sorry, preordain. I'm sorry. I saw a
Yep.
bunch of. I see blue cantrip. My brain turns off.
See blue lightning.
Blue lightning. I'm
Feels
looking
like
at cards on the top.
Yeah.
It's been a long day, folks. All right, preordain, and that's the default art. We got an Expedition map and played it and feel pretty good about ourselves.
But I mean, Maxwell's just swinging in for 5. It's not a bad spot to be when your opponent is on 5.
Yeah, Dylan we got out of the strip lock, but even just taking that one land out of play, like now we're set back even further than we were with the draw, and our hand was so full of promise, now we're suddenly no time to play these spells.
Orcish Bowmaster does have flash, so can flash in as a blocker. The construct does not have trample. It looked like Dylan maybe draw a Force of Will, but I couldn't see the art as strongly as I'd like.
Yeah, I mean, that would be good here because you're so strict on mana that at least a way to use more cards without needing more lands. We do, as was fated, map for Academy, but Maxwell we haven't seen enough of Maxwell's hand to know what the mana's going towards at this point. It could just be as simple as get Zerda out of the sideboard ready to go.
Yes, for sure.
We'll find out in a second, I'm sure. Coating my Tundra.
Yep, ticking up the construct.
Yep. Why not?
Why not is exactly it. Floating 6 blue.
Counting my artifacts.
Yeah, actually floating 5 blue. Apologies.
Look, playing decks like this, there's a lot going on. I'm not going to begrudge Maxwell instantly catching that mistake and transmute artifact. This liquid coating isn't doing too much for me. I don't want to play with it anymore. What else have I got?
Yep.
Yeah, that's worth a counterspell.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Force, pitching force. Exile that, please.
Yep.
And does transmute sacrifice artifact as a cost? This is
It does.
an old text box.
Special library for artifacts. No, it does not.
Yeah, so it looks... Yeah, so unlike something like a crop rotation, you don't get quite as blown out for casting it, which is relevant when you're on 5 and staring at a construct.
Yeah, it does have to resolve first before that artifact is sacrificed.
Not
so-
the wrong play from Dylan, but just one of those cases where you go, I have no good choices.
Yeah. So here we see Orcish Bowmasters coming in, dealing 1 damage to something and amassing Orcs 1.
Hey, it's 2 blockers for 1 card.
It is 2 blockers for 1
That
card.
could matter.
I'm going to block the army.
It looks like Dylan pinged 2 face on Maxwell, taking him to 16.
Yeah, I admire Dylan's resolve. Like, this has been a grueling couple of games here, especially for someone who's doing so well in a tournament to hit a really tough match like this. But Dylan is remaining resolute, looking for outs here.
Yeah, definitely looking to find lines.
How big is our Nevergoyf? Pretty big? Bigger than that construct? For now, maybe.
It's hard to tell with the
Yeah.
stacked graveyard, but we've definitely got instant, we've got sorcery, we've got artifact, we've got land, so we're at least at a 4-5.
Swords your blocker.
The blocker.
In response to discard, which seems correct. And like just talking about Brews, right? Like, obviously it can do some cool stuff, but I'm also impressed. Maxwell, for being a colored artifact deck, hasn't stumbled on that mana really seemingly at all. Has what he needs when he needs it. Has been dealing with pretty good disruption from Dylan and barely slowed down. This has all the hallmarks of an archetype in the making.
I think that you're right, Tom. I'm really excited to see where this deck goes. So we've got Inquisition of Kozilek,
Wow.
looking at a land, an Into the Floodmoor,
Soul
Soul
Partition
Partition.
and Abstergo Entertainment.
and Zeta.
One of the lands of all time. Reading this card, it exiles graveyards and recurs a historic permanent also at the same time, which is a pretty crazy 2-for-1 on a land that it's not even a colorless land, it's a filter land. This is, you should, if you don't know this card and you haven't decided against it for a reason, you might want to probably be playing it in your deck. It just does a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it recurs Zeta, which means that Inquisition of Kozilek did not do what it was meant to do.
It is 10 times more powerful in Maxwell's deck than mine, and I am playing it, so... When you have your whole deck is historic spells, the world's your oyster.
Yeah, for sure.
This is an artifact. Okay.
So we're seeing Liquid Metal Coating, targeting his own land again, pumping up the construct, floating 6 mana.
Looking at our Abstergo. Think. I mean, LED here. I'm not sure. Again, the graveyard is a big pile of cards. I don't know exactly what Maxwell needs from there, but we're going for it.
Yep.
And Khan. Well,
Khan.
yeah, that sounds pretty good.
Pretty good target.
I would like to resume strip locking you, if that's all right.
1 plus the 3 floating.
Yep.
Can't.
Now, our liquid metal is tapped already.
It is tapped already for this turn.
Crack for blue. Yep.
Are we going to soul partition or flood more? I can't remember if we can flood more our own permanent, but it doesn't really matter. Mike's in ladder.
can't.
I didn't realize we had that much mana. We're just going for the lattice, and that's it. Poor Dylan is like, I think I have hung in there long enough.
Yeah, you can't Into the Floodmoor your own
No.
permanent, but
You can soul partition it. In the end, Maxwell has a more elegant and clean win con, which is you can't play Magic anymore. And that's it for round 6.
that's it for round 6. Welcome back to the booth. My name's Molly Rowe. I'm here today with Thomas Anderson. You just witnessed round 5, round 6?
Round 6?
We just said it. Round 6 of the 7-point Highlander National Championship here at CANCON in Canberra, Australia. We have witnessed an incredible amount of magic already today, and there is still more to come, so don't go anywhere. And not only is there still more to come today, there's still more to come this year.
Yeah, it's a packed calendar of events where not only in this in the 7-point format, which will roll on wherever good magic is played in Australia and hopefully beyond, but also coming up a big modern RC season and then culminating in August with Spotlight Brisbane. It's the real tentpole event of the year, of really the last couple of years for Magic, and we're all so excited. Tickets go on sale in April. Make sure you keep your eye on the ANZ Super Series website. That's where the ticket link will be announced, and you will ideally want to get in early. We're not trying to wish that people miss out, but I would hate for any of you to not get the chance to attend what will be like a pretty one-of-a-kind event for Australian Magic.
This will be the biggest and best way to play competitive Modern in Australia this year. Biggest prize pools of the year, not to mention a trip to sunny Brisbane.
And just like this event, any sufficiently large event, yet this National 7-Point Championships is the centerpiece of CanCon's Magic section, but there's plenty of side events. There's a standard RC firing here. There's a Pauper event. There's another standard event. There's tons of limited. Spotlight's only going to be more of that. There will be a huge command zone, no doubt. So even if you are not excited to play competitive Modern and you don't see this as sort of like the final step on the end of this like next couple of month Modern journey, show up anyway. Jam cards.
It's going to be a fantastic journey and a big conglomeration of the Australian Magic community. Not to mention pros and incredible players from all over the world coming to join us for that. So with that said, thank you so much for tuning in for round 6 of the 7-Point Highlander National Championships. We have been thrilled to bring it to you, and we'll be back shortly for round 8.
fair enough, yeah.
Hey team, welcome back. We are thrilled to have you back for 7-Point Highlander National Championships here at CANCON in Canberra, Australia. My name is Molly Rowe, joining you from the booth. I also have Thomas Anderson with me today.
Yeah, and very glad to be here. We've been through almost all of day one. It's happened in a flash, it always does. You know, tragic to say that the Magic's almost over, even though we have day 2 to come, and we've seen some real contenders, you know, maybe not punch their tickets just yet, but put themselves a really good way towards top 8 qualification. I think even that our winner from last round, Maxwell, has perhaps already made enough of a mark to get to day 2. Some players, though, still on the bubble. That's who we're going to be watching, seeing the most consequential matches of the day here, the culmination of a lot of effort for both these players. Jack Contington, we even saw earlier today on this Naya Tokens deck, did get the W over Breach Combo, looking like a crowd favorite here at 5-1, very much still alive, but playing against one of the best players in the room by results and acclaim, Team Bust Ups, Matthew Judas.
Yeah, we are coming into round 7 right now, looking at players who are both currently 5-1, which means that they must bash out. You know, they must play this. They must understand what their record's going to be to know whether or not they're going to make the top 8 out of this game.
And so as far as decks go, I did say we have seen Jack's deck already. We didn't see all of it, didn't see half of the lines it could provide, but Matthew Judas playing a completely new quantity here to this broadcast. It is Storm, one of the boogeymen of the format. This is the Black Lotus deck we've been talking all day about. You can play any card, even Black Lotus, but Black Lotus is extremely points heavy, and so the only deck that's really serious about playing it is this one. It's worth 5 whole points. The other 2 points are for Tinker, and that's all you get, but boy, does that do a lot, especially when you draw it. Matthew Judas, of course, you do have to own a Lotus to play it in paper, but it helps if you could, for instance, win a tournament where the prize is 1 copy of Black Lotus.
Which is exactly the case of what Matthew Judas did. He won the recent Black Lotus tournament here in Australia.
It's such a cool thing that you win the Lotus and you don't just sell it on. You're like, I reckon I'll play Storm now.
Yep.
Like, you've qualified into the pantheon of known Storm enjoyers.
Yep, it's a thing. For sure.
So, opening with Ponder, good start. We'll see what the hand, get a peek at that. There's a Preordain, some more cantrips.
So Storm is a very contentious deck. Storm is a deck that has been very popular across 7-Point Highlander for a very long time. It owned a very large percentage of the meta for a while there just because it was so efficient, it was so predictable, it was so good, right? It received quite a few points recently and has now become one of the most heavily pointed decks. As Tom said, 5 points for Black Lotus, 2 points for Tinker, and you are done. And so it is still obviously very viable with Matt here on 5-1 right now. And I'm very excited to see whether it can perform on coverage.
Yeah, and for those who like maybe are just watching this format a little bit more from the outside, the goal of pointing the deck is not to ban it.
No.
Like, especially, if they had to, they had to, but the community would really, especially for a deck like Storm. There are so many Storm fans, and people want to play the card Black Lotus in the format where they're theoretically allowed to play it. There's no point making it 8 points and just illegal. So the idea, I guess, is to try and drive Storm deck builders to make a decision of sorts. Like, do you want to play Lotus Tinker? Do you want to play a slightly different combination of cards? I think most people set on Lotus Tinker is worth the buy.
It is the best combination of things that is most consistent in getting you what you want, which is to win the game.
If you draw both of them on turn 1, you win immediately, which has happened to me and is really cool. When you die to it and you go, that's nice, can we have game 2? I'd love to play. But Matthew Judas with a slightly slower hand than that, still pretty good. See some Malner Accelerants in hand. I think I caught a Rain of Filth in there, some cantrips, some setup. There's an LED. So, but that part of the intimidation factor of Storm is you're sitting there looking at your opponent just flicking a bunch of blank cards and you never know quite how dead you are.
Yeah. So what's the payoff in Matt Judas's deck for that Tinker?
The payoff is almost always Bolus's Citadel, because that then
allows
almost inevitably, like, you can theoretically miss, but in practice it's either now or maybe next turn. If I'm not lucky, I'll storm off and kill you. Jack wasting no time deploying 4th Eolingus. That's actually a pointed card. Might surprise some people, but it's pretty good here, as well as, you know, in Legacy Miracles.
That card is very good.
Bashes for a lot of damage immediately, and that's what you need against Storm. You don't really want to challenge. It's, as you said, it's a really resilient deck, which is part of how it got so dominant. Probably just put a clock on and hope to fade their draw a little bit.
Yeah, you want to be very much on the aggressive against a Storm deck. You want to be taking their life total down far enough that some of the enablers that they have in their deck to get to that Storm count, like Bolas' Citadel, where you are losing a lot of life to play those cards off the top of your library, become prohibitive.
It's what we saw in the matchup in, I think, round 5 between Justin Chung and Thomas Bott, is that you may not be able to completely stop the lines of a deck like Thoracle or Storm, but if you reduce their life total, if you force them to tutor for interaction instead of combo pieces, you at least cut down the number of lines that kill you, and maybe that buys you a bit more time and a bit more time until you fall over the line and get there.
Absolutely, and it's the name of the game. You want to be aggressive in this Naya Tokens deck anyway, and so it's just really requiring Jack to execute on his strategy as fast as possible.
Okay, here's Tinker. Speaking of fast as possible, you do what feels like a lot, and your opponent is kind of playing a different game. We'll see what the tutor target is here.
Thank you. I was about to ask, can we get a Storm count going, please?
Yep. Storm is at 2 for now, and there it is.
At Bolas' Citadel.
When this card got spoiled, can you believe some people told me it would not see play?
It is very expensive, Sean.
I don't know. It cost 2 and a blue there, I think.
I do think it cost 2 and 1 blue, yeah.
I've never... I mean, there's a different mana cost on the card. I don't know if the last time I saw someone pay 3 black for this, but it's worth it if you can to win the game on the spot. That is a weird card to see right off the top.
Yeah.
That's the win condition.
That's the Tendrils of Agony there.
It's only about 3 drills here, not 10. But, you know, I suspect that Matthew has a way to re-access that card from his graveyard. Just a hunch. I've seen Storm decks before.
I'm sorry, I just heard the terrible pun that you made there. And
I tried not to draw attention to it.
I have to tell the viewers at home that I rolled my eyes.
Yeah, you can hear it, I think. It's somehow audible. Yeah, Tendrils of Agony. The Storm count we're looking for is 10, which is really, really not hard when you play a bunch of 0-cost artifacts that make mana.
Yep.
You do technically have to show your opponent you're doing it, though. And in this case, we also have to show a way to cast Tendrils from the graveyard. Question here is, like, by de facto, there's usually only 1 or 2 other ways to win in the Storm deck. They're pretty confident in their ability to get you with Tendrils, but you can, you know, maybe have some graveyard hate, maybe you have a counter spell. So there's also a Storm Scale Scion in here, which is pretty cool. I love dragons.
Very cool. Yeah.
Often there's an alternate Tinker target like a Blightsteel Colossus that just kind of kills your opponent instantly in a different way they may not be ready for.
Yep. I love me a Blightsteel Colossus. I have tinkered into Blightsteel Colossus in Vintage Cube many times.
And yeah, I bet that feels pretty good.
It feels great.
I was going to ask you how often you win, but that feels like, you know, you don't really need to ask.
You rarely lose.
You rarely lose from that spot, yes.
Yeah.
Although, I might be reading this list wrong. I'm looking for the Blightsteel. I'm not seeing it.
I don't think it's there.
So
no.
your next, I think it's Bolas' Citadel or Baleful Strix, as far as artifact targets go. I mean, then maybe there's a line where you tinker into something else, but I think it's sort of just, if I'm not tinkering into Citadel, I'm probably not tinkering. Maybe you could tinker something inconsequential into a Lotus to set up for next turn, or just to build Storm count, I'm not sure. But
I think having a very linear approach to this deck makes a lot of sense in this. So now we're seeing the Rain of Filth.
I say that I evaluate cards in 7 point based on their floor. This deck's like an exception. You evaluate them based on their ceiling, because all you need is really like one of these cards to be good. If your Tinker's not good, maybe your Carpet's good, maybe something else is good. As soon as one of them is good, you somehow win.
Yeah.
You can survive a couple of cards underperforming. Yawgmoth's Will. Talk about accessing the graveyard. Here you go.
So blue.
So Dark Petition, I'm sure that Spell Mastery is live, so that will shout us some more mana.
And that's what we needed to be able to cast that Yawgmoth's Will and get that Tendrils back in our graveyard.
Yeah, so I wonder what the sequence is here, whether we need to crack the LED or something. Yeah. But now we have the opportunity to reuse our cards thanks to the very, very powerful Yawgmoth's Will, which is not worth a point.
Yeah, interesting that Yawgmoth's Will is currently still unpointed. Definitely one of the contingencies for this deck to exactly what we saw, which is, you know, Tendrils coming up too early, hitting the graveyard and not doing the full job.
But the second Tendrils, Jack is satisfied that, I mean, again, how are you interacting with it this early? It's just, yeah, I agree that your Storm count's sufficiently high. Let's go to game 2.
The Storm count is 12, and therefore you are dead.
Matthew looking so strong right here. And it must be nice in a long day like this to play a game where that's game 1. I've practiced the line 100 times. I had to think a little bit after I flipped over the tendrils, but you know what? I'm fine. I've got it.
Yep, I know how to get out of this this fix. What are we looking at from sideboards from Jack, do you think, in terms of how are we interrupting Storm from this Naya token's perspective?
I feel like Jack's sideboard's the one I'm most curious to look for because I feel like the pressure is on him to even up the matchup. You've got some things. Deafening Silence is a big one. I've had a Storm player tell me the card is bad, don't play it. I think this is propaganda. I think the card's pretty good.
Yeah, you don't trust the Storm player when they tell you not to play the sideboard card that directly interferes with their combo.
You don't want a 2 television on one way of winning, but Red Elemental Blast does beat Tinker and some of the other really nasty cards you're scared of, and I think beating Tinker is good enough here.
Yeah, the ability to interact with Endurance, like shuffling that graveyard back into the library at instant speed.
Yeah, if there's one thing that keeps Storm fair, it's the points list, and if there's 2 things that keep Storm fair, it's the points list and the fact that it gets hit by every kind of sideboard hate you can really, like that you usually have. It gets dinged by artifact hate, by graveyard hate, by cards like Deafening Silence that attack, you know, big combo turns. All of these axes, like none of them shut down the deck, but you almost certainly have cards to bring in against them. Sometimes you can bring in your whole sideboard, and maybe that gives you a chance.
Does Veil of Summer do what you need it to do? Obviously.
It does. You can't be targeted by tendrils. I mean,
That's
again, the Storm players have seen all these cards before. I'm sure they're all in the Storm Discord going, I've got the line around this and this one. It might, at the very least, it probably buys you a turn.
Yeah. So, you know, looking at Veil of Summer to give yourself hexproof from blue and from black, and therefore no longer be targetable by tendrils this turn.
Some decks in some formats do some really nasty things where, in a response to an effect like this, they set up a trigger to happen in the cleanup step, which is technically after the hexproof falls off you from Veil of Summer, and as long as they can create a stack due to some sort of trigger, they can then finish you off still on the same Storm turn with the same Storm count. I don't think that's part of this deck. I think it probably just kills you next turn. But, you know, again, you've got to bring in every card that's relevant. You have so many cards in your deck that may as well be blank against a deck like this. You need all the arrows in your quiver.
Yeah, for Matthew Judas, without the points available for things like Mental Misstep or for things like Force of Will, what's he running from a counter sweep perspective that would enable him to keep going through his combo in the face of something like Veil of Summer?
I think for a lot of Storm decks, it's can I combo in such a way where I don't overcommit my resources so that if my opponent does have a card I really can't beat, I'm not just cooked, I can go again. Because, I mean, yeah, Veil of Summer, if it resolves, is pretty incontrovertible. You can play some counterspell. Some people play Flare of Denial because you can play cards like Thundertrap Trainer that you're essentially just playing as a cantrip, but it leaves a body behind. Yep. So that's one way to get a free counterspell. Force of Negation isn't is it?
No, it's not pointed.
It's not pointed, so you can run it.
But I don't think it's there, is it?
No, because you're comboing off on your turn, so it's typically not free. Sometimes some Storm decks, like the advantage of this combo version is you can combo on your opponent's turn, which brings that card to be live. Pact of Negation is another card sometimes played, but
I didn't see it in there, yeah.
I think it's just all about speed. I think it's a singleton format. You don't have that many cards that are real against me. I'm going to fade them. I'm going to just assume you don't draw them all. If you do, I'll beat them. And often those Storm players are correct in that assumption. They really don't sweat your sideboard that much.
Are we thinking about things like Choke from Jack's perspective? I think Jack just really needs to enact his own game plan.
It's a real deck-by-deck thing. I think Jack's deck, it's not a deep synergy deck, so maybe you can go, this is my like slowest or least efficient card, I'll play Choke for it, because you do need to kind of pile on, like you can, Veil of Summer can buy you a turn, and then you get to 3 mana and you play the Choke and that buys you a turn. And then you play, I don't know if he has it, but like a Null Rod and that shuts down some mana and buys you another 2 turns, and then maybe you kill them.
There's no Null Rod in Jack's list.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
But there is a Collector Roof.
There is.
So green Sunsible Null Rod is pretty good.
Yeah.
On the other hand, you know, Matthew's sideboard, should he deign to go to it, contains such delights as Grim Lavamancer, Molten Collapse, Culling Ritual, and various other cards that will handle your sideboard pieces. But then, you know, the Storm deck, if they are having to build up mana to fairly cast some of these spells, they're already not on their plan A, and you may have, you know, consider your sideboard cards to have done their job.
Yeah, I mean, we're almost definitely going to see something like a Massacre in from Matt. Definitely seeing... actually, it doesn't look like he's got any other sweeper-style effects.
Not really. I mean, Culling Ritual is sort of a sweeper. It destroys every cheap thing and generates you a bunch of mana, so that's cute.
Yeah, but no deluge like we've seen in most other lists today.
Yeah, I'm really interested. I don't know the stock Storm list by heart, so I don't know if all of them are on Culling Ritual. It seems like a really cool tech choice, and I'm sure the Storm players are only playing it if they're like, no, I know I can cast this when I need to. I don't know, maybe it's only good against sort of the artifact deck that we saw earlier, where it plays a ton of permanents but doesn't immediately win, and you can just use their board to fuel an immediate Storm turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good card. It will do what you want it to do.
We'll see if that comes in. Maybe Matthew doesn't sideboard very much at all. He goes, that game one was fantastic. Show me what you've got that makes me want to reach for my 15 cards.
And that's entirely fair, right? You know, Matthew is getting to go again from a position of strength, and even were he to lose this game, he's still got a game 3 ahead of him.
Yeah, in the end, I think the biggest gain that Jack gets by going to game 2 is to be on the play. And this is a really good card to play on the play. That's Ocelot Pride, baby.
Mm-hmm. We got the Pride and the Pride. So, Ocelot Pride coming down.
Mishra's Bauble.
Mishra's Bauble.
Not tinkered immediately. Wiping one bead of sweat from my brow, we will just use this to draw a card. Matthew's deck's so efficient. It's all about the resources. Determines he doesn't need that artifact. He needs a cantrip. There's Monomorphose in his hand as well, so you can see how this deck can like overcome a lack of tutors by just drawing bulk cards.
Yeah, for sure.
So Witch Enchanter into play on the land side and pass turn by Jack. At least you get a cat token, but maybe he's got something good at instant speed. You'd love to be developing a board as hard as you could right now.
Yeah, it's a slower start than you'd like, I think.
Flame of Anor is a really cool card to see in Matthew's deck. I'm used to seeing that more out of Prowess Shell, but it does do a lot.
Talk to me about what it does, Tom.
Well, it synergizes. Yeah, you have to control a wizard, which is the reason I'm used to seeing it out of Prowess. But I guess you have Thunder Trap Trainer, or maybe you're happy to just pay 3 mana for one of these modes, which seems crazy. But maybe
it does seem crazy.
Destroy target artifact and 5 damage target creature are modes you don't usually want in Storm. But I think it comes back to what I said last time about you are happy to play cards that are often quite bad, as long as they're good sometimes, and the rest of the time you just kind of look right past them.
You'll loot them away out.
It's just crazy. That's like the best command effect they can play.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're correct, though. They play more Storm than me.
They play more Storm than all of us, I imagine. But, yeah. Of all of the commands, never was Flame of Anor in contention against Cryptic Command or others. So
No, but it doesn't do the same things as Cryptic Command, but it costs 1 less, and you know what? It does the job. Draws some cards.
Sure does.
All right. Speaking of drawing cards,
here we go.
We have the speaker hitting the battlefield. Hello again, Jean-Emmanuel Depraz, you recent world champion. Thank you for showing up. The only glasses-wearing elf in all of Law and Shadowmoor.
You know way more about this than I do, Tom.
My apologies.
No, it's great.
No, so he discards a card, which is Broadside Bombardiers is a crazy discard, but, you know, shows the depth of quality in a deck like Jackson. Like, I don't need this pointed threat.
Yep.
I will shoot it for something else. I wonder what, like, this is a real toolbox. Like, there are so many creatures in the deck, and if you don't want Broadside, you must know something really specific that you want. Is it Guide of Souls, just for the cheapness and the synergy with Pride? Is it Collector Roof or another sideboard card like that? We're about to find out.
It's a pod style effect where you go up in CMC as well, right?
I think you can get any creature because it's from hand to hand, right? So
Yep.
Yeah, it unfortunately doesn't play it out for you, but Endurance is a free elemental. So I like that Jack is like taking the threat of Matthew's deck extremely seriously. I'm sometimes guilty of assuming too much of my combo opponent, going, it's turn 2, they've definitely got me dead. I have to go all in on the interaction. But just, you already have a board state, putting Endurance in a hand and letting them know that you've got something, it must feel all right. It must feel like a little bit, I'm not just dead to you.
And even though Jack is tapped out, Endurance has an evoke capability for it to be evoked just on exiling green card from hand, and therefore is instant speed interaction from Jack for any combos that Matthew might attempt in the next turn.
Yeah, cards like this and like Fairy Macabre that give any potential deck, not just blue decks, some kind of free instant speed interaction are so crucial for giving fair decks a bit of game against something like Storm.
Just a chance, that's all we ask for.
You still get turn 1 some of the times, but sometimes you get to Endurance them, and that's cool.
It does feel so good.
Jack, not conceding defeat by any means, cracking in with an increasingly large team. Matthew, content to just play lands and stall, obviously does not need to play spells until you're ready to play all the spells, but the life total matters at some point.
Yep, playing all the spells at once is Storm's game.
I'm trying to look at the hand in case we do get a glimpse of something like that Massacre that would be a real blowout right now, but only seeing stuff like Sink into Stupor that's pretty marginal, probably just a land in most cases. There's the Flame.
There's the Flame.
We do not control a wizard, so
So
we are...
just drawing a card.
That damage is cool. I will dig for my combo.
You cast Massacre?
Or for my Massacre.
Massacre.
Yeah, that's a pretty good card to draw.
Yeah, it feels pretty good right now.
Yeah, Hidden Fourth Mode of Flame of Anor, -2/-2 your board. And draw a card. Sick. And now, that has to be, that's such a backbreaker for Jack. And yep, Expressive Iteration, we will continue to dig. And it's such an innocuous cantrip, but every single time your opponent gets to see 3 more cards in Storm, you're like, oh god, it's over.
Yeah.
It's so done.
There's a Ponder there in those 3. I didn't quite see what the rest was.
Yeah. I'm sure Matthew will, just we're looking at,
Expressive Iteration.
that's a Tinker, right? One of those is Tinker.
Is it? Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's an old blue frame.
It does look like that.
What have we got in hand? Tinker.
Got some lands.
Do we have a 0-cost artifact? We don't.
I can't see one there.
Yeah. I mean, you take it anyway.
Yeah.
We're casting Ponder now. We continue to set up. Matthew does have time. I mean, we actually, when Jack was on stream before, we did discuss the deck has a surprising amount of explosive potential in terms of like hasty damage. 11
We
might,
saw it with Minsc and Boo multiple times.
It's going to have to be something like that, I think, if Jack needs to like steal a turn back like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, probably needs to steal the next turn.
Well, at least, like you said, this is the points list again. At least you know Matt doesn't have force. It's not one of those situations where they're doing all this because they know they've got your turn basically covered.
That's true, and you know we know that Jack does have that.
Well, that's what they Seed of the
Endurance in
Synod.
hand.
So that's the Tinker target.
Ah, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, it's a weird old board, but that's an artifact land. So obviously, Mana Source, fantastic. Tinker target, even better.
Even better, absolutely.
Without the mana to immediately play that, though, it merely sits in play. Jack, I'm sure, aware of the implications. If he has some sort of artifact removal and doesn't have lethal, he might at least go for that. What does he have? 3 damage.
That's 3 damage. Has an attack, that's all.
And pass it back.
We know there's an Endurance in hand. We don't know what else might be there. He's got 2 untapped white mana right now.
Yeah. I mean, that could represent a lot.
Yeah, there's lots that he could have sitting there. Looking at his interactions, I mean, most of the interactions that are main deck to this are creature interactions.
Sanctifier might matter in some spots because it's
Yeah.
graveyard interaction. But yeah, that's the thing. It's like White's instant speed interaction is mostly permanent removal, right? And Storm's not really a deck that cares about permanence terribly much.
That's correct.
So we'll see how we go. We begin a much more traditional Storm line. Ritual, Dark Cabal, Tinker, floating mana, reminding my opponent I have Threshold. I have a lot of mana, in fact. I am getting Bolus's Citadel. Where's your Pyroblast with no red mana? That bird's, of course, summoning sick, unfortunately. And so we will do the thing.
Citadel hits the battlefield.
I don't think Matthew's made a land drop this turn, so he can survive 1 land on top.
Yes.
And the deck has a pretty low land count.
Very low land count.
I will respect Storm players who will insist to me that they can brick here.
The land there. Oh no.
I don't win
Preordain.
automatically. I just usually always win. Preordained
That's a
Scribe.
lane.
Yeah, this is pretty bad. So,
Try to land and a Serum Visions.
but this is what you mentioned before, the life total relevant here. You can't just, oh, leave that Serum Visions on top. That's one of your 8 remaining life. You know, you can't just do it for free, but
Choosing to do it.
Matt decides on the odds it's worth.
Lion's Eye
Ooh,
Diamond and...
something. Too fast, I can't see. He's too practiced with the deck. Lion's Eye on top.
Yeah.
Other one at the bottom, so we cannot worry about it. LED for no life. Storm is at 6. Stock up in hand as well.
Jack on 22, so Storm count has to be 11.
Yeah,
Ah, there we go. That's what it was. It was Lotus Petal.
yeah. One of those Chaos Emeralds. So now Matthew finding the things he needs to find. 0-cost cards, adding to the Storm count, also adding to the mana count, so you don't even necessarily need to be paying life with the Citadel. This is the power of that Tinker line. It's why you don't need a second target if you don't mind not having the alt win con of Blightsteel that can beat stuff like Stony Silence.
Yeah.
It just gives you so much effective mana on your Storm turn.
And, you know, even Marsh Flats, taking a life for that Marsh Flats is pulling another land out of the deck, making it less and less likely that Bolas's Citadel is going to whiff.
Get another land out, another reshuffle to clear the land or the expensive spell that was on top. Thoughtseize costing you even more of that life. Getting low here.
Getting very low, going to 4.
If Jack had red mana up, I wonder if the line would be the same.
3.
But, you know there's no Lightning Bolt, so... And Jack forced to reveal the hand. There, even had the Pyroblast, but can't play it. Tragic. And so now, we definitely have a Metalcraft, so here's...
Oh, and we're also seeing here that even though Jack does have Endurance in hand, no other green cards. So there was an argument there for keeping the birds in hand.
Yeah, but even then, in that case...
Even then, in this particular way that Matt has stormed off, it wouldn't have mattered.
He was so... I imagine, with having revealed the Endurance, Matthew did a clean Storm turn anyway, and that's just the power of the tournament, the format's... I guess you could still say Premier Combo deck. Thoracle making a really strong argument for itself, but Matthew showing that Storm is by far from dead, despite the pointings.
Yeah, and you know, that's, as you said earlier, exactly what the points are meant to do, right? They are meant to make players make hard decisions about their deck building. Matt made those decisions, and it's clearly paying off for him.
Yeah, I think that Matthew would, or other Storm players would, respectfully point out that that's probably a favourable matchup, or more towards the favourable end of things. It's in other matchups where there is more main deck interaction that maybe that loss of pointed interaction in your deck hurts you, but it hasn't hurt him enough to stop him getting to 6-1 and the precipice of our top 8 here.
Yeah, absolutely right, Tom. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. That was round 7 of our 8 total rounds of Swiss today at the 7-Point Highlander National Championships here in CanCon. My name is Molly Rowe. This is Tom. It has been a pleasure so far, and we will be right back with round 8 ready to go for you.
Make a wish. 1111, make a wish.
So, you know what I'm saying? That's from the time our last album, that's what we've been doing on this time period, working on our beats. That's been working on our
Je veux que tu saches.
Hello, and welcome back to the final round of Swiss for the 7-Point Highlander National Championships here today at CANCON in Canberra, Australia. My name's Molly Rowe, joining you from the booth, and I'm here today with the incomparable Thomas Anderson.
Incomparable. I guess it's a fun way of saying not much, isn't it? Like, incomparable in
would
what...
never.
No. It's fantastic to be here and to be thought of so highly, as we think very highly of these players who have made it all the way through 7 grueling rounds of Swiss. They have one more hurdle remaining. This is one of our bubble matches. I think most of the 6-1s, the way that the tournament shook out, do have to play, which is, I mean, probably not fun for them, but fun for us on commentary. These matches very consequential. And we're back with someone we saw all the way back in round 1. Maya Phillips Mystery on Demir Thoracle, one of the decks of the day, no doubt. And Maya has gone on from that initial success, sadly team killing her coach, Volti, to still be in it at the end, which is not, like, if I got team killed, I'd be like, go and win it for me. Yeah. You have to do it. And she's doing it.
You owe me now. Exactly. You better make it.
All hope's riding on you, little one. And Josh Lowe, though, going to be a difficult final opponent here on day 1 for Maya on one of the Highlander decks of all time, Blue Moon.
Yes, and looking like he's brought Lutri as a companion.
Did you honestly expect to see this number of companions on the coverage table?
I honestly didn't, and like so long since companions were printed. You know, like it's not like they are the brand new brew capable staple that entered standard. They're just the thing that is definitely applying consistency to these decks.
Yeah, we've seen Luris, we've seen now Lutri, we've seen a couple of different Zerta decks, which are the real talk of the town today.
Yep.
We've seen, I know that there's Urian in the room, so we're getting through actually a pretty high number of those companions. They're still around, and Lutri obviously one of the nicest ones for 7-Point, one of the most commonly played, of course, because that deck building cost is sort of just built into the format. So the actual deck building cost is its 3 whole points.
Yeah. So what is the deck building cost for Lutri, Tom?
Well, apart from having 3 points, you do want ideally to be playing instants and sorceries that you enjoy copying. So that this is not one of the companions that just kind of chills in the sideboard. Even more so than Zerta and the Zerta decks, I think this is one that you grab out of the side quite a lot. Because this Blue Moon deck, we were talking about sort of the gradient of Blue-Red X decks where you have the very aggressive Prowess, Wizards, Bernie type builds on one end.
Yep.
This is pretty much the extreme of the other end. There's like just Sky Control and this deck, where you really aren't that interested in dealing damage to your opponent. You want to control them, and then usually the way you win is by attacking their mana base, hence Blue Moon. We often have some combination.
Referring to Blood Moon.
Blood Moon, Magus of the Moon, the sort of color-shifted Magus of the Moon, Harbinger of the Tides, is it? Or is that, no, that's a different merfolk. Harbinger of the Seas.
There we go.
Close enough. So those effects, all very effective in a format where lots of people are on just a bunch of dual lands, making them all mountains. Sort of has the same effect as that Khan Lattice combo we were seeing before, where your opponent can't do anything suddenly.
Very relevant. We've had mulligans on both sides of the table here. And I do just want to say, this is the deck for the players at home who just like playing with cute otters.
That's true, yeah. Your highest otter count probably here. I haven't seen anyone try the sort of Valley Floodcaller stuff. Red-Blue Prowess gets to play Storm Chaser's talent, so a couple of different otter options. Very relevant otter count. So Maya
very kindly showing us her hand there.
What a champ. Yeah, considering us at the coverage table, even here, I would be so tunnel vision on my win and in match. But Maya's like, let's give the people at home a show. So, you know, not all Thoracle players are bad people.
I never said that, Tom.
No, I didn't accuse you of saying so either. So as far as matchup goes, can't claim to be, you know, a veteran of 1,000 reps on either deck here. I think from Maya's spot, you like that you are a 2-color deck that really does not get that greedy with the mana base, and so the moons are not as much of an existential threat for you as they are for some others.
Yeah.
But from Josh Lowe's seat, I like that you have a lot more interaction than maybe some other decks do against this brutal Thoracle combo.
Yeah. So we're seeing here that... Oh, okay. Finding Inquisition of Kozilek out of Maya's hand at random. What you saw was the randomization by assigning numbers and then rolling the dice.
Yeah, Urza's Bauble, a lot of theatre for not very much. It draws a card. Also, I have an Inquisition. That's not really why you're playing it, but good to know what you're about to get hit by. Maya, though, not hit by it immediately because we're opening on a tap land.
Yep. Those fetches straight into Surveil lands, definitely just applying card selection for those hands, which is particularly relevant after a mulligan. You're really wanting to make sure that you're hitting your land drops and that you've got your consequential spells when you need them.
Yeah.
As you said, like Maya's deck being 2 colors not as impacted by Moon, but the relevance being that also red is not a base color for her in her deck, right?
No. Like Grixis, you might still be able to play like some of your spells even after a Blood Moon, but here you will definitely want to be proactively fetching basics when you have your fetches.
She also immediately proves me wrong by playing a basic swamp, but that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it depends whether or not you know what your opponent's on. Part of the benefit of Thoughtseize is you now have a pretty good idea what your opponent's doing.
Yeah. So what in Josh's hand is actually telling Maya what he's doing there, though? Because we've got to consult the star charts, a dig through time.
This red-blue spell that just got Thoughtseize that I invert polarity. I think that's probably the tell.
That's the tell, yeah.
Because like the
rest of it's pretty standard blue control cards.
It's the it's the combination of control cards and red-blue, where I think most other red-blue lists are not playing heavy card advantage controlling spell. I mean, dig through time's obviously fantastic. It's a pointed card. This invert polarity spell also a game wrecker actually. If you haven't seen it I think it's one of the less heralded cards from Modern Horizons 3. Pretty heralded today. I've had some matches decided by that. But when you see this slower hand, it's either a really patient keep from a prowess deck or Blue Moon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, as you said right at the start, the tell is also Lutri in the companion zone, but that could have been 2 different flavors of Lutri spells.
Lutri, I feel like you could be in a more aggressive Lutri list, but then the aggressive decks maybe use those 3 points to go, this could be Mox Ruby.
Yeah, it could be.
So, you know, who knows. I am interested. I don't think there's any like Lutri combos in the deck or anything. It's like pure value Lutri usually, but you know, I'll get proved wrong at some point. Most of these, this is another just I'm playing the good cards deck, and my win conditions are if you don't just concede to Blood Moon. I got a 1 Shatong. I've got a Murktide Regent. I've got a Jace the Mind Sculptor.
Okay.
There's one for the old modern boomers in the audience. Those cards can win the game. Once you've got a Blood Moon in play, the world's your oyster.
I feel so targeted right now.
I'm also in this crowd, albeit I remember like unfondly losing to Jace, not the other thing.
I have definitely unfondly lost to Jace many a times. For being called a modern Magic boomer was very hurtful, Tom.
Hey, don't worry. In 7 point, the 2010s have never ended. You can cast Jace off Sol Ring and it's good, probably.
Yeah, I hear that is good, yeah.
Yep.
Quite a few points, but good still.
So, Maya... I don't know exactly what Maya's thoughts are of this deck, especially because these are closed deck lists. Part of the thing about Blue Moon is because it's just like, it's a control deck. They're playing some interactive spells. You don't necessarily know, for instance, that Josh is on Stifle.
Yeah, we're seeing here a transmuted Muddle the Mixture looking for one of her combo pieces.
So it's like...
There's the Thoracle.
There's the Thoracle. Does Josh have the answer? Because not a lot of decks have... Stifle effects are not super played right now, especially main deck. How much protection does Maya think she needs? I assume if you can, you'd like to take your time and set up and have Pact and Flare of Denial, but you're also playing another control deck, so they could be just as much loading up with counter spells at the same time. Yeah,
absolutely. And Maya is rocking all of those cards, playing Force of Will as one of her points, playing Pact of Negation, and also, I believe, if I remember correctly, there was at least one more counterspell.
Flare of Denial's in the sideboard, but that is relevant after game 1. Daze is there. There's a few others. I think, is there the Replicate one?
We don't have Force of Negation.
I mean, there's a lot of counterspells in Josh's list, actually. This is the most counterspells I've seen all day, so...
Yeah, so we're seeing a Consult the Star Chance. It doesn't seem to be in response because the Oracle's hit Maya's hand at this point. It's just after the fact.
Yeah, I think in Josh's deck, having a number of... There's also a subtlety, so a number of cards. Like, this is a deck that's actually the best positioned, at least that we've seen on coverage all day, to interact directly with the Thoracle combo. So I think in Josh's deck, you're like, okay, I see your Thoracle. I'm aware of sort of where you're at in assembling your combo. I will slightly pick up my own pace of cantripping and sculpting my hand for what... Like, this is going to be a fireworks show when they do try and force it.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a battle of wills.
Classic blue players. This is magic from the hand. I don't have to love it, but you at home may well do. Certainly a lot of players do, and that's, I think, part of why Blue Moon is such a popular deck. It's just forever one of the choices, especially if you come from Melbourne like me. This is sort of the Melbourne special.
Melbourne is renowned for playing control decks. That is a big part of the meta, always has been, most likely always will be, even back in my competitive standard days.
If you've seen the old meme where it's like you've got to push the 2 buttons and one of the buttons says draw 3 cards and the other says win the game, the Melbourne player is the guy sweating that choice.
Yes.
Those 3 cards could do anything, even win the game.
They could.
All right. What do these cards do?
Beautiful full art Mana Leak there.
Yeah, sick
Dig
stuff.
through time.
Player rewards Mana Leak. Let's go.
I have one of those in my trade binder.
Tasteful.
Yeah. A spell snare? No, spell flare.
Pierce? Spell Pierce.
Spell pierce, yes.
Spell
correct.
something. Spell Pierce. It is.
Spell pierce and a dig through time and a Mana Leak.
Mana Leak, small Mana Leak, and dig not that bad. And
The beautiful player rewards Mana Leak that is in Josh's hand, showing up on screen there.
and for those who might otherwise be fooled by the card being pre-sleeved backwards, which I believe is a sort of an acceptable.
Both sides of that card are acceptably played, so yes, that's fine.
Yeah, I also do sleeve my MDFCs like this, but that's thinking to stupid. So, Josh, as you would expect by looking, this is the counterspell deck. Lots and lots of stack interaction, and Maya will really have her work cut out for her here.
Yeah. So we're going to see the spell pierce on there, which Maya knew was coming, but obviously wanted to draw out.
Yeah, I was talking about one big combo turn stack interaction pile, but the Battle of Wits has already begun. Like, you run out that stock up with knowledge of your opponent's hand without the mana to pay for the spell pierce, and you're asking them a question. You're just like, I think I know something you don't, and I think that you might make a wrong choice here. What was the wrong choice? I don't know.
You're saying that in the Battle of Wits that is about to take place, it would be the person with the most force of will who might come
Oh, the
out
Battle
on
of
top?
the Battle of Wills, the Battle of Four. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, all I know is that one person will be right and one person will be dead from a tournament standings perspective.
That's correct.
If someone registers card name Battle of Wits in 7-point Highlander, I would probably concede to them out of respect. I don't know. I don't want to see that deck on the top tables, but
I do have to say, right, that in 7-point Highlander, because the majority of these cards are quite rare, the majority of players are playing double-sleeved, and I don't want to shuffle that Battle of Wills deck.
the
Battle of Wits
double-sleeved
deck.
200 card. The 200 card single to deck. Imagine casting a tutor. Go to time every round. Let's go.
I couldn't even. That sounds like a personal hell. But we've seen that dig through time resolve, and now Josh Lowe untapping for turn. Maya is currently tapped out, so it will be interesting to see. Josh is not playing open-handed. The majority of cards that we saw through that Inquisition of Kozilek previously now either hit the bin, used, or cast.
Yeah, we're playing a memory game. Maya, of course, is a pro and has that little notepad you can see just in the bottom right of screen. So Josh, not obliged at all to play open-handed. I mean, some players do as a sort of convention or to be nice, but this is...
We definitely do it casual REL, but
This
this
is a pretty
competitive
high
REL.
Let's go. Thought Lash. Yeah, that's a reader. So this basically says my life total is sort of kind of the cards in my library. And you have cumulative upkeep, exile a card from your deck.
Okay.
Also, when you would, I think this is basically the respect. When you would take damage, you may instead, or you do
Mill.
instead, exile that many.
Okay.
But I don't know if it's worded as cumulative upkeep or just you cannot get this card off the battlefield. The way it's kind of intended is it's like a brain parasite. You cannot willingly remove, and so you kind of are locked in now to, if this exiles my whole library, I just die.
Mind Flash. Okay. This is not a card that I'm particularly familiar with. Hopefully we can get it up on screen for everyone at home.
Yeah, I am a sicko, and so I know this card. But also, oh no, I would have hated if my library was somehow exiled, says the Thoracle player.
Yes, exactly.
Dishonestly. So, you know, there's reasons. Whenever you see a weird card that you don't know, if you are an enfranchised player, you think, I've got a pretty good knowledge of competitive formats and kind of staple cards. There's this instinct of like, if I see a card and I don't know what that's doing in your deck, I am hitting that with every piece of interaction I own because I assume that card kills me.
Yeah.
Like, there's no reason you're just playing this because it's got cool art.
And, you know, Maya is staying in the same playhouse as Tom, and I think you can hear Tom's enthusiasm for exactly what's happening right now.
I'd like to make it clear, I would get hyped for any person. My worst enemy My worst enemy is playing a win in internationals, and they attempt to resolve Thought Lash. I am their friend now.
Lash, sorry.
What I am. How dare you get that wrong?
I know.
Did I get that wrong? It is Thought Lash. Fantastic.
Yeah. Okay, excellent.
The stack battle occurs.
We're seeing a counterspell coming in from Josh, which is then Force of Will by Maya.
Sink into Stupor to try and put the... Yeah, there we go. Thought Lash. It is cumulative upkeep, so you can fail to pay the cost. But if you fail to pay the cost, it doesn't just die, it also exiles your deck. So, oh no, my deck is exiled.
I've deliberately failed to pay.
Call an ambulance, but not for me.
That is some art. You're not wrong.
Isn't it? What? Thank you, Mark Taden, illustrator of many great Magic cards and also Thought Lash. Synchronous Duper, Force Pitching Synchronous Duper, some premier blue Magic here. What are we fighting over on the stack? Oh my god. Never mind. We're in the 7-point zone, everybody.
Okay, it's looks to be resolving.
Thought Lash heroically resolves, and Maya now in a commanding position. One assumes that you do this when you have a Thoracle, but the cool part about Thought Lash, as far as this deck goes, is that oh wait, we're memory lapsing after the rest of the stack resolves. So actually, I was premature. Thought Lash is not on the battlefield. The game continues.
We're seeing a Ponder here.
Mm-hmm.
Josh is very rapidly trying to refill his hand with answers to that Thought Lash, which will no doubt be Maya's next turn also.
It's like seeing two pro boxers like really go at it, and then the bell rings, they both just retreat to the corners, and then they're catching their breath as fast as they can, because you know round 2 is coming up real quick.
Yep, someone's pouring water into their mouth, and they are reconvening, ready to go again.
That, I mean, like, that cost both players most of their accumulated resources. Like, we had the benefit of seeing both hands. Josh, though, I really respect. Maya's playing with hand attack, so Maya gets to peek and kind of see what Josh is working with. Josh is just making soul reads here about, like, how much counter magic Maya has, whether or not this or that spell matters. When you get to 6-1 on Blue Moon, I assume you're very comfortable doing this, but it's always an impressive skill.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, the only card, like hand read that you have, if you don't have hand attack, you've only got hand read would be something like a Thought Scout, a Gitaxian Probe, sorry.
Yeah, which is, I mean, part of the reason that card is crazy good is just like, thank God I get to see maybe once every couple of games what my opponent's on. The rest of the time, I'm in the dark and I just try and know which cards matter while my opponent tries to fool me. That's the battle of wits we're talking about.
Yeah, I like to know. I would like to know, please, what might be killing me shortly.
Mm-hmm.
So and we're seeing Lutri coming to hand?
Yeah, okay, which is a really interesting play. Like, I guess that's kind of a concession to your opponent, who probably has a good idea anyway, that was most of your gas. And letting Thought Lash resolve is like a step forward for Maya, but it's not the whole game.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
We did see her transmute for the Thoracle earlier, so we could fail to pay this upkeep cost now, but that does put the whole game on the line, and Maya's not going to. Maya is like, no, I'll exile one card.
Yep.
That's like, it's like a canned combo piece ready to go later.
And knowing that the Thassa's Oracle is in Maya's hand means she's not at any risk of accidentally exiling it either.
Yeah, you really would not want to risk that. So Maya now presumably is like, I've got the Thought Lash locked in. It's like I've pre-resolved my consultation or my pact. Mm-hmm. Now what I want to do is, if I think I can, get ahead of you in the cantripping game and the hand sculpting game, or...
Here we go, Thassa's Oracle.
Cast Thassa's Oracle. Interesting. Oh, Thought Lash is not a... it's not a replacement effect for damage. I think you can pay 0 and exile a card to preemptively prevent the next damage.
Oh, okay.
The card was on screen before. The Oracle text is not dissimilar to the card text. Yeah, it's a preemptive prevention effect.
Remove the top card of your library from the game to prevent 1 damage to you. Okay.
And it's even with an extra 2 blue devotion. So we're so locked in here. This is go time for Josh. And this is it's not a concession, but the can I see your library in this case is like not a great sign.
Yep. Josh is getting the information on what exactly is in Maya's deck, what answers she may or may not have, and therefore what he should be planning around while he's sideboarding.
No, he's going to see
game 2.
Most of Maya's deck. I think those face-down cards, Maya's like, I'll exile down to 2 cards in library.
That's correct, yeah.
So you can kill the Thoracle, and the trigger will still count the 2 blue devotion from the Thought Lash, and that is enough, it seems.
Yep.
This Thoracle deck.
It's a deck, I tell you, Tom.
Point Thought Lash.
I don't think you'll get your wish there, but I think that we will it will, pending the outcome of tomorrow's top 8.
Hell yeah.
We've seen a lot of Thoracle today, and it has been very consistent and very good.
I think someone said of Storm between rounds, but I think it could also apply to this deck. It's a good deck, and good players are on it.
Yep.
Whether or not that counts as like inflating its results, and if it's just the player skill, then it shouldn't be pointed. But I think
if good players are on it, they're making good choices about how consistent and good that deck is.
choosing what deck to play at a given weekend is a skill in tournament Magic,
It's
and
a
it's
skill.
not one of the small ones. It's really important.
It's one I wish I had.
I wish I knew how to quit playing terrible white mid-range decks, but I'm just not that good.
Yep. Look, it's again, it's a little bit of the meme of in one hand, my favorite white weenie deck, or something good, and I still can't make
I was
the right
making fun
choice.
of blue players, but for me, it's acquire good tournament results or like flicker an inconsequential ETB card, and I've already punched the ETB button and left.
Yep. That's entirely fair. I can't say I blame you.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so we're going to take a moment to look at sideboards here. So looking at my sideboard, she is almost definitely looking at Flare of Denial. Maybe a Fluster Storm? Oh, gosh. There's not actually a lot in her sideboard that's going to play well against control. Most of that's already in her main deck, and we saw a big chunk of it in this game just passed.
I think we kind of touched on it earlier today, but the read in the room, just from talking to different people before and during this event, I think most people assume control is not dead, but this is not the boom time for heavy permission decks, right? More and more they drift in the direction of the Grixis list we saw earlier, where they're like, the creatures are so good right now, I have to be on them, I can't just be reactive. But that means that if you're someone who's really being kind of hard-nosed about trying to win this event, you might make the decision to shave those sideboard cards.
Yeah, you know, traditional control is very much grind your opponent down, take all of their resources, deny them permission to play Magic until they're in a draw-go motion, right? And then very slowly activate your Celestial Colonnade. Colonnade,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah, words are hard. Celestial Colonnade and attack them very, to death. But it is, it is not the era of the hard control. You need more win conditions than that. They need to be faster than that, and they need to be less interactable than that. The power of the deck, even at top deck and go, for a lot of these decks, is very strong.
Yeah, you need the top deck to be something as decisive as Thoracle Pact, I win, who cares?
Yeah.
But Josh is like the person with the nerves to register not only one of those heavy controlling decks, but looking at
do
this...
well with it too.
Well,
6-1.
It's one thing to say, I bet everyone else won't be expecting heavy control, I'll bring that. It's another thing to bring that and me, I'll put even more counterspells in the sideboard because
really?
I reckon other people are also on this read. So Josh gets to bring in Red Elemental Blast and talk about the advantages of having red. Pyroclasm, Red EB, Red Elemental Blast. I don't know if there is also Pyroblast. So Pyroblast as well, you naturally play both if you're playing one, but you could also bring in...
Red Elemental Blast.
Yeah, you could bring in Consign to Memory for another Stifle effect.
Yep.
You could bring in the Narset as well as a hammer against control decks. I mean, Maya is on slightly fewer draw effects than other decks because you get, those weirdly worded things like Pact, but I think it's still a pretty good grab. Yeah, Josh looking in a pretty commanding position. I don't know if this is the sort of deck where you go deeper or try and change your game plan up. You could bring in... There's cards like Obsidian Charmor that give the deck a slightly more aggressive and disruptive game plan. But I think Josh was pretty close to winning that stack battle that time.
And being on the play and therefore having the mana advantage in the next game will be crucial, I guess, to being able to resolve that stack in a way that's beneficial for him.
Yeah, especially... It's more like what will Josh bring out, because it's not like there's a ton of terrible cards. I guess you just remove a couple of creature removal spells, and then that's probably determining how many spells you bring in. Like, okay, we can cut the Chain Lightning, we can cut the Flame Slash, we can probably cut the Fury if we're not trying to beat down to win.
Unholy Heat.
Yeah, so it looks like you've got enough cuts there to bring in some stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, my vote would be for Flame of Anor. But, the worst command, we talked about this already.
That at least draws 2 cards. Unholy Heat's not doing that for you.
That's true, absolutely, that's correct. Yeah, so things like Flame Slash, I imagine, are coming straight out.
I guess, does Maya bring in removal spells for the moon effects, or are you just saying, that's the reason I'm playing a 2-color deck, I will wear those if they happen?
I think with Josh on the play, right, the ability for him to drop a moon effect, potentially turn 2, most likely turn 3, which is still Maya's turn 2. It could just shut her down. The fact that those fetches no longer fetch and all she has is red mana and has maybe not hit the blue enough blue to even like cast a Thassa's Oracle, and the lack of ability to now search up even basic Highlands, you've just got to draw them. It could be very stifling for her prosecuting her plan. I think you probably need at least one avenue of removal for a blue moon.
Interestingly,
For moon
I can't see Magus of the Moon in this list, which means we're on 2 moon effects, and one of them is the actual blue moon, Harbinger, which is...
Yep.
You still need Black Mana to cast your win cons, but it's a lot less damaging for Maya, I would say. So you might just say, I will fade card Blood Moon. I mean, that's why, like, we're not up here making these decisions. The players are. I mean, Maya's shuffling up, so she's already made it, but it is going to be interesting to see if we can infer from what happens in Game 2 exactly which way she went.
Yeah. It'll be very interesting to see. We've had a very good history so far on coverage today of managing to call the sideboard cards and then getting to see them. It's always lovely to see those predictions come true, but also to see our players find their outs and find those sideboard cards to make sure that these games are as interactive and as interesting as we can make them.
I think a couple of cards in Maya's list that might come in that are sort of like attacking at a weird angle that we didn't bring up. There's Cavern of Souls, Defense Grid, and Giga Drowse.
Giga Drowse,
which are all slightly unusual defense mechanisms, but in this sort of matchup, if you expect the battle to be on the stack, Cavern says Thoracle's uncounterable.
Yep.
Defense Grid says your spells are more expensive, and if we're fighting a counterspell war, that's a death blow. And Giga Drowse is the world's weirdest time walk. But you just go, okay, on your end step, all your lands are tapped.
Yep.
Now what? Pretty good.
Yeah, I guess so. It's you better have a force of will or else.
So I guess that's the advantage of being the person with the combo is you decide when the big fight happens usually, and you can pick the battlefield of your favor.
Yep. That's a fair analysis, I think.
Even Marcus stepping out from behind his furtive production screen to observe this high-stakes battle. I think a lot of the people still in the room are hanging on the result of this match.
Yeah, this is both of these players have to win this match to be guaranteed an in, and the loser is likely walking away with a top 16 finish, but not a top 8 place.
Absolutely nothing to sniff at. I'm sure most people in the room are going to be happy with that result, but you would be happier if you were making day 2.
Yep, that's the goal. That's why we're all here.
It's cool that things have worked out in such a way that like we have actually multiple different really consequential win and in matches here right at the end of day 1. Swiss. Very exciting end to the Nationals. We see the Flare of Denial has come in. So, yeah, both players know this is a counterspell war kind of game, although it's probably the one you send at the bottom there.
I've actually really been loving the deck variety that we've seen.
It's amazing.
Across all of the games that we've seen in coverage so far today. And hopefully will be represented in the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, from the people we've seen in the last couple of rounds, we know their records are quite good.
Yeah,
and
they've got potential.
We've got a pretty real chance of having maybe one repeat deck in top 8, which that's a great finding for a format like this. If you want to know how balanced is the 7-point deck, is Grixis as good as everyone says it is? I mean, it is, but it's not 7 Grixis decks in top 8.
Exactly, yep. We can see a Blood Moon sitting there in Josh's hand. He's very kindly flicking those right in front of the camera for us.
Thanks, Josh.
Yeah.
Okay, so Preordained cast here. Prophetic Beginning, I think that one is subtitled. Nice art.
Yeah, beautiful. I think that's the gang art.
Yeah, the gang with 2 A's. Yeah, it's cute. So, typical blue player opening. Sculpt my hand, your turn. And, thank you, Maya. Beautiful. Both these players so generous.
Yeah.
Even in the midst of this super high stakes game. Josh fetching up a Cascading Falls there, Surveil land. It's been really, I think these decks, these Surveil lands, I'm coming down the side of these are really good
they
for
are
Magic.
Really good.
Like, not just these are powerful, obviously, but I like that I think it feels like they calibrated it just about right. Like, getting a tap land off your fetch land, there's a cost to that.
Yeah.
But players really like to Surveil. It's so good.
Yeah, and if you're not doing anything else this turn, it's pretty good to be able to select what card you're about to draw.
And
to an extent, obviously.
Especially for a deck like a format like this where there's this really unique choice between do I play the reserve list dual lands or do I get an 8th point, where for certain decks like that basically is the choice. You're not playing other reserve list cards. Yep. Being able to have another cycle of fetchable targets that feel okay helps you commit to that 8-point lane. Exactly,
and 8 points can be super powerful, and it's definitely a really valid choice.
And okay, Pyrogoyf surveilled into the bin there, and really interesting, the tapped version of Mystic Sanctuary not always seen Josh just needs the lands, I guess.
Yeah. That seems to be the thing.
Cool that we let the Pyrogoyf in. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you there, but yeah, I love this little guy. Look at him go.
Pyrogoyf is an absolute powerhouse, particularly in decks like Jund. You will see Pyrogoyf being a counter target of choice for many of the control players who get stuck playing against Jund and see this bad Goyf hitting the battlefield.
I think it says a lot about a card when a 4-mana threat is not only playable in 7-point, but it's so playable that it gets people to play actual Tarmogoyf again just because its text says, or another Lurgoyf.
Or another Lurgoyf, exactly right.
People are like, another Lurgoyf, you say? Well, my old buddy, come back out here, Tarmogoyf.
And when they're all 7/8s, you're having a good time.
That is a clock.
You're playing a Pyrogoyf, you are then playing a Tarmogoyf, you're pinging your opponent for 7 to the face, and then you're swinging with your original Pyrogoyf. It feels great.
Yeah, so that card hitting the bin may be a bit of a sigh of relief for Maya, but it also implies stuff about, Josh has other threats, not concerned. Step 1, get into a commanding position on cards, I think, and then step 2, win the game once you're there.
Does Josh not have red mana? Is that why we...
The Cascading Falls is a dual land, but he only has the one.
That's what I thought, but
yeah.
we didn't see the moon. We saw Lutru to hand, so we know he's got a moon in hand.
Well, I think it speaks to the fact that the moon is just not a death blow to Maya's deck.
It's really not, particularly in this instance where we've got a basic swamp and a basic island on the field. It's not that valuable.
It's always like, for me, the hallmark of these Eternal formats, there are no meaningless decisions, and even the whole, do I play a basic or do I not? A huge upside of a Dimir deck like this is that it is okay against Blood Moon and you don't have to sweat that card.
We're seeing Invert Polarity coming down.
In response, we are Wizard cycling step through. This card is another one like those Transmute cards. It's basically, don't worry about the text on it. This is a tutor for Thassa's Oracle.
Yes, it is pay to get my Thassa's Oracle, thank you.
It's crazy that they can find so many of those cards where this card is unpointed and crazy irrelevant except for me because it fetches my Wincon for 2 mana.
Yeah, look, Wizards hadn't printed Thassa's Oracle at the point where they created Wizard cycling, and therefore it was a slightly different power level of searching up your wizard back then.
Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, the Vidalcan Aether Mage, whatever the original wizard cycling card is from Future Sight, actually not having a lot of Future Sight on that one. That card is just a Modern Horizons piece. They just knew what they were doing and hate everyone who wants to play against a Thoracle deck. We're going to step through into a world where I am about to win the game imminently. Come with me on a great... Yeah! Look at that card. Isn't that cool art?
That is very cool art.
Yeah.
Apologies to everyone's ears at home, but
Sorry,
Tom is
the audio.
very excited.
Vidalcan Aether Mage, everyone. Not playable. Wizard cycling for 3 just doesn't get there, I guess.
Yeah. But when it comes into play, return target Sliver to his owner's hand.
Hugely relevant text in, I don't know, future Time Spiral block constructed. The Time Spiral Planar Chaos Future Sight draft format.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Oh, look, you want to bounce that double strike Sliver.
Anyway, sorry, back to the actual action of this hugely consequential Highlander game that I'm insulting by talking about irrelevant draft chaff. Now, another transmute, it seems like, going on the stack here with the Dimir Infiltrator being discarded, and we will
Looking for a
obtain...
Tainted Pact. There we go.
Isn't it cool how all my Wincons are 2-drops and I have all these transmute spells?
It does seem cool. It seems highly powered.
Okay, point Thought Lash, point Dimir Infiltrator. I'm
you calling it?
Writing up a submission to the committee as we speak. This is sick stuff and should not be allowed.
I'm pretty sure that the committee is going to be very excited to receive your email.
Watch list Dimir Infiltrator at the very least. Card is out of control. So if you're Josh, your opponent's like, I have AB combo face up in hand. What do?
Okay, we are seeing a moon, even though we know it's not doing a huge amount for you. I guess technically, Maya can no longer cast her
Thassa's Oracle.
Thassa's Oracle.
Ah, so it's worth forcing.
It is worth forcing, yes.
I guess that says to
you.
you.
So it is more valuable than we originally anticipated, and that's correct. Yeah.
It's a real bitter compliment to receive. It's like, that was the right choice. It's so correct. I'm going to force of will it.
Yeah.
Josh has 2 blue.
Vindicated. Very vindicated.
Stack still yet to resolve here. We hang in this pivotal moment
also,
conveniently.
Maya did exile her other win condition in Jace there, which means that if she fails to resolve the Thassa's Oracle Tainted Pact, she's out of win cons.
These combo players are just built different. They just know when to go for it. You have to have that confidence in your soul. Yep. Josh forces back, pitching. Dig
through time.
Still got cards in hand, still got 2 blue available. The battle continues.
We're looking at a stack here.
And this is going
We've
off
got-
on your turn, so
Yeah, we've got one remaining mana here from Maya.
yeah, options are really limited. I feel like you, at least if this resolves, it's not like you die. You have to draw an island.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of it. Like, it's not the end of the world for Maya, but she's now
Yeah.
down to one single combo out. And if she keeps fighting this, then her ability to defend the combo when that becomes relevant is going to be limited. Also, she's only got
Yeah.
one other unknown card in hand, right? Now two on the draw. But up until that point, we don't know if she even did have an answer.
Again, I'm going way out on a limb here because I have not played this Thoracle deck. But, like, I don't mind. It seems rational to me to lose the redundant combo piece. It's good if you don't have the Thoracle yet because, as we saw before, there's a non-zero chance you accidentally exile it. Once you've got it, if I'm scared of my opponent stopping my combo, I'm scared of them stopping it when I've played the Thoracle and my library is empty. And in those cases, you usually don't get a second chance no matter what.
Yeah.
So you have to just be prepared to say, this is it for me.
That's entirely fair. And like Maya does only have one out, so she's going to have to be ready to go as soon as she's got the capability of casting all of those cards.
The power of Blood Moon on display here as it holds Josh Lowe in the tournament by a thread. Lightning Bolt, Lutri Lightning Bolt?
Yeah.
Here's a clock, I guess.
Is it to face? Yeah.
Oh, you know it.
I mean, there's nowhere else, so...
Maya tapping mana. Are we fighting Lutri?
Okay.
Ooh.
Thoughts now?
Flusterstorm.
Flusterstorm, yep.
So Storm count will be,
3.
I think this is 3 copies, including the Flusterstorm itself. 2 mana available for Josh.
I mean, you can let the neutral resolve.
We, I assume, putting all of the Flusters on one target.
I imagine so.
I don't assume anything. These combo decks are weird sometimes. Okay, we counted the Lightning Bolt.
Cool.
So because that was with Lutri on the stack, it didn't have time to copy the Lightning Bolt. So you save 6 damage, pretty good.
Lucha coming in to attack.
Yeah, finds nothing to copy, consoles himself by beating for 3.
2.
2? I don't know how big that otter is, I'll be honest with you.
Can we get the other up on the screen?
Size of Lutri the Spell Chaser, I know, great shame upon my household. I don't know the stats.
Oh.
Undercity Sewers.
That is a mountain.
That is a mountain, if you're wondering why that's untapped.
Coming in for 3. There you are. You were correct, Tom.
Yeah!
3-2, so we were both a little wrong. Well, you were more right than I was right.
No comment. Another Maya. Yes, the classic Blood Moon play pattern of cool-looking mountain pass.
Yeah, yep.
And you think, surely my deck, how many islands are in Maya's deck, actually? I've been talking about how it's okay against Blood Moon.
One.
1 and 1 snow-covered.
Yeah.
Okay,
correct.
not as good against Blood Moon as I thought.
Yeah. One island, 1 snow-covered island, 1 swamp, 1 snow-covered swamp.
It makes sense that you've tried to fight the Blood Moon then. I have to assume the Flusterstorm was like the next top deck, maybe.
There is a Chrome Mox and a Lotus Petal in there somewhere.
Yeah, so there's other routes, but you are drawing to them, I guess, now. It's not just, yeah, here's the other island I had in hand. Like, some of the players near the top tables are on, like, actual blue-black control, and those decks are full of islands.
Yeah, it's island after island. We can see it on Josh Lowe's side of the board.
Exactly, yeah. This is what a deck that is comfortable with Blood Moon looks like.
Yeah.
Cool
Same
islands as
ponders.
well. Classic
Yeah,
choice.
Lovely.
So Maya now keeping a great poker face, but actually position suddenly looking a lot worse. At least we long goodbyed that Lutri off the battlefield. Cool removal spell to be playing in a counterspell heavy matchup.
And despite the timer, Maya does still have outs to draw and is willing to make Josh actually kill her.
Yeah, I mean, again, the Thoracle deck, not defenseless. Only having a 2-card combo means you have slots for interaction, and you're buying yourself a lot of time here to play through the Blood Moon. But Josh gonna invisibly speed up this clock, one expects, by consulting for a very large number of cards. Consult the star charts, I should say, if you're watching this like kind of out of the corner of your eye. Not demonic consultation. This is the Blue Moon deck.
Yes, consulting the star charts and paying kicker.
So 2 cards out of the top 7 is the land count, I think.
That's correct.
Great. What a spell.
Yep. Card's good, so I hear.
We were talking about new cards having the ability to come into even a format dominated by, the Power 9 and making an impact, and boy, has this card made an impact.
It sure has. This one and Quantum Riddler, we've seen a couple of copies of so far in the decks on coverage today, but even more copies out across the room.
And Edge of Eternities did a great job. Like Halia's in the white decks. The is it not Tannock, but one of the little Beastmen is in lands. You know, these cards are finding homes.
It was Philia from that set as well, right?
Philia's Modern Horizons, I
there
think,
we
or
go.
Jumpstart even.
Jumpstart, okay.
Yeah. Not a space dog, normal dog.
Yeah,
But there is a space dog in
there
there.
is a space dog, Comet, right?
Comet the space, also not an EOE card.
Yeah,
EOE card and Spirit. Yeah, put Velia on the screen, any excuse. Good dog.
yeah.
They're all good dogs.
Good dog, good papa.
Maya, man, this Blood Moon has really clogged the pipes. Unfortunately, the deck has gone from about to win to doing not much of anything, and Josh is having all the time in the world to sculpt a hand.
Yeah, although Brainstorm without fetches is significantly worse than it used to be.
Maybe you can brainstorm into a... Yeah, true.
Well, there's no fetches this Blood Moon.
I almost got tricked. That's it.
That does a thing, for sure. Sleight of hand.
It's almost like this deck was built by someone who's good at deck building.
It's almost like this good deck was built by someone who's good at Magic.
We will Island Cycle. Lorien revealed the, of course, constant preferred mode for that card, and that will let us shuffle away the bad cards we brainstormed despite the Blood Moon in play. Maya can only wish for such efficiency.
Alrighty. Seeing a lot of draw and go from Maya right now, but Josh has very quickly padded up his hand and probably has all of the answers to all of the things that Maya would like to cast.
Yeah, I
Misty
mean,
Rainforest, unfortunately, also a mountain.
slightly better to see Josh saying draw go than there being more threats. Like, I think the way that the Lutri Lightning Bolt line played out shows you that Josh is not just like delaying for the sake of it. If Josh had a way to kill Maya, Josh would be pulling the trigger.
Absolutely.
But Maya is drawing, you know, mountains, so all the time for Josh to assemble something, and
There we go.
that's something.
That's a Murktide Regent.
Picking up my whole graveyard. Probably don't need to delve quite that many
I was going to
cards.
say, I don't think it's quite the full graveyard, but,
Yeah.
definitely worth taking as many delves as possible to reduce
Yeah.
that cost as far as it can.
And with a graveyard the size of that and the number of instants and sorceries you're running, this is definitely the full 8/8 Murktide Regent.
Yep.
Big Dragon.
Big Dragon. Boy.
And Maya will now fire off Tainted Pact. We were holding it for as long as we could. You can Tainted Pact for Island. It is sort of the world's most scuffed demonic tutor. However, if you do this and exile Demonic Consultation, you are in a bad way. I guess
That's
if you
entirely
exile
true.
that and Thought Lash. But Thought Lash is 2 blue as well, so the chances of you resolving that in Thoracle right now are pretty fraught.
Yeah, there's no Thought Lashes without an island, so we
I don't know.
we
don't.
can't hear from the booth exactly what was named. It does appear to have been Island because
Hell.
Maya has stopped.
Tainted Pact for Island is a line of necessity, to say the least, but at least you can make it.
Things that I did not call before we got up and turned up for coverage this morning was Tainted Pact for Island.
We have a lot of fun on coverage, but this is a completely genuine statement. This is my favorite sort of game of Magic.
Yeah.
Like when you are forced to use a card in the most horrible, scuffed
Yeah.
way imaginable, and it's the right play, that's what makes Magic so great. The fact that that is the line. I'll Tainted Pact for my island, thanks.
Yeah, we watched it with Jazza earlier, having to do the same thing for Hercule's Recall just to save his own life.
Hold up, okay, here's Thassa's Oracle.
And Josh has had, what is it now, 6 turns to curate his hand.
Stern Scolding. I was like, oh, that's a creature counter. Why would that come in? Perfectly reasonable to bring in for just the Thoracle. And now we will see what we're each player able to draw. Obviously, Maya working with way less blue mana, but it has the Pact.
Has Pact of Negation, absolutely. We're about to see.
Josh,
Oh.
No. See, well,
Okay.
I was about to ask, do you let this resolve and say, show me the consultation, and I'll counter that? Because Maya considerably more than 2 cards in library, I think.
That's fair. That is a very fair call.
So-
And yeah, now that the Pact is gone,
Yeah. That Pact of Negation resolves, so that trigger is going to kill Maya in her upkeep.
there's the Demonic Consultation.
Yep. Well, I mean, make Maya tap all her mana in her upkeep. We did get the second blue source eventually. But the game is going to probably be over one or the other right now.
Yep, so Demonic Upkeep resolving? It looks like Josh has said, because Maya picked up her deck.
Stifle the Thoracle trigger in response after you've exiled your deck? Yeah. I'm so glad that it came to fruition in the end. Josh has been sitting on that Stifle the whole best of 3. Maya may not even have known it was there. And that's a killer.
Wow. Okay, Josh found exactly what he needed to take out game 2, and we are about to shuffle back up for game 3. Do you think there'll be any changes from either player? Maya's bringing out her board, just having a look.
I mean, now, again, like, this is a closed deck list event, at least for day 1. So, Maya, even if you suspect, like, oh, I think some players are on this, you don't know the Stifle's there. You obviously had to go for it in that spot.
Yep.
Now that you've seen the Stifle, maybe that inspires a change. I'm just not sure what it would be that you weren't already playing.
Yeah. In terms of looking at that deck,
because there's no, like,
we know
you can't
Fluster
go...
Storm came in, Surely Fair of Denial came in.
Yeah.
Maybe the Giga Jars line that you articulated, almost definitely Cavern of Souls after that counter war over the Thassa's Oracle.
But the thing is, the Cavern, like, you still...
Cavern is a mountain.
Well, also, even if it wasn't, you still lose to Stifle. Because you don't counter you counter the trigger. There's not really a bullet for that line, other than just, I have more counter spells than you and I'll fight you over Stifle.
That's it. She's going to have to fight the Stifle. That's correct.
But Josh can have two different Stifles and loot. Like, this is a brutal matchup of all the things that Maya could be fighting to get into top 8. It's...
And knowing as well that even if you play Cavern of Souls, and that allows you to resolve your Thassa's Oracle, that just means that Josh hasn't fought you over that, and therefore has an additional counter in hand that maybe he didn't have, or like he wouldn't have had or used previously on the Thassa's Oracle.
I love that both players had the right resources there to allow us to see a situation where that was like all player choice. And Josh, like, both of them made a series of decisions there that were all pretty savvy. It's
They
just
were good choices.
Josh had the right tools and used them correctly and was able to fight out game 2. And now, like, yeah, from Maya's position, I'm not sure what I have, because I'd love to have a second punch that wasn't vulnerable to the same tech.
Well, she does have the Jace.
It's a little safer because it can be the +1 can be used more than once, but your library has to be empty if it's going to win the game. So either way, your opponent...
And it can just be bolted.
I don't think Maya even has, like, a way here, and this is, I'm not a Thoracle player, I don't know if Maya even has tech to, like, okay, you stifled my Jace activation, put a card back in my deck to not die.
Not that I've seen so far looking at her list. Again, I'm also not a Thoracle player, but that doesn't mean doesn't mean that that's correct. But
I think in most situations, if you go for it, you're going for it, and if they resolve a stifle, you are very sad.
It's one of the best things about Magic, though, right? Is that you can make all of the correct choices and you can still lose.
That's where it's like the deck building matters as much as the piloting matters. Like, if your opponent has played multiple stifle effects, you may not have a plan for everything.
And you can play a beautiful game, and you can have fun doing it, and you can do it at a competitive level, but that doesn't guarantee you the win. You can make every correct choice.
You can play an incredible tournament, get all the way to the cusp of top 8, and then not quite make it through, and it doesn't take away from how
well you've done.
How good of an effort that is to get there. Like, considering we had 200 players in the room at the start of the day, we're down to 9 or 10 left, soon to be 8. It's still going to hurt if you don't make it over the line.
Absolutely, it will. But, you know, there's nothing that can take away from the incredible level of effort and the incredible level of brain power that it has taken all of these players to get so far today.
Yeah, I haven't talked to Josh today, but Maya was between us like, my brain's melting out of my ears right now. I don't know how I'm playing these games.
These are not simple games of Magic, right? Even those playing linear, more aggressive strategies, these are not simple these are not simple games. You're not only thinking through what's in your hand, you're thinking through every possible line of attack that you may have, and then you're also thinking about everything that your opponent may have in their hand, in their deck, what their possible lines are, and you're talking about every potential card in Magic that has ever been printed is potentially available to your opponent in their deck.
There are no simple 7-point decks, like, not only because a lot of the cards that are good enough to be played in this format have a ton of text on them, but because it's a singleton format. Like, you can't just be like, my deck is 15 4-ofs, and they're all Lightning Bolt.
Yep.
Like, even the burn decks are playing all of these weird different cards, and you're like, okay, this one does this, and this one does almost the same thing, but not quite, and so this combination is good, and this one isn't, and then you also, even if you're playing that kind of deck, have to play your opponent's deck, sort of, bit where you are avoiding their answers and knowing what their cards are and what they have left and what they don't. This is a closed deck list event, so that is also under this big cloud of, I know what the average Blue Moon list is on, and I've seen this in game 1, but I don't know for sure.
Maya beating down with the Thunder Tap Toner here.
Hell yeah. I guess you do have an alternate win con. Get in there, Otter.
Only 19 more turns till that pays off.
If you work hard enough, I won't sacrifice you to Flare of Denial next time. Dread Fugue. So Maya already got info off Gitaxian Probe and now decides to act on it. And the Stifle
hits the bin.
Surprising.
Maya learned her lesson.
Pivotal card in the matchup. And yeah, Maya going straight for the throat there. Like, I don't want to have to think about that card anymore. Maya, I don't think, has seen the sideboard consigned to memory, which on top of the other things it does is also Stifle.
Yeah, and we saw that hardcast in one of the previous games on coverage earlier in the day.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, look, everything that you were saying is entirely correct, Tom. These aren't simple games. They require a lot of mental arithmetic and a mental patterns as you go, and just continue to play all the way through the day. And these players sitting here at 6-1 have been thinking pretty hard all day.
Whoever makes it into the top 8, like not only these players but all of them, they have earned your applause at home.
Absolutely earned their spots. Yeah.
Stock up from Josh. What a cool, another unassuming but, I mean, ubiquitous and thus powerful card.
Yeah. It's in almost every blue deck right now, and it's because it's good.
Who knew that the only thing you needed to do to make Divination great was see 5 cards instead of 2?
See 5 cards instead of 2, yeah.
That's pretty good.
Draw 2, but look at 5 is pretty great.
Yeah. So Maya continuing on the
Coming
Thunder
back in.
a beat down.
Love it.
19 more turns or so. I'm not actually...
18.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Josh took damage last turn and then this turn, so should be on 18. Life total is currently not reflected correctly.
Anyway.
It is what it is. They'll catch.
I'm sure we'll figure out the life totals by the time the Thundertrap Trainer is threatening lethal. They've got a long time to spot it.
Yeah, they've got a minute.
So like, Maya obviously is not actually, we're having a laugh.
Mm-hmm.
The game plan is not really attack you 20 times with Thundertrap Trainer.
Although Maya seems to be stuck on 2 land, so
yeah.
Unfortunately having a hard time right now.
Giga Drowse did come in.
Oh, there
Let's
we
go. Although this is not really the spot. Yeah, we're discarding it to hand size, so not really the triumphant thing. But
yeah, unfortunate.
I wonder what 2-lander Maya kept. Like, do you think to keep a 2-lander in, especially in a matchup like this where you need extra mana to fight the counter war, not just, oh, I've got a 3-mana combo, that's easy. Does your hand have 2 combo pieces in it?
Well,
just one?
She had a Get Probe, which not only looks at a hand but draws a card. And then also the Dread Fugue, knowing that she could then pick apart her opponent's hand. And, you know, the reality is that by the time you're playing Dread Fugue, you should have drawn a land.
Okay,
just
yeah.
Statistically.
Maybe
Spell Chaser?
Yeah, Spell Seeker, yeah.
Spell Seeker,
so this is one of Maya's points. We didn't reiterate those earlier, but this is sort of the few points you have left after playing Pact Thoracle. This is what you spend it on, is a tutor.
Absolutely, and we've seen
subtlety.
A strong no from Josh via his subtlety there.
Yeah, again, Josh just like, I don't know that these were here specifically for the Thoracle matchup. I'm not sure how much Thoracle is in the meta at Ronin Games, which Josh is fighting out of today, but a lot of great answers, it turns out, for this deck.
Yeah, and we've got a Jace the Mind Sculptor.
Oh, dear.
Amazing.
Not the card you want to see when you're behind on lands and your opponent has board control.
Yeah, and also 3/3 on board, 3/3 flyer, meaning that Thundertrap Trainer, well, I guess, is attacking.
So I was about to say, oh, well, at least the subtlety only puts the card back on top of your deck, but of course, Jace has something to say about that.
Sure does.
Uptick Fate Seal you? No, thank you. Okay, we are apparently, this is turn 5 of this round, so I guess these players are going to draw this match. I got so caught up in the matchup. We certainly...
I was not paying attention to
the round timer at the top of the screen was not my focus. I was so locked into who can win this match, but yeah, they're both just playing for the draw there. I guess, Maya, that's why you keep the 2-lander, right? You're like, I've got to keep a thing that has the combo pieces. And those players getting the tap on the shoulder as much as we were, that's all we have time for. I don't really know what that means to their tournament fates, and I don't want to speculate, but what an emotionally charged finish to the tournament.
I was so invested. I was not looking at turns.
Totally sucked in.
You know, I was ready to see that Thundertrap Trainer back.
I was 20 turns of beatdown, right?
Yeah. Look, we have been with you through an incredible plethora of Magic today. That is the end of 8 rounds of Swiss here at the 7 Point Highlander National Championships, playing out of CANCON here in Canberra, Australia. It has been an incredible day. We are going to go away. We are going to reconcile all of the standings, all of the results that have come back out of this round, and we'll be back to you with a top 8 announcement very soon. In the meantime, I know that Tom is dying to talk to you a little bit about Spotlight Series that we've mentioned a couple of times today.
One more time for the road can't hurt.
Is the next big event.
Yeah, if we're harping on this, it's because it's really important. Not everyone tunes in all the time. Not everyone has the volume on all the time, and we don't want you to miss out. Spotlight Series Brisbane, the Spotlight Series has been, the new big global flagship for competitive Magic. The fact that we're getting it to come to Australia is fantastic for everyone in the Australian scene. And so, if you've got the wherewithal to travel to Brisbane in August this year, is it 28th to the 30th? If you're going to play Modern in the main event, if you're just going to the side event, if you're just going to spectate, why not? This is going to be a real yearbook type event for Magic players. Take a photo, keep it in the memory bank, say you were there.
Exactly. There will be pros from all over the world coming to compete. It will be the biggest Modern tournament that happens here in Australia.
Massive prize pool.
Massive prize pool. One of the largest events that Australia has ever hosted from a prize pool perspective. And not to mention, it is a beautiful time to be in Brisbane in late August.
Yeah, may as well, not just book your tickets, but book your ticket to the event. In April, those will be announced through the ANZ Super Series page, so just keep all your eyes trained on that and on their social media if you want to get in quick and secure your spot.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Tom. Thank you so much. So I have a quick announcement. Deck lists will be made public. So this has been a closed deck list event all the way through the Swiss.
Yep. So
you are turning up and sitting down across from your opponent, shaking hands and going, hi, I'm not sure what you're playing. But that will not be the case for our top 8 tomorrow. Yeah,
it's for those wondering why, it's just to be fair, mostly to the players who are on coverage and who have gone on to make top 8, because if your opponent can just go review a video of your deck and see, 80% of your cards and you have no idea what they're on, that's not the kind of advantage we want coverage to be generating for one player over the other. And, besides which, a lot of players have been doing scouting or had teammates doing scouting for them. We'd rather just level the playing field. And by day 2, if you've got some super cool rogue deck and you were counting on that hidden deck advantage, you've gotten some juice out of it.
Yep.
Now it's time to, play more open-handedly.
Yeah, demonstrate your unquestionable skill in making it all the way to the top of the championship ladder. So thank you so much for joining us. Please stay tuned. We'll be back shortly with a top 8 announcement, and we'll also tell you where and how to get those deck lists. But up until now, thank you so much. My name's been Molly Rowe. I'm here with Tom Anderson, and we'll be back shortly with that top 8 for you.
Put my whips in the shop, look at the clock, 7:45. Looks like I'm running late again. Always trying my luck, but you gotta play to win. I really need one, fighting these demons. Be prepared, life changes like the seasons. I get
Throw it to me if you want.
Hey everybody watching from home, welcome back. We are here with the top 8 announcement. My name's Molly Rowe, I'm here with Thomas Anderson. Today we have gone through 8 incredible rounds of Swiss for the 7-point Highlander Australian National Championships. So without further ado, I know that you are watching with bated breath, looking to find out who made top 8.
Drum roll, please. It is these people. We can't read them out that fast, but we've seen some of these people on coverage today, and they're, we kind of knew their trajectory. Other people, we'll see tomorrow.
Yeah, so we know Thomas Bott on bots. He came in top of the seed on 21 points, followed very closely behind by Matthew Judas, also on 21 points, who was rocking Storm. We watched him in round 7.
Looked extremely confident in that matchup. Looks like Matthew Judas on the graphic also came third, but we have, that's not the case. It was Maxwell Ashurst we also saw on coverage on that blue-white Zerda deck that was super cool.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Are these all displaced by one?
No, we've just got Matthew Judas twice instead of Maxwell Ashurst.
Okay. We'll just go down the list that we have.
Yeah, and then so 4th place, we have 3-time Australian National Champion Justin Chung.
Yep.
And then followed by Loke joke is Lachlan.
Yeah. Crazy that name got in the standing. Yeah, it's well-known Highlander player.
Yes, and then followed in 6th place, Simon Lineberry, followed by Maya Phillips Mystery, who we just saw in taking that very last game, and then 8th place, Jake Savage.
So that's so interesting. So of that unintentional draw in our last coverage match, Maya makes the cut in 7th place. Joshua Lowe on the other side of the table there, 9th. I'm sure neither of them knew that was how it was going to break out, but the line is so thin for day 2 cut, but
Unfortunately, there were 4 players on 19 total points. Maya, Jake Savage, Josh Lowe, and Jack Ding. So 2 of those players, Maya and Jake, made the cut, and 2 of those players did not. And that's unfortunately just on breakers.
Yeah,
the way that cookie crumbled.
Consolation and to miss a 9th place, it sounds like, oh, I failed. But the 9th to 16th is a star-studded list of names, including some we saw on coverage, others we didn't. But, all the players who have made it this deep in the tournament get some prize, which is appropriate. A massive effort today, considering both the size and quality of this field.
Yeah, so Isaac Lee, who we saw on coverage earlier today, getting taken down by Thomas Bott in the last round, unfortunately.
Clash of the Titans.
And therefore coming total 12th place. And other notable names like Ariel McCarroll, who is a staple in the Wollongong 7-point Highlander scene, coming in 16th.
Such a shame we didn't get to see that deck on camera, but I mean, I'm sure that Ariel feels great about her tournament regardless.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic day for everybody, both the watchers, the players, and I'd like to say for us, the commentators as well.
I think you can speak for us and say it was fun. I had a good time.
Yeah. Look, we can't wait to be back tomorrow. We will be back online for streaming for the top 8. My name's Molly Rowe. This is Thomas Anderson. We have had a pleasure being with you all day. Thank you so much for tuning in to the 7-point Highlander Australian National Championships, and we will see you tomorrow.